In 2035, the passage between Earth and the divine realm opened. Divine demons once again descended upon this world they had forgotten and began their endless massacre. Their hands were covered in blood, and the world was engulfed in flames. Corpses piled up one on top of the other, and the entire Godslayer army was wiped out. Now, at the last moment, the only survivor in the team, disregarding all dangers, took his weapon and charged into the midst of the divine demon horde. It was Ing Che, the last remaining Godslayer. Even if I'm alone, I must protect this land. Get out of my land now. However, the strength of the two sides is clearly different. In the end, Ing Che was no match for the massive assault of the divine demon horde. He left like that, resentful and unwilling. However, the heavens were fair, because Ing Che soon woke up again in her soft bed. The air was fresh, and the smell of blood was gone. What just happened? Ing Che immediately jumped out of bed and threw open the curtains. The world is still very peaceful. There was no trace of war, the sky was still blue. This means he has traveled back in time to before the descent of the gods took place. Suddenly, there was a strange voice, followed by a constant beeping sound. Ing Che was startled and looked in that direction in panic, but saw no one. It felt like the voice was coming from inside his head. In the blink of an eye, the scene before him changed. It was no longer a bedroom, but a desolate wasteland. All around were stone statues. In front of him was a large stone gate, with 3 words written on it, Southern Heavenly Gate. What's this? Southern Heavenly Gate? Is it Heavenly Place? After being reincarnated, I've infiltrated Heavenly Place. After the descent of the gods took place, the divine demons in the west were rampant, but in the east, the Xia's gods were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that the secret of the Xia's gods lies in this heavenly place? Just as he thought of this, the eyes of the surrounding statues suddenly lit up, as if they were emitting sparks, shooting straight toward Ing Che. He wasn't hurt, but following those rays of light. There were so many pieces of information rushing into his head that Ing Che was momentarily overloaded. His mind felt like it was about to explode. 9 Heavens initiates master recognition process. The voice continued to ring out. Subject's body is being reorganized. Reorganize strength data. Reorganize flexibility data. Reorganize endurance data. 9 Heavens successfully claimed its owner. Ing Che was wrapped in something like a cocoon. After that cocoon broke, he felt as if his body was filled with power, and his mind was clear as he memorized all the information. It turned out that he was reincarnated by a system called 9 Heavens. 9 Heavens has 9 floors, each floor sealing the power of ancient gods. As long as he successfully enters the corresponding heavenly place floor, he will be able to receive the power of the gods sealed on that floor. In order to open heavenly place, Ing Che must kill many divine demons and collect the power of the divine demons. This is really exciting. Although I don't know why I was chosen, if I have the 9 Heavens, I can be more prepared for the next time the gods appear. Come, in this life, I will definitely protect everything. Ing Che returned to her small room. The door opened gently. A small child carrying a teddy bear appeared. Honey, what are we eating this morning? I'm hungry. This is Ing Bao Bao, Ing Che's younger sister. The terrifying memories of his past life flooded back to him. At that time, Ing Bao Bao was killed by the divine demon. His appearance was extremely miserable. When Ing Che caught her sister's body, she had already stopped breathing. Thinking of this, Ing Che couldn't help but stand up, rush towards Ing Bao Bao, and hug her. Brother, what's wrong? It's okay, I just suddenly remembered some sad things. Ing Che replied, holding his trembling sister tightly with both hands. I swear that this time, I won't let the scenario repeat itself. I will definitely protect my sister completely. Ing Bao Bao gently rubbed her brother's back. Okay, it's okay. If you really don't want to go to school today, then forget it. Not long after, the Central Military Region Headquarters received an urgent phone call to line number 1. Normally it was a dedicated line to receive emergency orders from the central government, but this time, it was an individual from an ordinary residential area calling. That individual was Ing Che, who was currently holding a phone in one hand. He waved goodbye to his sister as she went to school. The person on the phone was Chang Hu Chen, the commander-in-chief of the war zone. Ing Che picked up the phone, his tone serious. Hello, General Chang. We are not acquainted yet, but the upcoming information might be worth meeting me once. Soon after, the army began to be mobilized in a very ostentatious manner. There were even helicopters. The arrival of such a large number of soldiers caused the residents of this small residential building to stick their heads out to watch. Not long after, Ing Che walked out proudly. At first, people thought he had committed a crime. But thinking back, if he had committed a crime, he would have run away a long time ago. You are Ingche. The commander is waiting for you. Ingche nodded slightly. Let's go, every next minute is precious. Then he followed the soldier's instructions and got into the car. The young ladies present at that time saw that he was young and treated politely by the army, and that he was also quite handsome, so they immediately thought he was an anonymous big shot and automatically made Ingche their national husband. On the way to the barracks, Ingche thought a lot. Build the underground city, the Great Wall of Steel, and organize the Godslayer army. There's too much to do if you want to fight against the divine demon. Fortunately, on this battlefield, he does not have to fight alone. At the same time, in the Changhuchin military region, subordinates were reporting information about Ingche. He is 17 years old this year, born in a welfare institution, grew up with his younger sister Ingbaobao since childhood, and now shows a very normal growth process. No abnormal psychological conditions, no criminal record. How could an ordinary person like Ingche know his military strategy situation? Changhu Chen's bodyguard, Wang Zifan, after thinking for a while, felt that there was only one possibility in this situation. It was their military information that was leaked. But leaking military secrets is a crime punishable by death. This is not simple at all. Changhu Chen then ordered Wang Zifan, before the truth is revealed, everything must be investigated thoroughly. Never use your imagination to define things. At that moment, Ingche was brought to the reception room. Through the large window, he saw a world that was still peaceful, but would soon turn into a sea of blood. Just thinking about it, Ingche felt her heart heavy. You are Ingche, right? He placed the file on Ingche's table. Then, get straight to the point. I'll give you 5 minutes. Go ahead. How do you know that phone number? Not only do I know this number, but I also know a lot of top-secret military information that has never been revealed to the outside. I also know that in the not-too-distant future, our country, and even the whole world will fall into a great crisis. By then, the military power of nations will be completely powerless. Changhu Chen heard and just coldly let out an "oh" sound. Ingche also knew that what she had just said was hard to believe. However, he still tried to convince Changhu Chen, because the enemy they were about to face was a divine demon from the divine realm. They would tear the sky apart, attack Earth, and massacre humanity. Speaking up to here, Changhu Chen lost all patience. If you came here just to say such nonsense, then you can go home now. Ingche, of course, did not do so. He raised one of his hands and said loudly, 5 billion. After the divine demons invaded Earth, they committed a series of atrocities. And about 5 billion people would die because of that. By then, it will be too late for the countries to actually form an organization against the divine demon. Looking at Ingche, it didn't seem like he was lying, but Changhu Chen still couldn't believe it. Give me one good reason to believe you. Then, Ingche began to reveal the future. It started with the great fire in the western city of the city I lived in, which would take place in a few days, called the May 8th incident in Jiangzhou. If the rescue had been carried out earlier, more than 200 lives could have been saved. He also gave Changhu Chen a set of documents. Excuse me, sir, please come here and get something first. I will give you proof that the gods divine demon are real. That evening, Ingche returned home. Ingbaobao had already come home from school and was obediently waiting for him. After Ingche finished taking care of the big things, she got busy with the kitchen. All day long, she almost forgot that she had a little sister at home. While cooking, Ingche began to ponder once again. Only about 2 months left until the god's first appearance. To protect my sister properly, I have to prepare more things. As for that 9 heaven system, after the last successful activation, it no longer reacts. To open heavenly place, one needs the power of a divine demon. But the descent of the gods event hasn't happened yet, so of course it's impossible to behead a god. Ingche also doesn't have the martial god blade yet. So, right now, at most, he can only be considered an ordinary person with some martial arts skills. After thinking for a while, Ingche made up his mind. Looks like I have somewhere to go. So, after the meal, when Ingbaobao was fast asleep, Ingche left her a note. I have to go away for a while. Come over to our neighbor Miss Zhang's house for dinner in the next few days. After that, Ingche quickly found an important archaeological site. Even though there was a sign outside saying, no entry without permission, he still sneaked inside. The security here is pretty lax, anyway. At the conservation area, the site of the excavation, Ingche found what he was looking for, the bones of the divine demon. In his previous life, he had also accidentally wandered here during a crisis. Thanks to this pile of divine demon bones, In-Che received the recognition of martial god blade, thereby gaining the power to fight against the divine demon. When In-Che touched the skeleton, the system immediately sent him a notification, saying that it had detected the existence of divine demon energy. In-Che instinctively turned around, saw a monster, which according to the system, was a beauty before it died, then died and combined with a poisonous spider, becoming an extremely terrifying spider monster. This spider's spirit has a name, Joragumo. Divine demon is not even like this, it should not exist here. In the blink of an eye, Joragumo had already begun her attack. In-Che dodged its attack with difficulty. After that, he had no choice but to use the remains as a weapon against the monster. I thought that would be the end of it, but that monster's flesh was actually so tough that even divine demon bones couldn't break through its defense. In-Che felt that the situation was not good. Looks like I still have to find the martial god blade quickly. Joragumo let out a scream. In-Che immediately panicked, and the thing he feared the most happened. Because the security guard discovered someone inside, they immediately contacted headquarters, reporting that there were intruders inside the archaeological site. Although they were very anxious about being discovered, In-Che was still unable to escape Joragumo. This is too absurd. In my previous life, I didn't see this in the cave. Why is it here now? Joragumo continuously attacks with silk cocoons. What's remarkable is that these spider silks can corrode even divine bones. The makeshift weapon was destroyed. In-Che was only absent-minded for a second. When the monster suddenly attacked, he was thrown into the air. Then it fell heavily to the ground again. This is so frustrating. This Joragumo is just an F-rank monster. If I were at my peak in my previous life, it would have been over with just one slash. But now I'm struggling like this, I'm such a loser. But just as In-Che began to despair, a long sword appeared beside him. The system immediately appeared and explained, this is an ownerless sword. Originally the treasure of martial god Dashya, martial god blade. Later, when the martial god died, it fell into a sealed state, becoming a masterless blade, continuously radiating divine demon energy. Just like that, over time, it has the ability to mutate surrounding creatures. In front of him was Joragumo, who was once again charging fiercely, but In-Che was no longer afraid. He grabbed the ownerless sword with great pride. Now it's time for me to show my true strength. Look closely, you stinking spider. Having said that, In-Che drew his sword from its sheath, then used it to cut his palm, using the blood to acknowledge his master. Just a second later, the previously old saber emitted an effect as if it were on fire. Then, the blade also shone brightly. In-Che once again felt strange. It seems that in my previous life, when I let martial god blade recognize its master, it didn't have such a strong reaction. But why bother? The important thing at hand is to deal with that rotten spider first. In-Che had just thought of this when the space in front of him changed in the blink of an eye. The martial god blade in his hand also disappeared, and Joragumo was nowhere to be seen. In-Che immediately became panicked. Where is my knife? I have waited for you for a long time. A strange voice answered him. In-Che turned around and saw a dark figure with a humanoid appearance. It was the owner of the voice just now. I am the last remaining will of the martial god on earth. Because there isn't much divine power left, I can only maintain it in this form. Luckily, you arrived in time, otherwise, if I had been a little later, I would have been completely wiped out. Hearing this, In-Che suddenly thought of something. Wait, that means in my previous life, because I came too late, my divine power had already dissipated. But because of being infected with divine power, the mutation occurred, right? No wonder I didn't encounter it in my previous life. The dark figure did not reply, seemingly not wanting to answer unnecessary questions. Instead, the person pointed a finger forward. Immediately, a halo of light appeared. That is what the martial god has accumulated throughout his life of cultivation, not only martial skills and insights, but also a profound understanding of martial arts. The halo was small at first, then gradually grew larger, headed straight toward In-Che, then entered his body. You need to practice diligently, combining theory and practice to be able to control the martial god blade. By then, you won't just be able to win on the battlefield, but he can also go further on the path of martial arts. As for In-Che, when he was possessed by that halo, not only did he not feel uncomfortable, but, on the contrary, he felt somewhat clear-headed. So that's it, I understand now. This is truly a rare opportunity, starting over in this life. Not only did I prepare in advance and obtain the martial god blade earlier than expected, but I also inherited the essence of martial arts. Looks like things are getting more and more interesting. The space disappeared. Ing-che returned to the cave. In front of him was Joragumo, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. "Senior, rest assured, I definitely won't let you down," Ing-che muttered before he officially finished off this monster. Joragumo saw Ing-che appear and rushed forward, wanting to attack him first. But this time, it's not that easy. Ing-che's mind was now filled with the martial arts of that senior. He immediately used his first move, Blade of 8 Severings. And just this one move was enough to cut Joragumo into pieces. Thanks to this victory, Ing-che received his first attribute point. The system then further explained that each time he killed a divine demon, he would receive corresponding attribute points. This attribute point can be used to improve your attributes. From there, Ing-che's body continued to transform until it reached its highest state, Martial God. Then, an attribute panel appeared. The default system has 4 types of attributes: strength, agility, endurance, and spirit. All are at level 1, waiting for Ing-che to add that attribute point. This is a little new to him. After thinking for a while, Ing-che decided to add the first attribute point to the agility category. Attribute points added successfully. Congratulations to Ing-che for successfully destroying the spider spirit Joragumo, absorbing its divine demon power, resulting in the progress of unlocking the first heavenly court of 9 heavens, Middle Heaven, increasing by 10% when this progress reaches 100%. You can enter the first layer of heaven, unlocking the power of the Eastern gods. Cultivating in Middle Heaven can quickly improve your cultivation, accelerating the process of becoming a god. Wow! There's even a way to increase your cultivation speed in there. It's really worth the effort. He didn't have much time to think about it, because system notifications keep coming. A small amount of godless divine power has been detected spreading in the air. Currently, it is using Joragumo's divine demon flesh and bones as a conductor. This will condense the godless divine power and proceed with the transformation. The transformation process is also very fast. When it ended, Ing-che received an egg. At this time, the security team had also gone deep inside. Seeing the scene in a mess, they panicked and picked up the walkie-talkie to report to headquarters that the unexplored bones at the archaeological site had been stolen. But a few seconds earlier, Ing-che had already run away with the martial god blade and the egg. Fortunately, he had just increased his body's sensitivity, otherwise, he would have been caught. However, Ing-che was extremely curious. I wonder what's inside that egg. He returned home earlier than expected. He had originally planned to be gone for a few days. Ing Baobao was very excited when she saw her brother return, carrying a big egg. "Brother, is our dinner today ostrich eggs?" Very quickly, it was May 8, 2035, just as Ing-che had warned Chang Huchen a few days ago. At 7:21 at East Sea, coordinates 27 degrees north latitude and 125 degrees east longitude, something unthinkable happened. From the bottom of the sea, the army and scientists excavated a very large skull. This was so unscientific that Professor Qian Mingxiang just stood in the hold, staring at the skull, even though it was raining heavily. Chang Huchen also quickly received this information. According to the report, the length of the skull is up to 60 m, and the diameter alone is 8 m. Moreover, its hardness surpasses all known substances. It also contains a large amount of unknown matter. Chang Huchen was extremely surprised after hearing this. Is there really a god? Just then, another soldier came in from outside to report, there was a sudden fire in Western City. Because fire prevention and fighting efforts had been strengthened, the fire was put out in time. There are currently no reported casualties. Chang Huchen remembered Ing-che's warning and got goosebumps. What caused the fire? Sir, the team of experts is entering the center of the explosion to conduct further investigation. But based on current clues, the consensus is that it was a meteorite impact. Wang Zifan was startled after hearing that. If it's a meteorite, then the possibility of this being caused by humans has been ruled out. That means Ing-che didn't manipulate or arrange this incident, he actually predicted the future. That night, Ing-che held the martial god blade in one arm and used the other leg to give Ing Baobao a pillow. As he leisurely sat, watching the news, he had also seen the news about the fire in Western City. The only difference from the previous life was that there were no casualties. It seems the future can be changed, just like this time, the fire didn't cause too much of an impact. The next news is that the new archaeological site was robbed. Ing-che felt tickled as he watched. Because the thief was he. At this moment, the phone rang, the caller was Commander-in-Chief Chang Huchen. The next morning, he went to see him in the lobby. The giant skull. That was just excavated yesterday. Is this the divine demon you were talking about? That's right. This is the skull of an S-class 6-winged angel. This should prove that what I said is true. Commander Wang Zifan stood to the side. She hadn't seen Ing Che last time. This is the man who prophesied the fire in Western City and provided the coordinates for the army to excavate the skull of the unidentified creature. You're too young for that. Ing Che continued. How about this? In the fire this time, I helped you save more than 200 people. So, do you want us to be able to save more than 5 billion people in the future? Chang Huchen sighed. Thinking about this over and over again, I still feel it's unscientific, but there's extremely solid evidence, so I can't help but waver. Okay, give orders to all troops so that the central military region can immediately enter a state of combat readiness. I will take responsibility for reporting to the Central Committee. After listening, Wang Zifan still wanted to advise Chang Huchen to reconsider carefully, because even if what Ing Che said before was true, the divine demon invasion was still too unreasonable. However, Chang Huchen had already made his decision. Just do as Chang Huchen says. Leave all the responsibilities to me. When it comes to the safety of the people, no matter how careful you are, you can never be too careful. Suddenly, another voice rang out. All three of them turned their heads at the same time. It was Jiang Zhenghua, the Grand Marshal of Daxia. Chang Huchen saw him and had to stand up, looking extremely respectful. Young man, you are Ing Che, aren't you? Just now, did you say that the giant skull before your eyes is God's? Jiang Zhenghua said as he reached out to take the documents from Chang Huchen. Yes, Grand Marshal. In the future, we will face a huge crisis, forcing millions of people to flee their homeland. Fresh blood will dye the mountains and rivers red. Make the people of each nation submit, offering their souls to become living beings who only know how to praise the gods. And in just 15 years, human civilization will be completely destroyed. Jiang Zhenghua stared at the file for a long time, then asked again. We have discovered the remains of a divine demon. This also means that these gods can be defeated, and there were people on this earth who defeated them, right? That's right, it can be killed. For example, this S-class 6-winged angel, which was shot down by Hui 5,000 years ago and fell into the East Sea. Chang Huchen heard this and spoke up. Wait, are you talking about the mythic Hui? Does that mean even myths really exist? Ing Che nodded again, although most of the myths in this world are products of the divine demon invasion in ancient times. But there is one exception. In ancient times, the divine demons of the divine realm once invaded this world, but were eventually driven away by the Eastern gods. The gods of the divine realm absorbed power from the beliefs of the races that worshipped them and considered them the source of power. However, the Eastern gods are different. They cultivate and train their bodies to the ultimate level through their legends and great achievements to undergo transformation, and finally, become gods themselves. That is the biggest difference between divine demon and gods themselves. Chang Huchen spoke up. Then it's a big deal. If it is said that our guardian gods appeared in ancient times, then we must believe in their presence during important events. So will they appear again this time? Ing Che shook his head. In the ancient war, most of the Eastern gods fought bravely and died. Later, the Eastern gods gradually became legends, and no one saw them again. In the previous life, humans also expected the Eastern gods to appear. But these gods were always absent in the wars, and human strength was no match for the divine demons. Therefore, in the end, the earth was still destroyed. Ing Che thought to himself, now only 9 heavens remains. But even the first floor is not open yet. I need to quickly enlist the help of these people to prepare things that can be deployed from now on. Thinking of this, Ing Che took out a roll of paper from his backpack. It was the plan he had been working on for the past few days. Chang Huchen now believes he was wrong. Even feel excited. He never expected that in his entire life as a soldier, he would have the opportunity to fight the gods. Ing Che unfolded the scroll. There was a world map drawn on it, with several points marked on it. He pointed to the first point. We say that is where the sea god, Batadong, will appear in less than 2 months. At that time, this divine demon will command the sea monsters to go to war. The places they choose to land are the west coast of the free country and the east coast of Daxia. The combat area will cover the entire Pacific Ocean. Jiang Zhenghua asked about this. So, according to what you said, what do you think we should do? Ing Che naturally had thoughts. The best way to protect the people of Daxia is to quickly build a defense line, which can be called the strongest surface, the steel Great Wall. Basically, it is also equivalent to the ancient Great Wall. As soon as Ing Che said this, Chang Huchen decisively requested leave from school for him, then carried him to the East Coast. The Steel Great Wall construction project has also been initiated. It's just that Ing Che was a little tired from being dragged all the way here. And always have someone by your side. Brother. That was Ing Bao Bao, the little girl carrying a giant egg. Your sister is very cute. You must really want to protect your sister, huh? So, what are the plans next? Ing Che was hit in the weak spot, so he immediately set aside his languid appearance. He said that Steel Great Wall is indeed the best shield to protect the people of Daxia. But they cannot rely on it alone to win the war. Especially in a war with gods who possess unparalleled power. The most important keys are weapons, special talents, and resistance. Chang Huchen nodded and said, I will support to the best of my ability. Only thing is, I'm still not clear on what kind of resistance you just mentioned. Ing Che replied, that is the last legacy the Eastern gods left to humanity. That power of resistance will become the sharpest sword to kill the divine demon. While the two were still talking, suddenly a soldier ran over, out of breath. Commander, something's wrong. What's going on? Why is it all in such a mess? Chang Huchen slowed down a few steps, waiting for the soldier. Meanwhile, Ing Che quickly walked towards Ing Bao Bao. The little girl had no idea about the disasters that were about to happen. She just felt it was fun to play here. Are you tired from playing for so long? Let me take you home. After all, Ing Che could only give advice, but he couldn't help build a shield here. However, Chang Huchen's expression changed after hearing what the soldier said. Ing Che, I'm afraid you can't leave for now. Not long ago, a large meteorite crashed straight into the city center. But when the military and experts approached the scene, they only saw a large crater. In the center of the crater, there was no meteorite. As they tried to get closer, the receiver on the other end only heard a loud scream over the radio, followed by panicked, broken voices. Monster! There's a monster! Save me! Ing Che was quickly brought to the scene. By now, the place was a pile of rubble. The police dog started barking as soon as they caught sight of him, and a policeman pointed his gun at Ing Che. Hey, we're family. I'm a special envoy, named Ing Che, specially here to investigate this fire incident. The other party, after verifying their identities, let down their guard. Then, they allowed Ing Che to enter. Any news from the expert team? The soldier replied, not yet. Because this happened at night. The team of experts entered the area at the center of the explosion, but they all disappeared. So far, there is no news. The military and police quickly sealed off the area to ensure that no one else accidentally entered the danger zone. What about meteorites? No meteorite was found in the meteorite crater. Also, in the last communication, the expert team mentioned that they encountered a monster. Then we lost contact. Ing Che pondered for a few seconds. I need to go see the meteorite crater. The other officer wanted to show him the way, but Ing Che said that he already knew its location and there was no need to follow. He thought to himself, this kid is really weird. He carries an egg on his back everywhere he goes. Is that his dinner? Ing Che walked straight to the hole and jumped down without saying a word. The scene indeed looked like a meteorite impact, except there was a slightly strange smell. Ing Che picked up a handful of dirt, and something was mixed in it. At this moment, the system sent a message, detected reaction to divine demon energy. Ing Che thought to himself, in my previous life, this sudden fire caused by a meteorite caused extreme damage and had a great impact. But at that time, everyone was focused on dealing with the immediate disaster and ignored the underlying cause that might be hidden in Tingxi. As time goes by, perhaps the truth will be hidden by those with ill intentions. Just as Ing Che was lost in thought, the egg on his back suddenly flew up. Ing Che was shocked. How can an egg run like this? Moreover, it's very fast. Ing Che ran after it with all his might, but the egg ran faster and faster. Make him tired by the smell of his ears. Finally, it stopped beside a railing. Ing Che grabbed it, shoved it back into the backpack, and tied it with rope. Now, let's see how you run. Ing Che kept grumbling. If the system hadn't said you were about to hatch, I wouldn't have bothered stealing you from my sister. But at that moment, an extremely terrifying scene met his eyes. There was another large fire. This time, it came from a house. At that time, the servants in the house were extremely panicked. The chain has been burned, it can no longer be held. Quickly inform the owner of this, quickly. From that house, a creature blew the roof off and rushed out. Behind it, the servants hurriedly chased it. But this creature was extremely aggressive, continuously launching fireballs toward them. These people all had high martial arts skills, so they also stayed to fight. But the situation was not good for them because the fire was so big that it was impossible to approach the monster. Those who can't fight, fall back first. The rest of you, help me hold on for another half hour. The master is on his way here. Be careful, the person from behind shouted as the creature now sneaked up on the red-haired girl. With this distance and speed, it looked like the girl wouldn't be able to avoid it. But in situations like this, the existence of the male lead has meaning. Relying on his sharpness, Ing-che quickly approached the scene. He then took out his martial god blade, helping the girl deal with the danger before her. Saved by the skin of her teeth by Ing-che, the girl couldn't even believe her eyes. You are like a savior, extremely powerful. Ing-che quickly identified his opponent. It was Skullfire. He immediately told the others to stay where they were while he charged toward the monster alone. Wait a minute, come back quickly. You'll be burned to ashes by it. The girl cried out anxiously, but Ing-che had already rushed into the sea of fire. Seeing his opponent's mouth wide open, as if he was about to breathe fire again, Ing-che quickly lifted his backpack containing eggs high. During the time his backpack fell, he pulled out the martial god blade and used the blade of 8 severings technique again. The terrifying power of the blade and the passed-down martial art combined together, causing Ing-che to continue with a deadly move. He successfully finished off his opponent so quickly that, when his backpack fell, he was still able to catch it with great grace. The system quickly sent congratulations because Ing-che had destroyed Skullfire. Since it was also an F-rank divine demon, it had also received an attribute point. The magical power of Skullfire continued to be absorbed, and the progress of opening the first level of 9 heavens had already reached 20%. Those who witnessed this scene were utterly shocked. They were all famous swordsmen, yet they were nearly turned into grilled meat by Skullfire. But Ing-che was different. He was able to finish off that monster with just one slash. What the hell is this? The magical power converged, turning into a mass of yellow matter that blinded the eyes. Ing-che reached out to grab it, but heard the red-haired girl's shrill scream. Don't touch it directly with your hands. But it was too late. Ing-che had already touched it. But nothing happened. After all this chaos settles down, the girl invited Ing-che inside to rest, conveniently taking back the mass of matter. She introduced herself. I am Li Xiaolu, from Jingzhou, the 37th student of the Li family martial arts school. Ing-che just let out an "oh" sound, nothing more, nothing less. This bland reaction of his made Li Xiaolu a little dissatisfied and thought to himself, the Li family in Jingzhou is one of the 3 highest-ranked martial families in Daxia. Even though it has been in seclusion for many years, it has never faded from people's memories. Yet he seems like he has never heard of the Li family. Alright, anyway, I have to thank you for what just happened. Without you, all my clan members would have died. Tell me, how do you want to be rewarded? Anything is possible. As long as it's not illegal, arson, murder, or revenge with your body, I can agree to it. You too, I don't even know how to address you. Just call me Ing-che, Miss Li. Ing-che said, moving closer. Just now, I heard Miss Li Xiaolu say that it is impossible to directly touch that mass of matter. Proves you know very well the origin of this thing, huh? To be honest with you, I'm really interested in this. Can you introduce yourself? Ha, are you interested in me telling you the secret of the demonic crystal? This cannot satisfy you. It cannot be touched because it contains some unknown energy. If the contact is too long, something bad might happen. You think I would tell you this? Li Xiaolu stubbornly said that she wouldn't reveal it, but in fact, she kept talking non-stop. She even went as far as to say that if one were to come into contact with the demonic crystal for a long time, one's life would mutate. Just now, that monster appeared due to the influence of this demonic crystal's energy. Ing-che listened attentively, nodding vigorously. And then what? Li Xiaolu was stunned. Then I realized, I think I just said it all out loud. Ing-che is so strong, but it is still unknown whether she is an enemy or an opponent. If she says it out loud like that, it would be no different than putting herself in a weak position. Ing-che pondered. The secret of the demonic crystal in the previous life was a national-level secret, first discovered by Elder Qian. Because it had a fatal flaw, it was immediately discarded. The details within the document have never been revealed to the outside. And yet in this life, Li family, who came out of nowhere, knows its uses so well. Li Xiaolu was so embarrassed that he became angry and started talking nonsense. Wait. The important thing is, why are you here? Why am I here? Didn't you bring me here? Just say it's not convenient to talk over there anymore. No, I'm talking about when we're about to collapse. Why are you suddenly here? Li Xiaolu suddenly approached, his eyes filled with scrutiny, but Ing Che remained calm from beginning to end. He said he ran here because he saw the fire, then found out they were fighting monsters, so I wanted to help. This statement did not sound unusual, but Li Xiaolu was determined to clarify Ing Che's identity. No, I want to ask, who are you? Looking at her wary eyes, Ing Che could only sigh. Then, he introduced himself as the special envoy investigating the fire from last night in the city. So, appearing here is not entirely coincidental. A special envoy to investigate, Li Xiaolu muttered, still seeming unsatisfied. With this answer, suddenly, another voice came from afar. A special envoy came to visit today without informing me, isn't that rude? Li Xiaolu turned around, saw a figure coming, and called out loudly twice, cousin. This person gave a relatively gentle smile, then reminded Li Xiaolu, in front of outsiders, you must call me master to be polite. This was the head of the ancient martial arts clan, Li family, Li Yunfei. After a brief greeting, he sat down across from the other two. In front of the special envoy, we probably don't need to hide anything anymore. Young man, you must have guessed that the fire last time was also caused by that monster. The monster Ing Che just defeated was actually human, but because it was infected with a special type of energy emitted from an ancient relic, whose energy source was similar to the demonic crystal, it eventually mutated into such a monster. Ing Che listened increasingly thoughtfully. The special energy you just mentioned. Actually, it's the power of the divine demon, isn't it? Just like the spider spirit before, it also mutated from being exposed to this power for too long. If the fire was really caused by that monster, then I'm afraid the experts wouldn't be alive anymore. He thought for a long time, then carefully opened his mouth. What is that ancient relic? This ancient relic can be said to be a forbidden item from ancient times until now, a well-guarded secret protected by our ancient martial arts clan. For several centuries, it has been guarded by our ancient martial arts clan, in rotation. As for the details, forgive me, I cannot say. I can only tell you that creatures that come into contact with ancient relics for a long time can become infected, but in recent years, for some reason, the infectious period has gradually shortened. According to the rules, the person guarding the forbidden object is rotated every month to avoid long-term contact and mutation. However, on the night of May 8th, an unprecedented situation has arisen. Although the guarding time was less than a month, the guard was unfortunately affected by the relic and became a monster. The monster was quite weak when it was born and was under the control of the sword masters. However, very quickly, its power increased greatly, and they allowed it to escape. Unexpectedly, it was able to fly, but halfway it became exhausted and fell into Western City, eventually causing that fierce fire. After catching it, I immediately went out to prepare some things to destroy it completely. I didn't expect to almost cause another disaster. Ing Che nodded to show that he understood the situation. But from the perspective of a special envoy, he still wanted to see that ancient relic with his own eyes. Unfortunately, it was still rejected by Li Yunfei on the grounds that it was a prohibited item. Cannot easily be shown to others. If you really want to know, what is it? There is no need to look far. Don't you have one on you, too? Li Yunfei suddenly stared at Ing Che. Me? Yes, it's the sword on you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ing Che's eyes immediately became alert. In this life, he never expected to meet someone who knew the secret of the divine demon before the descent of the gods happened. Ing Che doesn't want to be noticed by others. So, still intending to open my mouth to justify. As a result, Li Yunfei interrupted him again, but the important thing was that he still looked very gentle. When this saber recognizes its master, the energy flow doesn't easily leak out. No wonder you didn't notice. But I'll honestly tell you, this sword is really not simple. Actually, this sword is an heirloom from my ancestors. Ing Che made up a good reason to explain why he had this saber. After all, it was a totem passed down from the Daxia ancestors. Moreover, he had just unearthed it. In order to avoid talking too much and revealing something else, Ing Che tactfully asked Li Yunfei for permission to leave and also wanted to bring the demonic crystal back to help with the investigation. Because this is not an ancient relic. So, Li Yunfei quickly agreed. But he also kindly reminded Ing Che to be careful, otherwise, he would turn himself into a monster, and it would be over. Ing Che left the Li family with complicated feelings. These ancient martial arts clans seemed to be quite the group. He would have to ask someone to investigate more about them in the future. Meanwhile, the two Li family brothers, after Ing Che left, also quietly entered a secret room. In front of Li Yunfei was probably the ancient relic he had mentioned. It was an ancient book, floating in the air, surrounded by 7 or 8 demonic crystals of different sizes. If that monster is dead, it's all over. Then tell everyone to clean up and get ready to leave. Cousin, it's not safe here anymore. We need to get out of here quickly. Not long after, Ing Che returned. Ing Baobao was already fast asleep. He read the girl's diary, in which she resentfully blamed her brother for not knowing what he had been busy with lately. The first is to temporarily stop studying. After that, he joined the army and was nowhere to be seen all day, even secretly stealing his ostrich egg. After reading these immature words and looking at Ing Baobao's snoring appearance, Ing Che encouraged himself to work harder. He wanted to protect his sister at all costs. But once the descent of the gods actually happens, he won't have the ability to always stay by her side. Therefore, the best course of action is to find a forbidden item for Ing Baobao so that she can defend herself. Ing Che gently stroked her sister's head. Little did she know that she was having a nightmare right now. In Ing Baobao's dream, he saw the ancient book of the Li family, surrounded by countless demonic crystals. Only Ing Che was now out in the living room, watching TV while carefully cleaning his martial god blade. He was still thinking about what had happened this afternoon. Ing Che never thought that anyone would know about the secret of the divine demon before the descent of the gods happened. It seems that these ancient martial arts clans are still hiding a very big secret. Furthermore, the person named Li Yunfei used his knees to feel. It could also be seen that he was not as simple and gentle as he appeared. You're back. Ing Baobao's voice rang out from behind, pulling Ing Che out of this chaotic train of thought. Why are you awake? Did I turn the TV on too loud? Not, but then suddenly remembered something and opened his eyes wide, saying, but more importantly, where are your eggs? Ing Che pointed to the backpack next to the giant egg, which was still intact and completely undamaged. But he quickly realized that something was wrong. The egg was not damaged at all, but the demonic crystal he brought back from the Li family had been significantly damaged compared to this afternoon. Ing Baobao was now holding the egg up and looking at it. After a long time, he finally uttered a sentence. Brother, it looks like the egg has hatched. From the egg, a creature of unknown species, but ugly enough to offend the beholder, fell out. A week later, the construction of the fortified shield was still being rushed. Report, the 107,001st giant steel nail has been hammered in. But Chang Huchen was still not satisfied and asked them to continue speeding up the progress. Ing Che had also gradually gotten used to the creature that hatched from the egg. This one was also very picky and would not eat anything other than demonic crystal. Therefore, Ing Che always carried it with him, even when he went to see Chang Huchen. Now, the coastal defense system, the strongest steel wall, has made significant progress. Based on the proposed design, all 720 important projects along the coastal routes have now begun construction. At the current pace, the final phase of work is expected to be completed in the shortest time of 50 days. The length of the wall is 20,000 kilometers, 300 meters above sea level. The width of the base is 500 meters, merging with the mainland to form a unified entity. That steel wall will cover the entire East Sea region. After listening to the report, Chang Huchen couldn't help but sigh. Such a wonderful project, from design to completion, took only 50 days. It's unbelievable. The manager happily turned to Ing Che and gave her a thumbs up. That's right, Comrade Ing Che provided the blueprint for the strongest steel wall. Even the Dean of the Academy of Sciences praised him endlessly, saying he was a genius. Ing Che used all his strength to wave his hand, humbly not taking credit for himself. But he really didn't have the courage to admit it, because this blueprint was something he had the luck to see in his previous life. During the most dangerous times in the previous life, it was the scientists, headed by Professor Qian Minxiang, who stood up to design and direct. They worked tirelessly for 7 days and 7 nights to complete the design of the steel wall in the face of threats and chaos from natural disasters. As for Ing Che, after all, he was just a transporter from the future, bringing the blueprint a few months in advance. I think people may have missed something important. Suddenly, someone came. The voice was a bit unpleasant. If we exclude concrete and other materials, steel alone is estimated to cost more than 100 billion tons, equivalent to Dacia's output for nearly 10 years. This man, named Han Sanjin, was also a powerful official, but from the beginning, he did not agree with the strategy of building a defensive wall. Because, according to him, instead of fighting the sea god, it would be better to abandon these coastal areas and narrow the entire defense line. Even though Han Sanjin's idea was rejected from the beginning, he kept bringing it up over and over again these past few days, making people bored. The most boring one is definitely Chang Hu-chen, because right after that, he showed no mercy and delivered a punch to Han Sanjin that left his teeth and lips chattering. Han Sanjin fell backward, covered his mouth with his hand, and stared blankly at the person who had just hit him. What is this crazy old man doing? I'm just being nice, I just wanted to give my opinion. Chang Hu-chen's eyes on the opposite side, sharp as a knife, pointed the gun at Han Sanjin's head. I say it one last time, my Daxia land, even if it's just an inch, cannot be given. If we abandoned the coastal territory the first time we faced the sea god, then what will we continue to run away from next time? Get lost now before I lose my patience, or else don't blame the gun for being merciless. Seeing that the situation was a bit tense, Ing-che, on the side felt extremely embarrassed and pleaded, Commander, don't get agitated. Luckily, the manager next to him was quick to respond and speak up. Report, Commander. Last time you asked to find talent and supplies for Ing-che, now we have found enough. First, we have to take him over there to check out the situation. As he said that, he whistled at Ing-che, signaling him to cooperate with him. Ing-che nodded quickly. That's right, take me there quickly. Chang Hu-chen is worthy of being the guardian of Daxia territory, having spent many years fighting on the battlefield. His aura, when angry, is really scary. Fortunately, Chang Hu-chen was still considerate. After hearing what the manager said, he immediately put away his gun. Humph, consider yourself lucky this time, but don't ever let me hear you say such words again. Then the group of three quickly left. Han Sanjin narrowly escaped death. Only then did he dare to breathe a secret sigh of relief. Looking at his back, Chang Hu-chen gritted his teeth in anger. Dare to put all of Daxia's hopes on a little brat. How naive. That is the power of the gods. How can we stop it? With that, Han Sanjin turned back to his assistant. Last time, there was someone who claimed to be able to contact gods. Now tell them that I agree to meet them once. You go and make arrangements. His assistant obediently received the order and left. Meanwhile, Ing-che's group had just entered the office when Wang Zifan ran after them, out of breath. The day before, Ing-che had asked her to investigate the Li family's martial arts background, but when Wang Zifan led people there, no one was present. They searched for a while and finally found only a badge. Furthermore, the family that Ing-che mentioned didn't seem to exist in Jingzhou. There was only a normal martial arts school, opened by a Li family member, but it had nothing to do with the people that Ing-che had met before. He took the badge from Wang Zifan's hand, staring at it for a long time without coming up with any clues. Meanwhile, Chang Hu-chen immediately realized that there was something fishy about this story and needed to continue investigating. Then they returned to the main issue at hand, which was meeting the newly discovered talents. Seeing Chang Hu-chen and Ing-che coming, a girl with deep purple eyes immediately smiled a bit sarcastically. Oh, the busy person is here. We have been waiting here for half an hour. Chang Hu-chen briefly introduced the experts before him to Ing-che. They were all people who had passed strict selection. Among the 5 were experts from 3 sects, Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist. After the introduction, he left the decision to Ing-che. Looking at Ing-che, he was still young and skinny, not looking like a martial artist. These 5 experts were a bit dissatisfied, not wanting to be like a pile of vegetables waiting for him to choose. Therefore, this Taoist sect master named Xu Dao was the first to speak up, wanting to fight Ing-che for 2 rounds. Because he felt that he was no different from a flower vase, only good at theory but knowing nothing about real combat. Ing-che also understood the principle that if you want to attract talented people, you must use your strength to convince them. Okay, but to save time, let's all go up together. Ing-che's voice was extremely calm, but his words were no different from insulting the other party. Besides Xu Dao, there was also the purple-eyed, extremely elegant-looking girl, a descendant of the Mahist, named Mo Xiaoxiao. Next is the successor of Xinghe sect, named Shengwan Wanzi, who looks very young. Next is a monk named Wenbei, a master from the Buddhist sect. And finally, a refined scholar from the Confucian sect, named Momo. Among the 5 people, they were confident that no matter whom they chose, they would all be stronger than Ing-che. However, in just 15 minutes, Ing-che had defeated all 5 opponents. After retracting the martial god blade, Ing-che continued. So, can you hear me now? Momo groaned. Alright, gentlemen should only use their mouths, not their hands. We are all civilized people. Tell me, They were just afraid that if Ing-che came up and beat them up again, their bones would fall apart. As for the specific work issues, Chang Huchen had already informed the 5 of them. However, even though they were all cultivators, it was still difficult for them to believe that a god was about to descend to earth. Furthermore, they didn't really have enough confidence to fight the gods. Momo believed that if the gods really appeared, then with this mortal body, they would, at most, be suicide soldiers, sacrificing themselves. To be honest, with your current strength, even if you want to be a sacrificial pawn, you are not qualified. But that's why, before the descent of the gods officially takes place, I want to train everyone to become incredibly strong, to become pillars to protect this country. Wenbei's eyes filled with tears. Amitabha Buddha, my practice is still weak. Now that I have met a wise master, please help me. Ing-che nodded, then clapped his hands a few times. The manager immediately drove a cart carrying something covered in cloth inside. Ing-che reached out and pulled the cloth off. Inside turned out to be a giant incense burner. Although the Eastern gods are now just legends, this is the most precious legacy they left to humanity. The 5 people present there could not hide their surprise when they saw this. The manager muttered. It took a lot of effort to convince the museum to lend this item. Just don't know what relationship it has with the gods. Ing-che was silent, touching the massive sensor. The system immediately displays a simulated note window for this item. It was an ownerless cauldron, originally an auxiliary divine artifact used by the ancient gods of Dacia, called the 9-turn universe cauldron. After the ancient gods passed away, it fell into a sealed state, just like the martial god blade, becoming an ownerless item. And now, Ing-che is once again undergoing the process of recognizing a master. When the process of recognizing the owner ended, the heavy, huge incense burner suddenly flew up, surprising everyone. Ing-che was not surprised. Anyway, they will have to witness these unscientific things for themselves for a long time to come. This divine artifact is called the 9-turn universe cauldron. Looking at the pattern, understanding the meaning, each person will feel differently, and the comprehension is also different. Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to be the first to grasp something among the 5 masters present. Ing-che watched her intently, but when he turned around, he found that the manager was also cultivating. And so, after comprehending it, both Ing-che and the experts immediately began cultivating, relying on their own understanding. What is worth mentioning is that, in just a short time, they all felt a noticeable difference. Momo felt like her whole body was filled with energy. She continuously used her fists to apply pressure on Shangguan Wanzi in the contest between the two. On the opposite side, Shangguan Wanzi did not give up either, because his attacks focus on flexibility, always dodging with accuracy. While the two of them were fighting fiercely, Mo Xiaoxiao also had her own harvest. When she can control the heavens to change rapidly according to her will, even the monk Wenbei, whose face was always sad and whose eyes were always wet, was now full of energy. Feeling that his body was stronger than ever, he wanted Mo Xiaoxiao to punch him to test the strength of his bones. Xu Dao was not far behind the others. He just stood still, using his great might heavenly dragon move, and it was enough to make everything in the warehouse fall into chaos. To be more precise, half of the warehouse was blown away by him. The feeling of becoming stronger was extremely obvious, making all 5 of them very excited. Their spirits were so high that being able to fight another 200 rounds was not a problem. Ing-che had been closing his eyes to cultivate the whole time. When he woke up, he discovered that the warehouse had turned into a battlefield, and the others were fighting each other crazily. The manager said in a low voice, "You're finally awake. This is their state right now." Ing-che also knew that because they had comprehended the techniques from the divine weapon, but he didn't expect them to be so excited. The other guy was a bit puzzled. Ing-che, how did you know that cauldron had this function? Honestly speaking, even someone like him who had never practiced cultivation could feel that his bodily functions had greatly improved. This is amazing. So, could it be that the treasures of other ancestors in the museum also have this function? I will go there tomorrow and borrow them all for you. Ing-che laughed helplessly, only shaking his head. What divine artifact? It's just a bunch of vegetables. Not everything has an effect. In his previous life, this 9-turn universe cauldron had been displayed in a museum for a long time without anyone discovering it. Until the descent of the gods begins. People have just discovered its uses and have given it to the country to enhance the fighting power of the special divine army. Looking at Ing-che, although young, he always appeared calm, and his every move was precise. The manager felt it was not very realistic. Even though he was the reincarnation of gods, Ing Che was silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke again. But this thing can't be returned to the museum for now, because the descent of the gods is coming up. If he wanted to stand on the battlefield and protect one side, he would have to spend the next few days training and cultivating. That was why Ing Che asked that guy for help, to keep this thing around for a while longer. You will be responsible for contacting Changhu Chen, and at the same time strengthening everyone's training abilities. Because now, with everyone's abilities, facing the gods, victory is still too distant. The other guy was older, but out of respect for Ing Che, he listened to every word he said. Seeing that he was useful, Ing Che also said, in this world, besides that large cauldron, there are still 2 auxiliary divine artifacts that can improve cultivation and speed up cultivation. One is the Myriad Chaos Orb. At present, its whereabouts are unknown. It is constantly passing from hand to hand. Every time it appears, it causes a bloody rain and foul wind. The other is the Yin-Yang Kunlun Mirror, which is always hidden in the Kunlun realm. In his previous life, it was not until Kunlun Mountain was destroyed by the divine demon, causing a landslide, that the Kunlun realm ruins appeared once again. So now, even if we know where it is, we can't find the entrance, let alone capture it. After finishing that day's business, Ing Che returned home. Saw Ing Bao Bao standing on the sofa, eyes closed, but leaning forward as if trying to reach for something. Before the little girl could hit the ground, Ing Che managed to grab her by the neck. At that moment, Ing Bao Bao woke up and realized that he was dreaming again. This is strange because she often dreams about a book these days. Ing Che naturally didn't think that the book her sister often saw while sleepwalking was a relic that the Li family was hiding. So, don't pay too much attention. He took out a hamburger and gave it to the girl. Then, he turned on the TV to watch Wukong. Ing Bao Bao took a big bite of the cake, but his mood did not improve at all. Brother, what have you been busy with lately? Why do you come home late every day? Ing Che sighed, I have no other choice because the war between the gods is about to begin. Ing Che answered vaguely, and of course, his sister didn't understand. Just then, the news broke an urgent story. Currently, Daxia is holding an emergency meeting at the United Nations, to issue a warning to countries around the world about the earth being invaded by gods. Ing Che thought to himself, a person with high comprehension can comprehend the all-spirits unification art, which in his previous life was also known as god-slaying technique. Before my eyes was a scene of a busy street with cars and vehicles. Next, at a roadside bakery, a customer approached and asked, Shopkeeper, please give me a loaf of bread. The boss took the fried breadsticks. I want 2 servings of fried breadsticks and an 8-ounce soy milk. The little salesman replied, okay. That was what he saw when he closed his eyes to comprehend the god-slaying technique, cultivating the divine power to circulate through the 8 extraordinary meridians, thereby strengthening his body. This is the first time I've felt it. At first, I expected to hear sounds within a few kilometers. Just keep practicing. Not only will your ears be sharp, your eyes will be bright. The power can lift mountains, leaving the top quickly, like the wind transforming into weapons. But it also helps people to have unimaginable magical abilities. Then, a series of sounds rang in his ears. Ing Che meditated among the arrays. Strange texts appeared. One must train both physical and spiritual power. Reach the peak before the descent of the gods, thereby surpassing the gods and destroying them. Suddenly, a powerful call came. Made him jump. Blood spurted from both eardrums, and he shouted loudly, Your ERS. Ing Bao Bao opened the door and whispered, the fishmonger gave me 2 tickets to the family theme park. I want to go out. Ing Che held her ear in pain and cried, thinking to herself, paying too much attention to distant sounds and ignoring what's nearby. This can't be right. Thinking, he quickly refused her. No, next, you still have to. But before Ing Che could finish her sentence, Ing Bao Bao came over with the ticket. In hand, her eyes sparkling. Wow, just go once, just go once. Her whole face radiated a halo, causing him to shield his eyes with his hand. Okay, just this once. Ing Bao Bao saw that he had successfully persuaded her and happily shouted, Great. Ing Che immediately held out his hand. Give me the ticket and let me see where it is. He looked at the information on it carefully. The girl just now noticed her brother. But, brother, what happened to your ears? The scene shifts to a park gate. Mo Xiao Xiao was waiting, scolding the captain, You're late. Ing Che lifted his glasses with his index finger and apologized. It took a while to borrow the commander's things. Let's go. Tickets are only valid when both parents are traveling with their children. Then please play the role of Ing Bao Bao's mother today. She listened helplessly. Do you have some misunderstanding with your parents? At the same time, a device was scanning information on the Ferris wheel. Spirit 4, Spirit 6. It zoomed in on where the mother and daughter were sitting. The data extracted from the girl Lin Kai-2 was observed from a distance by someone holding binoculars. There were 2 people wearing frog costumes. One reported that he was temporarily unable to find a target with a spiritual value of 10. The guy next to him replied, same here. They quickly turned to Ing-che's group. The parameters appeared one after another. Spiritual energy 10, spiritual energy 8. Found it. Detected a target that could become a sacrifice to the gods. Saw Ing-che suddenly stop. Mo Xiao wondered, what's wrong? Ing-che replied, nothing. Right after that, Ing-che asked for help. Mo Xiao, I'm going to the bathroom to change into other clothes. Please help me keep an eye on Ing Baobao for a bit. Okay, no problem. Inside the public restroom, he removed the pillow from his stomach. From outside the door, Ing-che's complaint could be heard. I'm dying of heat. The man in the frog costume came in just as he opened the door. Ing-che's information scanner. As soon as he confirmed the target, the man in the frog costume immediately pulled out the electric shock device. But when it touched him, Ing-che was unharmed, looking at him blankly in the awkward situation. Feeling something was wrong, Ing-che pretended to fall to the ground, much to the confusion of the other 2. On this side, Ing Baobao was holding a stick and drawing his image on the ground. Mo Xiao's phone suddenly received a text message. It seemed like an important message that made her unable to hide her surprise. The scene changes to another strange place. Voices can be heard in the dark room. Our leaders are busy with 1,000 things, but they still took the time to come here. Right. This is no ordinary performance. I guarantee your trip will not be wasted. Time is precious. How long until this show starts? Right away. Here, bring the sacrifice here. 2 men in frog costumes said over the walkie-talkie, got it. At that moment, Ing-che's hands were tied and her face was covered, but she could still hear a familiar voice. One of them led Ing-che to a proper seat here. At this moment, the masked man raised his hand high and announced, Dear guests, the Divine Descent show officially begins. With that, he took a sharp object and stabbed it directly into his hand. He muttered some kind of spell that made the blood flow upward. I see you sitting on a high throne. His garments fell down, covering the entire sanctuary. Above them awaited fiery angels, each with 6 pairs of wings. 2 pairs of wings cover the face. 2 pairs of wings fall to the feet, the remaining 2 pairs of wings fly up. That is called Holy Year, Holy Year, Holy Year. The talents of the gods are myriad, his glory fills the whole world. Holy Year, Holy Year, Holy Year. The Lord of Hosts, his glory fills the whole earth. Wow! A majestic C-class, 2-winged angel appeared before their eyes. The light shone, it slowly landed on the blood-red sheet below. The whole audience was scared and started talking, it's an angel. Oh my God, do gods really exist? The masked man began to explain, when the life of the sacrifice is offered to the gods will descend to earth. The more lives are sacrificed, the longer the gods are active on earth. Han Sanjin stood beside him, surprised, and asked, can any gods be summoned? Of course, but no gods are as powerful as the one we believe in. Hearing that, he smiled triumphantly, thinking to himself, alright, wait for me to summon the sea god and give him enough conditions to move him. Convince the sea god to stop attacking Earth, then my merit will be great. I could slap that kid in the face. Now, the 2-winged angel raised the sword in his hand, and without hesitation, he slashed downward. Suddenly, the blade was released, knocking the angel's sword aside. It swooped down and headed straight for the blood-red sheet where Ing-che was sitting. The saber tore the carpet, and Ing-che gently removed the torn paper bag from his head. Turns out it's just a 2-winged angel. I thought I'd caught something big. Ing-che took the knife in his hand. He struck a cool pose, standing in front of the angel, arrogantly declaring, next is my turn to perform. Seeing this scene, Han Sanjin angrily thought, this guy again. Then, he used his hand to pull the brim of his hat down, to cover his face, frowned, gritted his teeth, and said to his subordinate, what a bother, let's go, we can't show ourselves for now. In another development, Mo Xiao held a phone to check the location while also constantly paying attention to the whereabouts of the person being located. Mo Xiao, a driver, one hand holding the phone, quickly pedaling the bike, while constantly looking down at the phone to check. Hold on, we're almost there. Little Ing Bao Bao sat behind. Hearing this, she obediently replied, okay. Mo Xiao Xiao pedaled her bike really fast, sweat pouring down her face. Worried face said, suddenly, I received news of clues about the gods and ran too far. Just as she was talking, a black car carrying Han Sanjin, who was deep in thought with his eyes closed, drove in the opposite direction and quickly passed Mo Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, at Ing Che's battle, he jumped high, holding his sword in an attacking stance and shouted loudly, Martial Blade, God-slaying strike. Immediately, Ing Che slashed down with a swift sword strike, cutting the two-winged angel's body in half, making it unable to fight back or defend, only able to take hits. After that strike, the two-winged angel's body instantly exploded. As for Ing Che, due to the inertia of the sword, he passed through the two-winged angel's disintegrating body. After a short while, where the two-winged angel had just appeared, there was now only a pool of blood and thousands of drops of blood falling from the recent explosion. Ing Che saw this and laughed, as if it was too easy. Ha! Can't even take a single hit. After destroying a two-winged angel, Ing Che stood proudly with his sword in hand, among the masked people, and loudly declared, your gods have left. So now, it's your turn. A masked man heard Ing Che say that and got angry, his veins popping out. Hateful, dare to say my god's name. Then, he immediately took off his black cloak, revealing the body underneath. Beneath the cloak was an entity that resembled a two-winged angel, with one difference, he had only one wing. I will kill you. After his shout, a spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, a series of other masked men also threw off their cloaks, ready to take battle stances. Ing Che saw these scenes, still calm as ever. He held the sword and looked around, without the slightest bit of fear. The spearman then jumped up high, pointed the spear straight at Ing Che, and shouted, Angel of the Pearl. But before he could touch his spear, Ing Che immediately used his sword to swiftly destroy it. Then, he gently used his sword to destroy all the angels at a dizzying speed. After the battle was over, he softly landed with a calm expression and a slight smile on his face. Behind him was a space covered in red blood and dense smoke. At this moment, Mo Xiao Xiao and Ing Bao Bao finally arrived at the location on the phone, which was also the place where Ing Che had just fought. Mo Xiao Xiao stopped the bike with her foot and, at the same time, checked her location on her phone. Then, Mo Xiao Xiao and Ing Bao Bao simultaneously saw Ing Che carrying an angel on his shoulder, walking down the stairs. Ing Bao Bao saw Ing Che and called out in a low voice, brother. Ing Che saw Ing Bao Bao and Mo Xiao Xiao at the bottom of the stairs and said calmly, Ha, you two are here. Give me a hand, the chariot is almost here. After a while, the police car finally arrived. They put up warning tape, and a few people stood guard, not allowing others to get close to the scene. What's going on? This is the opera house, long abandoned, right? It seems like someone turned it into a secret trading post. The person holding the phone filming suddenly said loudly, look, in the cage. Is that a monster? Looking closely into the eyes of the angel in the cage, there were no longer any eerie yellow pupils, only black. At the research site, Chang Hu-chen looked at the entity inside the observation cage, and asked Ing Che, are you saying that these monsters were originally all humans? Yes, this is the monster contaminated by the power of gods and demons. I feel like somewhere, there is still a mysterious organization secretly conducting a god-summoning ritual, Chang Hu-chen heard. This, then said to Ing Che, and at the same time ordered the person standing at Tingshu. Looks like you need to keep up the good work in the future. Bring your stuff here. Ing Che stood beside him and, hearing this, curiously asked, what is this? The manager brought a box, which was labeled the Godslayer Army. Switched to another scene. At this moment, a modern building with strong architecture, featuring square and clean lines, appeared. The top of the building features a 5-pointed gold star. Following the flow of history, on May 19th, the first Godslayer Army squad was established. Inside the building, Xu Dao, Shangguan Wanzi, and Mo Xiao Xiao were lining up to receive their group badges. Upon receiving the 23 out of 5 badge, the Godslayer Army was officially established. On that day, a red flag was flying on the flagpole in the center. The flag was a unique symbol, golden in color. The flag fluttered in the wind, symbolizing both the resilience and the indomitable spirit of the Godslayer Army. Standing below the flagpole is the entire Godslayer Army. They stood in a row, raising their hands in a military salute. Their sharp eyes showed determination. I stand here and swear an oath, to obey orders, to be loyal to duty, to uphold discipline, to keep secrets, to destroy the invading gods, and to protect Daxia in the future. On May 24, Wang Zifan came to Ing Che with a piece of paper and announced, "Ing Che, comrade, there's a clue to what you're looking for." After hearing Wang Zifan's information, Ing Che immediately set off. Right now, in front of him was a clear lake, surrounded by lush trees. The lake's surface was calm and peaceful. Suddenly, a steady voice spoke up. This place used to be a normal tourist spot. It turned out to be the voice of the ticket seller. But after the landslide a few years ago, he continued, just sailing near the central lake is dangerous. I just stand here, and can always hear the singing coming from across the lake. It just kept echoing like that in waves. It was very annoying. Recently, people have been saying that this lake is probably cursed. Ing Che heard that and was suspicious, so he asked the ticket seller, curse? That's true, but even so, it doesn't stop a number of tourists from far away from coming here every year. They also wanted to see what this cursed lake looked like or hear what the singing sounded like. Then he quickly said to Ing Che, okay, the ticket is no problem. Please get on the boat. Hearing this, Ing Che pretended to be worried and said to him, it's so dangerous, and you still tell me to get on the boat? The ticket seller looked at Ing Che's worried expression, then laughed and said, what are you afraid of? I was just joking with you. Don't worry, as long as you don't get close to the middle of the lake, there's no danger. Finally, the ticket seller especially emphasized and instructed Ing Che, let's go, boy, have a good time at the lake. When he arrived at the boat anchorage, he saw a man standing on the boat, holding a ladder, waiting for him. Suddenly, at that moment, the Nine Heavens system panel appeared and informed Ing Che, recently detected the existence of divine demon energy. Ing Che thought to herself, if it's cursed, I'm afraid there are creatures in the water that have been infected with divine demon power. When I arrived, Sister Wang Zifan also said the same. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but recall Wang Zifan's advice when he had talked to him. In recent years, many people have gone missing there. Such a dangerous placedo, you really want to go? There are actually a few other options, all of which are places where strange things happen, like you said, but not that dangerous. Finally, Wang Zifan asked Ing Che again if she wanted to consider changing the location. Ing Che firmly refused, no need, this is the place. Wang Zifan knew he couldn't change Ing Che's mind, so in the end, he could only give instructions. Well, if you've been persistent, then fine. But just to be safe. At that time, we will arrange a guide to greet you. Ing Che walked closer to the boat anchored on the shore, thinking, looks like this is the right time to come. I have heard of this place in my past life. After he had completely stepped onto the boat, he was still lost in his own thoughts. It is rumored that the bottom of this lake is full of strangely shaped aquatic creatures. Unfortunately, by the time I heard about this, the monsters in the lake had already been destroyed by a young man. After Ing Che was completely aboard, the boatman slowly rowed the boat away from the shore. Ing Che let the boat drift further and further into the center of the lake, while he himself continued swimming in a stream of serious thoughts. That young man is the one here. He found a treasure and rose from there. After the descent of the gods, he gradually became a strong local force. This place is polluted by the power of the divine demon, from which monsters are born. There is a hidden treasure at the bottom of the water. Who knows, maybe there is a divine weapon inside that is suitable for my sister. This time for Ing Bao Bao, whether it's a tiger's den or a dragon's den, I will charge in. But the tour guide that Ms. Wang Zifan mentioned, why can't I contact him? Forget it, let's do something first. Let's go around the lake and check it out. On the shore, a man opened a pack of cigarettes and sighed. Are there people who don't want to live anymore? Every year, there are people who don't believe the horrifying stories here and still come. He took out a cigarette, gave it to the ticket seller next to him, the one who had just checked Ing Che's ticket, then looked towards the lake, and said with certainty, every time I go to the lake, I'm sure the boat will capsize. The ticket seller next to him heard this and immediately denied it. What nonsense are you talking about? Nowadays, when going boating on the lake, no one goes into the middle of the lake anymore. But, right now it's all lifeguards on boats, just don't go into the middle of the lake. Suddenly, he was stunned to see Ing Che's boat getting closer and closer to the center of the lake. Isn't that right? Why is that boat going out to the middle of the lake like that? I just saw him standing over there. On the boat, Dan Dan was placed in Ing Che's backpack. At that moment, he shook his body slightly to attract Ing Che's attention. Ing Che saw Dan Dan's expression and said with an understanding look, that's right, it's been a long time since I ate the demonic crystal last time. Suddenly, a song echoed throughout the lake, causing the water to create powerful waves that hit Ing Che's boat, making it sway and rock in the middle of the lake. Seeing the water of the lake made it impossible for the boat to keep its balance. This is the rumored singing voice. Following that enchanting singing, Ing Che's boat was swept into the whirlpool in the middle of the lake, accompanied by his screams. What's going on? What's wrong? The boat is drifting out to the middle of the lake again. A hand with quite long claws suddenly grabbed the side of the boat. Ing Che stomped on the merfolk's hand, causing it to hurt painfully. At the same time, he looked puzzled at the boatman in front of him. Hey, where do you want to take me? The person took off her straw coat and hat, and it turned out to be a girl. I will take you to a place where there is no more suffering. This girl was the successor of the Eshan sect, named Zhou Luoxie. Ing Che immediately drew his sword. He shouted, swinging his sword to easily block her attack. At the same time, many arms of the monsters seemed to sprout up one after another. They wanted to pull the two down. The final boss of these monsters has also appeared. It has a beautiful appearance and is an F-rank monster, merfolk leader. She used magic to cause the water to surge endlessly. The water had almost surrounded the boat. Ing Che realized the problem. The space here is too narrow, it's hard to use it. First, create a gap. Suddenly, a strange sound wave came, causing him to lose focus. The sound became more and more haunting, and Ing Che's consciousness gradually faded away. The monsters seemed to have been waiting for this opportunity, jumping onto the boat and grabbing his ankle. At this time, Zhou Luoxie was still conscious. Discovering that the merfolk here could use their singing to hypnotize people, causing them to lose consciousness. She understood how they worked. Then, pull the person into the water, becoming a new merfolk monster. The number of monsters grew larger and larger. As for Ing Che, she was hypnotized and stood still, not reacting at all. Luoxie immediately judged, with this ability, you dare to dream of entering the ruins? Taking this opportunity, she smugly rushed forward, get out of your day. Her hands were nimble, spinning the weapon with skill. Zhou Luoxie rushed forward, aiming straight for Ing Che's neck. She thought she had victory in her grasp. But just as the weapon was about to touch her neck, Ing Che smirked. He kicked her with the leg controlled by the merfolk monster, striking her directly in the body. Zhou Luoxie took the full force of the kick and immediately fell to one side. On that end of the boat, there was also a merfolk sitting. Zhou Luoxie had her face buried right in her buns. The merfolk monster did not distinguish between men and women, it directly hugged her, then clamped her neck to enjoy the pleasure. On the other side, Ing Che used his fist to send the demon clinging to his feet to paradise. As another one climbed onto the boat, he slashed with another basic sword strike. The system blasted out a continuous message, merfolk killed successfully. Attribute +1. Congratulations on your first merfolk kill. Absorbed merfolk's divine demon power, the 9 heavens, first heaven, middle heaven, progress 50%. Defeating merfolk grants 1 attribute point. Receiving the bonus points, Ing Che felt quite satisfied. Not bad, these little monsters can also farm attribute points. Looks like I have something to level up today. Zhou Luoxie was being controlled by the monster, about to faint from suffocation. She took out a strange gun. Then she quickly pointed the gun high. This gun turned out not to fire bullets, but to transmit ultrasonic waves over a wide area. She used all her strength to operate it. The monster that was clamping her neck seemed to start losing control, gritting its teeth, resisting the ultrasonic waves. Finally, it could not bear it any longer, so it jumped into the water and frantically wagged its tail, moving away from the boat. Dan in Ing Che's backpack grimaced as he felt the sound wave was a bit uncomfortable. The space then suddenly became quite strange. He squinted his eyes and looked around. The merfolk monsters were scared by the ultrasonic waves and fled. Only the boat with Ing Che and Zhou Luoxie remained on the water. Zhou Luoxie, at this moment, just acknowledged his strength. Looks like you really have some skills. Ing Che raised his eyebrows, annoyed, wondering, who are you anyway? I'm Zhou Luoxie. Wang Zifan must have introduced me to you. I am your partner in this operation. Disguised as a special red driver, I am here, waiting for you. Hearing from his partner, he immediately grabbed her collar in frustration and questioned. Only Wang Zifan said that, the instructor is you. So, you wanted to take me down just now? Zhou Luoxie asked in confusion. I didn't use any moves on you. I withdrew my hand in the end. I was just testing your strength. I want to determine if you are worthy of being my companion, even if it means sacrificing your life. Ing Che became serious, emphasizing, try. Zhou replied hesitantly, as the saying goes, if you don't fight, you won't get used to it. Now the merfolk have been chased away by me, let's quickly bring the boat to shore, then get into the water. Suddenly, Zhou drew his sword from its sheath and slashed decisively. Zhou eyes widened in surprise, perhaps she thought he would attack her. It turned out that the merfolk leader had been watching the two of them all along. Ing-che slashed her with a sharp strike, cutting her in half. The system updated again, successfully defeated merfolk leader, attribute points added, 1. Zhou was extremely surprised. Merfolk was just singing, and unexpectedly, he ran over to attack. He solemnly reminded her, if you use this method to test me, then don't blame me. Don't use this argument as an excuse next time. Otherwise, that merfolk will be your end. Zhou was quite frightened by his attitude when he saw this. About 20 minutes later, the two of them moored the boat at the shore. Zhou hid behind the bushes to change into her diving suit. While adjusting her clothes, she updated Ing-che with the information that an altar to the gods had been hidden here a few years ago, before the mountain collapsed and was flooded. From there, it is connected to this lake through an underwater cave. Just dive into the water, walk across to reach the altar, where the museum mark is. He felt a little suspicious. Such a good thing, don't you want to monopolize it? Why do you want to share with others? Zhou finished, then went out and stated his purpose frankly. Of course, because I have more help, I have more confidence. Indeed, her mind is very scheming, she has already drawn up a plan. I'm the only one acting, I'm afraid I'll die. Furthermore, men and women working together won't get involved. Let's go. Dan lay sprawled on the ground. Hearing her words, he sighed. Zhou did not let time pass by in vain, quickly diving underwater. Because the merfolk were temporarily driven away, the surrounding underwater scenery was very quiet and also very safe. After entering the water, just go through the underwater cave. Next to it is the Manhwa altar. After a while, diving quite deep. At this time, the two people had swum into the cave. Having identified the destination, Zhou put his hand on a cliff, signaling to stop. Here we are. The two of them emerged from a small opening, surrounded by rocks. Zhou quickly climbed up. Before them was an ancient gate. This is the Manhwa altar. Zhou used the tool to break the lock on the treasure chest. Inside, the chest was filled with gold bars. She was so happy, her eyes shining like stars. Wah, I'm rich. I'm rich. Not receiving any notification, Ing-che still stood there calmly. The system did not respond. Inside were just some gold, silver, and other ordinary treasures. He was full of disappointment. Looks like there is no divine weapon here, the trip was a waste. Zhou had prepared a sack to hold the gold. She saw his dejected expression and thought he was afraid. What's the point of worrying? Just do it. None of these things are what I want, Ing-che sighed. She felt that he was too difficult to understand. You don't even want the treasure. Forget it. Leave him alone. While they haven't arrived yet, let's go quickly at this time. Ing-che suddenly noticed someone there, a monster from the other side of the door gradually revealing itself. This monster's interface is all snakes, its neck wrapped around its body. It is rank E and is called humanoid serpent. Zhou faced it and then cried out in fear, oh no, I've been discovered. If I want to go now, I'm afraid it's too late. Looks like I can't take the treasure with me this time. The treasure in the monster's hand is the ownerless lamp, a divine weapon that combines offensive and defensive capabilities with the ancient divine treasury used by the great underworld. After its death, it changed its sealed state to the ownerless lamp. Reading through the information from the system panel, Ing-che smiled with satisfaction. Here it is. What's in her hand is what I want. From below the water, a blue tornado, looking like a whirlwind mixed with fierce thunder, erupted straight into the sky. Lying bored on the ground, then realized something. Before him was a scene that couldn't be more terrifying. The tornado was swirling with zigzagging blue lightning, flashing continuously against the pitch-black sky. Dan, face expressionless and helpless. The humanoid serpent was the one who caused this electrical shock. She swept everything away with her water tornado, and the main victims were Ing-che and Zhou. At this moment, Zhou could only scream in panic. Ing-che was so angry that even the sword could not reach to take the humanoid serpent's life. It's basically impossible to cut it, even reptiles can fly into the sky. Is that reasonable? Seeing this, Zhou on the other side was annoyed, shouting over to Ing-che's side. This is not the most worrying thing right now. We're going down. Suddenly, from somewhere, a white beam of light shot out and traveled like lightning toward the two of them, causing seawater to splash on both sides. Dan Dan quickly caught Ingche and Joluashia. He shouted in relief at being saved from death. Done, saved, here it is. Ingche is amazed by Dan Dan's ability to transform and fly. Dan Dan didn't expect you to grow this much. We can still fly. Meanwhile, Joluashia's eyes were spinning faintly because of dizziness. Ingche was curious about Dan Dan's background. What kind of species are you? But Dan Dan only replied with 2 words, Goo Goo. Not used to flying at such high speeds, Joluashia couldn't help but feel dizzy and lightheaded. She seemed to have gotten used to it. She woke up from her drunken stupor, eyes wide open as she surveyed her surroundings. Looking around, Joluashia still had a giant treasure bag on his back. Joluashia was overjoyed. Great, the treasure is still here. Let's run away now. From under the sea, giant purple tentacles suddenly emerged. Very quickly, they approached to attack them. Under the relentless pursuit of the hideous tentacles, Ingche shouted loudly, Dan Dan, run. Unfortunately, however, a tentacle reached out in time, wrapping around Dan Dan's chubby leg. Dan Dan looked at him in surprise. At this moment, not only were his legs, and its whole body was wrapped tightly in tentacles. The sword strokes were swift, back and forth, as fast as lightning. In just a moment, all the tentacles on Dan Dan's body were cut off by Ingche after saving Dan Dan. Dan Dan, you take her away first, go back to the shore. Dan Dan immediately obeyed, loudly replying, Goo Goo. Without hesitation, Ingche jumped down from Dan Dan's head in midair. From Dan Dan's back, Joluashia gaped in shock at his actions. The water is so clear, why are you jumping in? The monstrous tentacles still refused to give up. They continued to rise, chasing and attacking the 3 of them. He fell into the center of the tentacles, his whole body moving flexibly and gracefully to avoid being entangled by them. However, they still managed to capture him. A mass of tentacles wrapped around Ingche's entire body, leaving only his head. In that dire situation, Dan Dan still obediently followed Ingche's instructions. No matter what happens to you, it won't come back. Joluashia was successfully brought ashore. She slowly lowered her feet to the ground. From the shore, in the distance, Joluashia could still see a fierce battle between the tentacles and Ingche right above the sea. Dan Dan had already turned back into a small girl and was snoring right next to her. The tentacles wrapped him in a large cocoon, pulling him straight down into the depths of the ocean. The cocoon enveloped him, continuing to sink into the sea. The cocoon gradually absorbed the body of a hideous monster. Its body was now anchored at the bottom of the sea. This monster was the F-rank, King Namu tree, with a zigzagging body, patched together from countless tentacles, looking no different from a giant tree stump. However, this tree root possesses a human-like face. Suddenly, the 4 eyes of the King Namu tree opened wide, looking quite terrifying. After capturing Ingche and wrapping him in a cocoon of its tentacles, the King Namu tree suddenly opened its eyes. From within the cocoon, a swift sword strike was launched. Ingche unleashed the Blade Breaker 8/ technique, destroying the cocoon and striking the ironwood tree. With majestic sword slashes in the deep sea, Ingche successfully cut the ironwood tree, and its tentacles shattered into many small pieces. The severed tentacles oozed liquid from within. At this time, the system announced, Ingche successfully killed King Namu tree, attribute points added. 1. Congratulations on your first defeat and successful absorption of the divine demon power of the King Namu tree. Ingche, after destroying the King Namu tree, slowly swims to the surface. At this moment, he discovered something at the bottom of the sea. In front of him, the turtle and the monkey were swimming together, but they were both dizzy, their limbs in disarray. He thought to himself, could it be that, because they were affected by the water dragon fist just now, they are still dizzy from it? It's like meeting a soft mat when you're sleepy. Then I won't be polite. Holding his sword in his hand, he shouted, Martial God slash. As usual, Ingche's lightning-fast sword slash passed through both beasts in a zigzag pattern. The system announced again, congratulations, you have successfully destroyed the sea monk and water monkey. Both of them give you an extra attribute point, speeding up the floor opening process by 80%. At this moment, your attribute panel is visible. Ingche struggled to the surface. The waves were still very fierce, each wave crashing as if it were screaming. Dan Dan flew up from above to help Ingche, her face showing her worry for him. At this time, Ingche also saw it, so he raised his hand and grabbed Dan Dan. Dan Dan lowered himself close enough to the water's surface for Ing Che to grab hold of and climb up his body. Then Ing Che stood on Dan Dan's head, striking a majestic pose, raising his sword to the sky, shouting loudly, "Fly there for me." Both of them flew straight toward the humanoid serpent. At this moment, the humanoid serpent was still alive, floating in the air. Ing Che shouted loudly, while performing the martial god attack, slashing straight at the humanoid serpent. However, she quickly blocked his attack with the shield ball covering her entire body. Hearing the system's warning, Ing Che immediately gave the system an order. The system allocates all points to power. The system followed Ing Che's words, allocating all the attribute points he had just earned into strength. Now that his power had increased to level 8, the surface of her shield began to crack rapidly. The entire shield of the humanoid serpent was completely shattered. Her entire body was immediately hit by Ing Che's continuous slashes. The system reported, "You have successfully destroyed the humanoid serpent. The progress of the opening level has reached 100%. After identifying the humanoid serpent falling in mid-air, Ing Che saw this and immediately ordered, "Dan Dan, fly over there." Just in time, he caught the ownerless lamp with his hand. Ownerless lamp was quite large, and Ing Che had to use both hands to support it. While standing on Dan Dan's back, he held the sword in his mouth and happily said, "That's great, I caught it easily." Suddenly, large cracks appeared at the base of the ownerless lamp. In just the blink of an eye, the ownerless lamp in Ing Che's hand was completely shattered. He couldn't help but be shocked. Ing Che was both angry, frustrated, and regretful. Why is this happening? The magic weapon was so hard to obtain. The ownerless lamp broke. It's gone, isn't it? The system reported again, "The divine weapon is severely damaged. It will begin dissolving the humanoid serpent's teeth and scales into the weapon's fragments to begin repairs." System repair successful. Congratulations on receiving a snake bracelet with stones. Ing Che was as happy as a child. He held the bracelet and cried with joy, tears streaming down his face and snot running down his nose. It seemed like all his hard work had not been in vain. The system asked, "Ing Che, you have absorbed enough divine demon power. The first floor has officially unlocked. Do you want to go to the first floor?" From above Dan Dan's head, Ing Che heard a shout. He was alert. "Someone is here first, just close it." On the island, some people discovered Joluashia and shouted a warning. "How can you get the boat out to the middle of the lake?" Joluashia immediately bowed his head. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What good is an apology? If so, what good is the police for? You said you needed an internship urgently and that it could be free. I just agreed to let you try out, and on your first day you're already having this trouble. Where did you take the passengers you haven't picked up yet?" Suddenly, Ing Che appeared from behind him and said, "Are you looking for me?" The ticket seller was so scared that he almost left his body and screamed, "A ghost is here." By the time he looked back, Ing Che, unscathed, had already walked to Joluashia's side, even pretending to defend her. "It was because I was curious about the legend in the center of the lake that I let her take me there. So don't blame her. This in turn is quite useful." Joluashia saw this, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, angel." Meanwhile, the ticket seller was speechless at the situation. High school students are defending college students. Haze. Forget it. Luckily nothing happened. Otherwise, this old man would be unemployed. Then he turned around, led the two to a small boat docked on the riverbank, and announced, "Due to the weather, this place is temporarily closed. Let's leave." Joluashia walked beside Ing Che, curiously asking in a low voice, "You're so good, you scared the hell out of me. Did you get that lamp?" Ing Che turned around, bewildered. "The lamp is broken," she heard, surprised to the point of gaping. Yet, Ing Che was still very calm, pointing at the bracelet that looked like a small snake wrapped around her wrist and said, "Look, isn't it beautiful? It's okay, I found something better." He finished speaking, then seemed to think of something and said, "Hello. Oh, right, Miss Zhou, would you like to join us?" She didn't answer right away but corrected herself, "You can call me Evil Sis." Ing Che was stunned upon hearing this title, breaking out in a cold sweat. Evil Sis, could it be that she is the person from her previous life, rumored to be the young woman who would make a fortune? It was only when they got on the boat that Joluashia answered his previous question. "The commander also invited me before, but I refused." Ing Che wondered, "Do you know why the commander invited you?" Joluashia smiled brightly, his whole body glowing, and replied, "I'm not sure if it's for military use. I don't have that ambition. I already have these treasures." Hearing that, He closed his eyes, rubbed his chin, and thought, the descent of the gods is about to begin, just getting rich isn't enough. But, according to his previous life, don't worry, this person will rule a region in the future and will probably be able to protect themselves. Suddenly, Zhou Luoxie remembered something and spoke up, interrupting his train of thought. That said, are we missing anything? Time passes, and the scene changes to a residential area covered with trees. Ing Che gave the bracelet, like the little snake, to her sister. Ing Bao Bao was amazed and received it. Wow, can I have this? Of course. Ing Che knelt in front of the little girl and carefully instructed. Ing Bao Bao, remember this. No matter where you go or what you do in the future, always wear this bracelet tightly. Ing Bao Bao's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, so beautiful. Ing Che saw that the little girl didn't pay much attention, so he said in a serious voice, do you finally remember? Okay, I know it. Immediately after, a ding sound rang out, startling Ing Bao Bao. A system screen appeared, showing owner recognized successfully. Ing Che also spoke up to explain, this bracelet is not only beautiful but also glows, it is also a weapon. If I'm not around, it will protect you in my stead. As soon as danger approaches, you just need to chant, and it will automatically activate the defensive shield. Ing Bao Bao was stunned when he heard that and said, open the defense. Immediately afterward, a stream of power radiated around the two. Dan Dan didn't understand why it was blocked by the purple defensive shield outside and looked down with a frown. Ing Che continued to explain in detail, the danger has disappeared, and at the same time, recite the word disarm in your heart. You can turn off the defensive shield. Ing Bao Bao repeated what he said again and again, disarm the defense. The purple shield instantly disappeared, causing Dan Dan to fall while playing with it. Ing Che remained focused on instructing the little girl. This weapon is not only defensive, it can also attack. If you want to attack, say attack in your mind. Just as Dan Dan fell flat on the floor, Ing Bao Bao shouted at the same time, attack. Immediately, in a flash, the humanoid serpent rushed straight towards Dan Dan, causing it to run away in annoyance. So Dan Dan was helplessly chased away by her, amidst the delighted cheers of Ing Bao Bao. Attack, attack, charge, monster, don't run. At that moment, Ing Che took out his phone and called someone. I'm back. This time, I have to thank the help of the guide she arranged. Very convenient, got the necessary things. Next, in a while, I plan to. At the same time at the East Sea base, Wang Zifen picked up the phone and exclaimed in surprise, closed door training, now. Ing Che on the other end of the phone replied, causing Mo Xiaoxiao beside Wang Zifen to also look over curiously. Yes, I want to grasp the training time. As for the base over there, I won't go there for now. As for the team, she smiled when she heard him say that reassuringly. Don't worry, we'll also speed up the training. The phone immediately went into speakerphone. Ing Che's voice rang out, Mo Xiaoxiao is there too. Very good. Everyone work hard. The next training intensity will be doubled. She was so scared that her face turned pale when she heard this, and she screamed, why double it again? However, what she got in return was a black phone screen. Wang Zifan senselessly raised it. He hung up, caused Mo Xiaoxiao to fall into despair and scream. On this side, after hanging up the phone, Ing Che's eyes were filled with determination, thinking to herself, after the battle with the humanoid serpent last time, the first floor of the Nine Heavens system has opened. I can go in there to speed up my cultivation. Time is pressing, I have to become stronger. Anyway, there's only a month left. The scene changes to a dark room, where a gagged young man trembles. His eyes are filled with fear. In front of him were two people wearing crowbeak masks, along with Han Sanjin and his subordinates. Only then did Han Sanjin speak. This time, calling everyone here is just for one simple thing. Today, here, we want to meet the sea god. This was promised in advance. Of course, there is no problem. We also hope you do not forget what you promised us. Please rest assured, as long as this plan succeeds in this land of Jiangzhou, you will be free to move around, spread your beliefs freely, and attract as many followers as you want. There will be no problem. The masked man placed his hand on the sacrifice's shoulder and asked, only Jiangzhou? Han Sanjin was forced by him and was angry, but he could only remain silent and let it pass. As for the others, we'll have to see how you all perform in the future. Now, hurry up, let's go. Don't rush, don't rush. We will do what we promised you. Then, he took out a spiked stick and placed it in his palm. A red ray of magical power radiated out, swirling in the air. As soon as he squeezed the stick, blood immediately gushed out, mixing with his incantation-like words. Mighty sea god, we respectfully call upon your holy name. A single wave of his staff will raise raging waves, then calm the storm. His will penetrates the vast ocean, and every creature on the seabed obeys his command. Those red, silk-like lines quickly gathered and flew towards the sacrifice. His face turned pale, he screamed in fear, the sound echoing outside the heavy iron door. At the same time, the scene shifts back to Ingche's residence. At that moment, he was carrying a giant backpack. He stuffed almost everything he could eat or drink into his mouth. Ing Bao Bao has already put on her bracelet and gone to school. I just told her that I'm going on a long trip. I've also finished arranging the food. In the following days, you can safely access the system to practice. Ingche's face was cheerful and full of determination, but Dan Dan on his shoulder didn't seem very willing. Just then, the system screen appeared. Do you want to enter the first floor? He immediately replied, yes. The surrounding space began to transform. A layer of smoke gradually appeared everywhere until Ingche's vision became clearer. In front of him now were thousands of people. There were even giant shadows that reached as high as the sky. The sky in the distance was filled with thick smoke. As Ingche got closer, the soldiers fighting each other became clearer. He slowly walked forward, one step at a time. All those people suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the end, only Ingche was left standing alone in the middle of the vast, desolate battlefield, filled with doubt. Disappeared. These things, what the hell are they? The system promptly appeared and explained, those things are the remnants of the great battle, the descent of the gods that took place tens of thousands of years ago. Although they have perished, their shock and immortal memory remain in this land and sky. Ingche had just finished reading the information when something suddenly rose up from under his feet. A sudden, strong wind blew, surprising him. Immediately after, red magic rays flew out of nowhere, heading straight towards Ingche. By the time he realized it, the red rays were already very near. These things are. They quickly, madly burrowed into the middle of his forehead. A lot of things rushed in. The chaotic scene of punches and kicks flashed through Ingche's mind. Red rays of light wrapped around his body. Gradually, rays of red and gold power gathered in Ingche's hand. His sword was covered with energy. Ingche displayed the infinite power of the Tao method. As soon as he finished speaking, a thick smoke rose, and a circle of yin and yang appeared under his feet. Ingche put force into the sword, pulling it forward and creating a huge explosion. When finished, he calmly pulled the sword back. Suddenly, Ingche noticed a very strange piece of red cloth on the ground. He was full of questions. What is this? Ingche approached and picked it up. One by one, lines of messages appeared. Information revolving around the power of the Eastern god is this silk ribbon. Silk ribbon, could it be that it was released? The red cloth in his hand began to move gently. Ingche's hair and eye color have a tinge of red, adding to a small flame-shaped mark on his forehead. Ingche's clumps of hair stood up stiffly. Thick, red smoke covered his entire surroundings. A strange object formed in Ingche's hand. He muttered, is this the power of the gods? Suddenly, from behind, a voice called out. There was a masked man holding a huge spiked mace, sneaking up on Ingche. The message board appeared, Level F, Libra. He was confused, wondering if it was an illusion of war again. The other guy was rushing faster. Ingche was about to use his infinite power. Suddenly, he stopped. No, this time is different. The message board continued to pop up to remind Ingche, these are just images of fighting, but the pain is real. Be careful. The other warriors came one after another to surround Ingche from all sides. One of them smashed his spiked hammer down, and the ground gradually cracked and scattered. Luckily, he jumped high enough to dodge before he could rush toward him. Ingche smiled happily, amused. He raised his hand, unleashing infinite power. As soon as he finished speaking, large and small explosions occurred. Notification boards appeared, recording attribute achievements. Suddenly, a sword of fire appeared. A voice from afar caught Ingche's attention. Ha, good skills. Can you fight me? He turned to face the other person and called out, Neza. Suddenly, an unpleasant expression appeared on Ingche's face. But in front of her was the female version of Neza, very hot and seductive. He wondered, this image. Why, is Neza a female? As if she understood Ingche's confusion, she winked and pursed her lips flirtatiously. A notice board appeared just in time, introducing, Great Golden Immortal Neza. The board emphasized that this was just an illusion. Why is the image like that? It's up to each individual's imagination. His face immediately turned red, and he hurriedly tore off the information board. This is not the image of Neza in my heart. A hand exerted the power of the universe, and a golden ring was unleashed. Over here, Ingche also started to cast magic with his sword. Infinity. Suddenly, his feet moved back. Ingche fled from Kunlun Ring's attacks with his sword, feeling resentful as he ran. Didn't I say I'd obtained his power? Why am I the only one getting beaten up? A message board appeared, reminding, just defeat the illusion to fully grasp this divine power. Ingche shouted angrily, do you want to try hearing what you're saying? This guy is incredibly strong, and he told me I have to defeat him to activate his special skill. Suddenly, he stopped, staring straight ahead. The scene that appeared was two dim lights reflected on the clouds. At the same time, from behind, Neza had already caught up. The notice board reminded, not only will there be main warriors, but there will also be more smaller soldiers attacking. As soon as he finished speaking, Neza opened his sinister eyes wide and charged forward. Let's see where you can run to. A group of soldiers appeared behind him, charging towards Ingche. He was confused and ordered, Dan, quickly transform. It immediately grew larger, carrying Ingche on its head, escaping the group of soldiers and the female version of Neza. Scene changes to Ingche's peaceful home. Ingche and Dan were exhausted and panting. His face was covered with wounds from the battle. He didn't know. He had been here for 3 days. Ingche's breathing was heavy. So many days, I wonder if my sister misses me. The system panel that appeared recorded the powers he had gained from other battles. Ingche glanced at it and judged that this special training had produced some results, but defeating Neza was still a long way off. Suddenly, the phone that was keeping the timer vibrated. He jumped. What? It's only been less than 15 minutes. The system immediately explained the time difference between Nine Heaven and the outside world. 1 year in. Nine Heaven was equivalent to 1 day outside, and 15 days was equivalent to 1 hour outside. Ingche heard this and immediately deduced something unexpected. Nine Heaven was hiding such a secret. It seems like I can quickly recover and surpass my previous life's peak power in just a short time. The system asked. Again, do you want to enter the first floor of Nine Heaven? Ingche struggled to raise a finger in response, breathing still heavy. Scene change, the masked people are gathered, creating dark red magic rays for the sacrifice. The person in the middle, his body emitting smoke, as if he is being burned. The sacrificial object was masked and sat motionless in a chair. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, covering a tall creature. Sea God speaks, humanity. Han Sanjin. Seeing this, his expression was filled with surprise and joy. That's the Sea God Batadong. Finally met you, Sea God, Batadong. We knew all along your plans to invade Earth. Batadong immediately glared down. How did you know? Han Sanjin replied quickly. Of course, because among us, there is a prophet. He heard that and asked further. The Earth is so big, it's not surprising that there are such talented people. So, you came to declare war? No, I came to negotiate. We want peace, as long as you don't invade our planet. Just name your conditions, and we will meet them all. The surroundings were instantly enveloped by enormous sources of power. Batadong immediately let out an evil laugh. I didn't expect that after so many years, the people on this planet would become so weak. They quickly start a war. I can't wait any longer. This battle, we will definitely win. Han Sanjin fell into a state of panic, pleading, whatever the conditions, whatever you want. Just say the word, we are willing to pay an annual tribute of gold, silver, jewels, land, and minerals. Before he could finish his sentence, he loudly threatened, how stupid. What use are these trivial things? What our divine king wants is this entire earth. A long time passed. The position of the earth, the moon, and the stars in the sky shifted imperceptibly. Galaxies whirled in cold silence. Black holes devoured, suns were born, and planets died in quiet oblivion. Life stirred, flourished, and faded on worlds no eye would ever see. Still, the void endured. We still can't find it, can't launch an attack. But you took the initiative to contact us, not only revealing the coordinates of the Earth, but also exposing your weak combat strength. We can notify our allies immediately, gather our forces, and send troops to attack Earth. Ah no, we shouldn't announce it yet, it's such a good opportunity. How can I lose? I want to personally become the first god to set foot on Earth. He raised his staff toward Han Sanjin, preparing to strike. Seeing this, Han Sanjin was shocked and stood still in fear. Dark energy beams radiated, shooting straight toward the opponent. In a panic, he pulled his subordinates forward, using them as shields. He screamed in pain and despair. In the blink of an eye, only a dry corpse remained. Han Sanjin was shocked and frightened when he saw this. He threw the body down and ran away, calling for help. Oh, help. The tentacles from behind quickly rushed over. They pulled Han Sanjin back to deal with him. The guard at the left door immediately froze, leaving only his miserable screams behind the door. As for the gatekeeper, he was quickly surrounded by tentacles. The savage tentacles tore his body into 5 or 7 pieces, extremely brutal. In the divine realm, Batadong sat on a chair. Below him, a subordinate provided information. My lord, the priests on the other side cannot withstand your full power, leading to constant communication interruptions, but before the interruptions, we have successfully locked the coordinates of the Earth. The person speaking was a low-level sea god, rank D. We must go one step ahead, before the other gods, and descend to Earth, with the current strength of mankind. For us, existing is just like an ant, sweeping away without worry. Before he could finish his sentence, Batadong smiled slyly and schemingly, interrupting him. Ha ha ha. The Earth has almost become my Batadong's territory. The scene changes to another place. There is the sound of gunshots and the clatter of shells hitting each other, echoing throughout the space. The emergency lights flash continuously, ringing loudly to alert the entire building. Useless, wherever the monsters go, they destroy everything. Guns and bullets can't harm them. Hateful. It's useless, bullets have no effect on them. Suddenly, the gun made a clicking sound. The officer turned pale, realizing there were no bullets left. Oh no, the one-eyed monster's tentacles easily deflected the last bullets. It reached out immediately, wrapping tightly around his neck. Just as he thought he was about to die, a voice suddenly spoke. At the same time, the monster's eye split into 2. Emo Xiao Xiao, after decisively swinging her weapon to bring it down, had time to observe it more closely. What's up? Why would this thing appear in the base? While he was thinking, his tentacle fell from somewhere. Once again, Emo Xiao Xiao used his saber, easily splitting it in 2. The whole incident was quickly reported to his superiors. After hearing it, Chang Hu Chen became pensive. With such a heavily fortified base, how could it be invaded? Emo Xiao Xiao did not think so, offering another opinion. I'm afraid it's not the outside invading the inside, but from within. Chang Hu Chen immediately ordered, quickly go and search the entire base for me. Yes. At the same time, in Ing Che's room, a sudden flow of magical power appeared. Ing Che, face bruised, fell to the ground with a thud, breathing heavily. Ha, ha, hours passed. Sure enough, it's only been a few minutes here. Ing Che felt exhausted, so he went to rummage through the refrigerator. I don't know when the food ran out. Let me add a little bit first, then continue. Time passed for a while, and he once again returned to the virtual space, wanting to continue practicing with Neza Hey. The female version of Neza was probably fed up with Ing Che's face. Haze, what are you doing? Also, don't call me that. You are too weak. Knowing that she wanted to refuse, Ing Che quickly interrupted. I see that you are afraid. So you don't dare accept my challenge anymore, right? This plan seemed to work, making Neza angry. What are you talking about? I'll play along with you, but this time I won't hold back. With that, she disappeared, leaving only a wave behind. Ing Che was immediately surrounded by the water. Come here, where did this seawater come from? Neza stepped on the wind and fire wheel, flying high in the sky, taking the initiative to attack. She skillfully controlled the flow of water. While he was still confused, Neza's silk strip whipped his cheek, causing Ing Che's face to distort. She attacked without mercy. He was sent flying backward by her force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ing Che fell into the sea and vanished beneath its surface. Haze, are you okay? Still this weak? Right now, out at sea, there was a fish that happened to swim next to the ship. Look, there's a whale. The boy's brother did not reply but seriously warned, be careful, or you might fall down. The black boy looked disappointed. I know. Suddenly, something caught the boy's eye. What is that? There was a crack in the sky that was slowly spreading. It felt like broken glass. If you look closer, you will see a black liquid sloshing around inside, wanting to fall. The first drop immediately appeared and fell straight onto the whale's head. Then the next drops came rushing down, all at once, like a shower of rain on the sea, and on the black boy. What is that? What happened next was horrifying. The black boy's hand had disappeared and was replaced by an octopus tentacle. Hearing the loud noise, the older brother rushed over to check. Kid, what's wrong with you? Still confused, he saw a savior. The boy stammered, brother. As he got closer, the raindrops touched him. As expected, a tentacle emerged from his arm, looking hideous. The older brother was immediately frightened. On this side, a surveillance camera caught an unusual movement ahead. Immediately, the system returned a notification that an unknown creature had been detected. Before they could react, the giant monsters had already surrounded the ship with their bodies. They wrapped their tentacles tightly around it and then lifted the ship out of the sea. The camera system still kept the same message, unknown creature detected. Meanwhile, the monster had easily split the ship in two. By the time the ocean experiment received the news, it was too late. The technician immediately followed up and reported to his superiors that the signal from the unmanned ship had suddenly disappeared. What happened? Why did the tracker turn black? The screen turns red and flashes continuously. The ship's signal was interrupted in real time earlier, indicating that the pollution was as if Godzilla had just passed through there. Never seen before. Somewhere, something terrible must have happened. The superior urgently ordered publication in the newspaper. Quickly, publication in the newspaper. At the Central War Zone headquarters, Mo Xiao Xiao was still destroying the deformed monsters. Having just finished killing a few, she tiredly wiped the blood off her face. Damn it, why can't this bloody smell go away? Chang Hu-chen stepped forward just in time. What's the situation now? His appearance startled Mo Xiao Xiao. Commander, the squid monster, the deformed creature, has been completely cleared. Because normal people's weapons can't deal with them. Plus, the sudden internal crisis has affected quite a few employees this time. Mo Xiao Xiao's voice suddenly dropped. She pinched her nose and said uncomfortably. Furthermore, another drawback is that the entire base is filled with the smell of seafood. Chang Hu-chen's face tightened as he ordered, our men lack experience, and our weapons are not strong enough, causing losses in battle. This needs to be considered. Chang Hu-chen still had concerns that he didn't dare to voice. What I'm more worried about is the recording from the surveillance camera in this room yesterday. It turned out that Chang Hu-chen had seen the entire conversation with sea god Batadong yesterday and learned about the plot to take over the Earth and the current situation. He had been deep in thought since yesterday. Surely, if the coordinates of our planet were revealed, then perhaps the sea god would descend soon. Suddenly, a staff member ran in, interrupting Chang Hu-chen's train of thought, and reported an emergency. He calmed down and asked, what happened? He held up a picture of the Marine Environmental Inspection drone, released last night to carry out its daily duties. Accidentally discovered an unusual situation in this sea area. Mo Xiao Xiao looked around in confusion. What? Just a piece of darkness? I don't see anything. Nothing. What do you mean? Hearing this, the staff member quickly explained, although it is a piece of darkness, the energy fluctuations are different. Look at this. This is the image created after amplifying energy fluctuations through new technology. Mo Xiao Xiao immediately recognized it. No mistake, it's exactly like an enlarged version of the squid monster. Dealing with 5 of them is already so painful. Furthermore, there are a lot of different sizes here, and they're huge. Where do they get their divine powers from? The commander frowned, wondering. That's right, where did the divine power come from with so many monsters? Could it be that the sea god has attacked here so quickly? I wonder where Ing Che is now. Commander, he is in seclusion. At home, practicing. Chang Hu-chen became impatient. The situation has changed. Go invite him. We need his strength to deal with this crisis. The fleets immediately increased patrol duties in the sea areas each team was responsible for. Yes, Chang Hu-chen cursed in his heart, that bastard Han Sanjin did something stupid, self-destructive, almost harmed the base, and even revealed the location of the Earth right under the enemy's eyes. It made the battle more urgent. If I had known, should have shot him with one bullet earlier. The sea has now become the most dangerous place. Monsters attack all passing ships. Many people have lost their lives. Jump. The ship is leaking, we can't go. It's too late. Monster. There are monsters. The low-level sea god stood suspended above, watching the humans slowly turn into monsters. Batadong's voice was filled with joy as he said, it is truly a gift from heaven. There are so many people here. Don't eat, you must keep all of them, capture them alive for me. We still need more believers. Only they can truly believe in the king. Only then can our king swiftly descend and rule over this entire sea. 10 minutes later, the security forces appeared, but only the capsized ships remained floating. Call Central Command. Call Central Command. Urgent report. We're too late. The target is probably behind us. Announcement from the station chief on the mainland about the news just confirmed. This place is the command center. The target report has most likely reached your location. The naval ships were at sea. Be ready to face any bad situation that may arise. Get, is not possible. They must have arrived here. The one who spoke was Commander Xianghu. From afar, he observed the silhouette of several giant octopus tentacles circling around the ship, unsure if it intended to attack or not. It had long since boarded the ship. The low-level sea monster was already showcasing its power to the civilians. The blue-haired boy screamed as the octopus tightly wrapped around him, and loudly ordered, quickly, tell this fateful octopus to let me go. I will definitely chop you into pieces, and feed you to fish and dogs. If you have the guts, come down here. Let me go, do you hear me? But he didn't care, kept calm, and slowly felt the extremely strong breath. The breath belonged to a human. In the middle of the vast ocean, he ordered the monsters, pull the ship. We speed up, move forward, go to the other side. Back to the familiar scene at the East Sea base. Subordinates panicked as they monitored the situation at sea via radio signals. Not good, Commander. The target is approaching at an extremely fast speed. Based on this speed, it is estimated that it will hit the East Sea coast very soon. Please give the order below. Changhu Chen was extremely angry. Damn it, at this time, an emergency situation. We cannot let them continue to approach the front line. Quickly apply all combat methods immediately. The first squad summons the divine soldiers to the East Sea shore, arrange defense for the front line. The subordinate then passed on the order, listen. Destroyer Squadron 5 authorizes all combat operations. We need to arrange our defenses before the enemy arrives. The lieutenant received the information from the command post. Order received. Immediately enter level 1 combat alert. The red warning button lights up, accompanied by a long beep. The sailors in the cockpit and in the hold quickly moved outside. The ship has been equipped with defense equipment in case the Navy is forced to fight. The destroyer's main guns are ready. On the sea surface, there are many octopus tentacles. Target locked, please give firing orders. Fires. With that, a series of warships opened fire together, aiming straight at the octopus. Many Navy warships simultaneously fired cannons at the ship, which was covered in numerous octopus tentacles. A huge explosion took place right at sea, make the space suddenly become chaotic. White smoke at sea made it difficult for sailors to see. Announcement. All targets hit, but the attack was invalid. That's why the lieutenant was furious, determined to deal with the hateful launch torpedoes. Monsters. The Navy warship received the order and simultaneously launched a small missile. It rushed away quickly, carrying with it the hopes of the Navy. When the cannon exploded, there was no ship on the sea. There were only colorful plumes of smoke rising into the sky. Looking through the binoculars, the lieutenant discovered the strange situation and promptly directed, not good. There is an unidentified creature approaching very fast. Pull the steering all the way to the left. Get out of my way. Suddenly, a whale leapt out of the sea. It was very close to the ship. He was bewildered by the rising seawater. When the whale jumped, it could sink the ship at any moment. No, it's too late. The place where the lieutenant stood was blocked from the sunlight. But he was not afraid, still with great determination. This is the final order. All arms aim, break with maximum firepower. It suddenly erupted in the middle of the ocean, causing the ship to split into 3 parts. The sailors in the cockpit were terrified. Captain, hateful, I will risk my life for you. The command from above continued to ring out as the whale approached the Navy ship. All stations. The barrel heats up in seconds, firing continuously and maintaining full power. Along with it were small missiles, constantly rushing out to sea. Many missiles were launched, aimed at the whale. Even though it absorbed a lot of bullets, it was not injured at all. A giant octopus's tentacle approached the Navy ship. It seems that the low-level sea god was quite pleased with the monster's performance. Humans are interesting, but stupid. This meaningless resistance is ridiculous. The Earth is small, it is indeed easy to capture. After seeing his plan fail, Changhuchen came to the conclusion, conventional weapons won't work, even large-scale weapons won't work. Quickly inform Ingche, has Ingche arrived yet? Wang Zifan understood the worry in his heart. Still, haven't been able to contact him. What? Why can't we contact each other? What's wrong? Wang Zifan took a deep breath, deciding to tell the whole truth. Our people came to find him, but he seems to have disappeared. What? More people, keep looking. Even if I have to throw up the whole Jiangzhou, I must call him. Yes, Commander. While the army was frantically searching for him everywhere, Ing-che used one finger to turn Neza's ring. I ask you, are you convinced or not? How could she not be angry? She shouted, not confident. No confidence. Before Neza could understand what was going on, Ting-shi was thrown the Kunlun ring at him. What are you putting this on me for? Ing-che sighed and softly uttered one word, cut. This scared the female Neza so much that she stuttered, wait, what do you want to do? Ing-che didn't like to talk much. He just roughly counted, more than 300 days of war. After going through so many hardships, finally, won once. His eyes were filled with tears. As soon as the sword was swung, Neza shouted, stop. At that moment, the system also updated the information successfully. Killed Neza, attribute. Points added to 0. Ing-che was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Plus no. He grabbed the system. Still holding the sword in his hand, he shouted loudly, what's going on? Are you being lazy? Don't you even want to add attribute points? The system hurriedly explained. It's not that it doesn't want to add, but the host's level has reached the highest level. The host needs to open the next 9 heavens before he can continue leveling up training. Ing-che wondered, should I believe it or not? 9 heaven next. The system immediately broke out in a cold sweat, pointing behind Ing-che. Yes, see that horse rock? Just shake hands with it, make it feel the momentum and energy stronger than it. It will open the next 9 heavens for you. Otherwise, you will forever remain on this first floor of 9 heaven, until you accumulate enough experience outside before you can open it. It was only now that he noticed its presence. It was this small rock. Ing-che was extremely confident in his talent. He took large strides toward the rock. Then I will open my heart of compassion to you, knowing the great power within my body. He quickly grabbed its hand, as the system said, but it seemed like nothing special happened. Come open the second 9 heavens. Who would have thought that the rock could move? Immediately, applied the left-hand rule to Ing-che's cheek. You are not worthy. Because of that, he was sent flying into the wall by a burst of energy. This damn monkey. He scowled and shouted. System, open the southern heavenly gate for me. The message it sent back was not what Ing-che had expected. Temporarily not qualified, he shouted angrily. You guys are definitely on the same side. I want to tear you apart. Just as he was throwing a tantrum, someone from the army suddenly opened the door and barged in. Found him. He's in here. Chaotic scene at sea containing many strange creatures. They looked like a navy gathered together. I don't know who is in charge. The whales and the sea monsters could not go deep inland. Because the wall had already been activated, the mechanism prevented them from entering. Black smoke billowed up before their eyes. Open fire, increase firepower, stop all marine animals outside the steel wall. Absolutely cannot let them cross this line. However, the whale stubbornly charged forward, despite the bombs and bullets raining down on its head. It even intended to jump up and swallow the helicopter, sending rocks and dirt flying from the wall, while the whale refused to give up. No, the great wall of steel is broken. Try to stop. Increase firepower. And what must come, will come. The soldiers could not hold it back with a wall. Enemy has broken through the first defense, requesting assistance. Mo Xiao Xiao and the soldiers were already waiting at the second line of defense. She called for solidarity from everyone. Training for so long. Now is the time to show our strength to protect this land. Mo Xiao Xiao and everyone else charged forward to fight. Go, the soldiers said in unison. Charge. Kill. Ready to fight to protect this land. Attack. The two sides engaged in close combat while she carried a special weapon to attack the monsters. The army of hungry monsters roared fiercely. They rushed in from all directions like a broken flood. Their eyes burned like 2 torches of hatred, flashing a furious red light and blazing with anger, as if wanting to set everything ablaze. Under the powerful clawing and uncontrolled slashing of the humans in their surging anger, even the monsters could not avoid injuries. Their deformed bodies were covered with wounds, and blood splattered everywhere in a chaotic, horrifying scene. In the midst of that chaos, a woman appeared and fought fiercely. Mo Xiao Xiao was fearless, facing the army of monsters alone. She swung her large sword, slashing wildly. Several monster corpses were thrown into the air, flying away like sandbags. Streaks of black, pungent blood splattered everywhere. Seeing the army of monsters still coming in droves, their numbers seemingly not decreasing at all, she gritted her teeth, and her voice became tense. No, this basically cannot be completely eradicated, cannot be completely removed. Suddenly, a giant whale unexpectedly rose to the surface of the water. Its huge body made the entire sea surface sway. Shangguan Wanzi was equally fierce and relentless. He launched a series of kicks at the monsters, causing them to take several painful blows before staggering and collapsing to the ground. The whale is widening the hole in the Great Wall. We must find a way to stop it. If the monsters outside the Great Wall rush in, it will be very serious. Her eyes were filled with determination. She looked at everyone and volunteered, saying loudly, "Leave that monster to me. Everyone stay here and hold them off, don't let even a fly pass." Wenbei and Shu Dao agreed, replying in unison, "No problem." The army of monsters charged forward like a fierce hurricane. Their steps were heavy, and their loud growls echoed throughout the space. Mo Xiaoxiao quickly reacted and swung her saber, returning the blow. The blade emitted a powerful wave of energy, like an invisible force blocking the monsters' movements. They wanted to rush forward, but they absolutely could not. They were even blown away by that powerful force, and blood continuously gushed out. Lightning bolts shot out from the blade like thunder, causing the monster army to tremble and retreat in fear. Fear was evident in their panicked eyes. Mo Xiaoxiao was strong and resilient, fighting with all her might against them, her eyes showing no fear. The giant whale continuously emerged and dived, occasionally thrashing its tail, causing fierce waves to crash against the shore. Mo Xiaoxiao jumped high, holding a large saber in her hand, and swung down a deadly blow. Without hesitation, she decisively slashed a deep and powerful wound into the whale's back. It let out a miserable scream. "You trash are not allowed to pass here." The whale withheld the pain and was very angry, thrashing its tail wildly. It used its large mouth to attack, poking holes in the wall and creating loud cracks. The holes gradually widened, and broken rocks flew everywhere. Outside, the army of monsters continues to grow and shows no signs of abating. They rushed in like waves, making the situation more tense and fierce than ever. The low-level sea god flew in the air, silently observing this dramatic encounter from beginning to end. "Why is everyone outside so motionless? I told you to get to the mainland quickly. On the contrary, I want to see who is catching King's fish." A monster seized the opportunity when Mo Xiaoxiao was not paying attention and quickly rushed over, attacking her from behind. But it was completely wrong. Before he could get close, he was discovered and received a strong slash from her. He witnessed that scene, frowned, and thought, "This little girl is actually..." Mo Xiaoxiao, after responding to the monster, noticed something unusual and quickly turned around in alarm. The low-level sea god above used magic to shoot mystical beams down at her and chanted the incantation, "Abyssal Tentacle." Mo Xiaoxiao jumped up high with all her might. At this moment, red pipe stabbed straight down at the blue monster, creating thick, white smoke. Mo Xiaoxiao shouted, "Thousand form shift," then immediately shot out a beam of light. The beam of light flew across the sea god's face, creating a scratch. Blood slowly flowed out. The rage inside him gradually erupted. "How dare you! How dare you hurt me! You will pay a very high price." The sea god was enraged, and an explosion was triggered. Sharp spikes from within radiated outwards. Mo Xiaoxiao was now exhausted. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing the prey right before their eyes, the monster army quickly charged forward like a hungry tiger. Mo Xiaoxiao sat motionless on the spot, tired, but the monsters still did not spare her and continued to move forward. At the crucial moment, a man appeared and kicked them high. He uses his magic to attack. A beam of light appeared and pierced straight through the monsters. On the other side, a large chain of beads was released, wrapping around them. That move was demon-locking chains. In an instant, the monsters were squeezed so tightly that they exploded. Everything was handled so quickly that even Mo Xiaoxiao was surprised. Mo Xiaoxiao recognized the familiar voice, immediately stood up, and responded to everyone. 3 people spoke in turn. "Leave this to us to defend." "Goodness, goodness, I don't want to kill that flying squid in the sky, I leave it to you." Hearing their enthusiasm, Mo Xiaoxiao seemed to gain more motivation. She smiled slightly and replied, "Okay." Sea God looked at the people below with contempt, just a bunch of ants, not knowing their own strength. "Get up here." With that, the monsters charged forward, becoming increasingly ferocious. Mo Xiaoxiao jumped up to initiate combat first. She turned around and shouted loudly, "That's everyone's handling Tengshu." Momo used his hand to strike out little by little, making the monsters fall to the ground. As he struck, he smiled and replied, "No problem." Wenbei just closed his eyes and chanted, "Good, Good. The rosary also followed his command, and knocked them down. Mo Xiao Xiao suddenly jumped up, rushing toward the sea god. Surrender your life, she shouted. Using all her strength, her face determined, she struck fiercely, yelling, "Death scythe." With that, she swung her arm down, and a streak of light flashed past. At the same time, someone on this side was coincidentally cutting a watermelon. The sound strangely matched. It turned out to be Ying Che. He brought the piece of melon he had just cut in front of the worker and asked, "Would you like a piece?" But unlike him, he was frantic, waving his hands and begging. Now is not the time to eat watermelon. God, the divine descent show is on. So, come with me quickly. The screams of the two people echoed throughout the building. What? Why did you say that now? You didn't give me a chance to speak. Scene changes to the battle. The monsters have been destroyed. Mo Xiao Xiao stood over their corpses, sighing softly. Finally solved it. Chang Hu Chen witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "It's successful." And at this moment, the low-ranking sea god had already sunk into the deep sea. In awe, "May I call upon your holy name?" Suddenly, from under the sea surface, a wave of green energy erupted. Mo Xiao Xiao heard a strange noise and turned her head in surprise. This is. The low-level sea god at the back was lifted high by the energy flow. The sea god's seal was now revealed. He seemed to have transformed into a larger, more powerful form. The people on the boat and the octopuses also saw these strange things. They all looked up, bewildered. The man exclaimed in surprise, "God! It's God! God really came down." The people on the boat quickly knelt down and prayed for God's blessing. The Tide Man angrily cursed, "A bunch of idiots. Look carefully, this is just a shell transformed by a demon." The one they considered a god now silently exclaimed, "Ah, the taste of faith. This person is none other than the sea god, Batadong." He then held the trident in his hand. Batadong headed towards the gap in the containment wall. Chang Huchen witnessed this scene and hurriedly ordered him to stop. The people on the submarine then spoke up to announce the missile strategy preparation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fire. Immediately, the underwater missile shot up high, aiming straight at the sea god. It then flew from Tengshu to Batadong. A wave of energy was emitted, covering the entire space. However, when the dust and smoke cleared, Batadong was still standing there, unharmed. The sea god then swung his trident high and shouted, "Divine spear!" Several warnings were also issued. From the other submarine, unidentified energy detected. All crew members, attention. Emergency dive. Emergency dive. A very quick explosion took place ahead. Batadong showed no signs of stopping, continuing to create more energy balls. As he swung his trident, the sea surface churned into waves, destroying the Great Wall. The rocks then fell, scattering into the sea. What the hell? The steel walls destroyed. A huge rock suddenly rushed towards Mo Xiao Xiao, causing her to panic. Oh no, there's no time to avoid it. Suddenly, the stone was surrounded by a stream of golden energy. Along with that, a voice rang out, "Infinite slash." Immediately, it split into 4 pieces, rocks flying everywhere. Meanwhile, Mo Xiao Xiao was now safe, jumping down to a nearby floating rock. She witnessed the scene before her eyes and could not hide the astonishment on her face. Ying Che sat on Dan Dan's back and went to rescue the captives. This day has finally come. Just came earlier than expected. The scene cuts to the city, screams are heard. Look, the sky has turned red. Oh my god, I'm so scared. What the hell happened? Could it be, as the throne said, that the gods have descended? Some people picked up their phones to film and then began speculating. No way, gods. The gods have really descended. At school at this time, there was also a reminder. Announcement. Gods have come down. To ensure the safety of all students, it has been approved by the Department of Education. Students will be temporarily absent from school for the next few days. Please, all students, do not go out to ensure your own safety. The little girl was speechless and whispered, "Brother." The scene changes to a quiet room where curtains with red markings hang. In the center of this room is the book, surrounded by demonic crystals. A person holding a phone appeared here. He seemed to be affected by something, holding his head and crying out. The phone in his hand had also fallen to the ground. The man held his head, fell to his knees, and let out a loud scream. The phone still had the voice. "Thanks for the sports car, brother." His hair was then also stripped away, gradually transforming into something strange. He then screamed, his entire face turning into a skull. A terrible explosion took place, so powerful that it blew the door away. His back bulged. He slowly walked toward the book. This person even grabbed the demonic crystal with his bare hands, stuffed it into his mouth, and started eating it. Several other demonic crystals then fell to the ground simultaneously. The sealed book seemed to have seized its opportunity. Pay attention to him, he's eating the demonic crystal. Someone suddenly entered the room and shouted, "Oh no, the device is broken. The forbidden object is gone." Li Xiaolu saw the scene before him and felt worried. The man who was eating demonic crystal heard the noise and turned around. Someone's voice rang out, "I caught it, you guys inform the homeowner." The scene shifts to Jiangzhou City, where a red energy streak flies across the sky. That is the book when it has humanity. Then it laughed. Haha, hiding this far. There is absolutely no way I will be forced to return. Elsewhere, a man holding a detector in his hand announced, "A signal has appeared. Go find it, it's nearby." Yes, the scene changes to the Yuanling Elementary School area. Ying Bao Bao was now depressed. "I wonder how my brother is doing." In her hand was the letter Ying Che had left for her sister. "Brother needs to go protect the earth. Can you bother the neighbor for a few more meals? I've told her in advance. I'll be away for a while. Love you." At this time, the soldiers on the other side were shouting. "Found the initial signal." Masterless Artifact was startled when he heard that. "What the hell? How did you find me so quickly?" Then, it immediately pressed the thing in its hand and cried out, "Oh no, the skill is on cooldown. The book is deeply disturbing. So what should we do now?" Suddenly, it saw Ying Bao Bao walking alone. "Ah, there it is." After saying that, it quickly rushed towards the little girl. The book then successfully slipped into Ying Bao Bao's bag. On the other side, the people who were searching for it had also arrived. However, they did not discover anything and still calmly passed by the little girl. "The signal is too weak, there's no trace left. It must be near. Damn it, it escaped. Report to superiors, mission failed. Target lost. Please instruct on the next action." In the crimson sky, a ball of energy was gathering at that moment. At this moment, the powerful sphere was gathering at the tip of the trident, shining brightly and ready to strike down on the target at any moment. Batadong, with a cold gaze and disdainful attitude, said, "Humph, just a small human. If you have this divine power, after 100 years you can fight me." With the arrogance of a high and mighty god, he added a contemptuous sentence. But now, Mo Xiaoxiao was helpless before the terrifying power of the sea god, exclaiming in a trembling voice, "Impossible, is this the power of a god? Even nuclear bombs couldn't kill him. Just now, he almost could have slaughtered us all." While Mo Xiaoxiao had yet to regain her composure, Sea God has used the Sea God Rage technique. Fires out a ball of energy, creating a trail of light in the air wherever the ball passes, charging straight toward her at an unimaginable speed. Ying Che, not far away, noticed the Sea God's move. As the sphere slowly approached Mo Xiaoxiao, Ying Che saw it and shouted loudly, "Be careful." Mo Xiaoxiao looked at the approaching energy ball with a stunned expression, unable to dodge it. The ball flew down, creating a shocking explosion and shockwaves all around. The explosion caused the surrounding rocks and soil to be blown into small pieces and scattered everywhere. Ying Che rushed to save her from danger just in time. He carried Mo Xiaoxiao in his arms, shielded her with his body, and flew away at lightning speed. As her feet just touched the ground in the coolest pose, Ying Che's heart floated in the air, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. "What are you doing standing there in a daze on the battlefield? Don't you value your life anymore?" Mo Xiaoxiao still didn't understand what Ting Shi was saying. She could only blurt out, "This is." Ying Che gently put Mo Xiaoxiao down, reminding her further, however, "This is not a battle you can participate in. This time, the opponent is not easy to deal with. If you want to live, everyone step back from me," Mo Xiaoxiao said, after witnessing the power of the sea god firsthand. Having understood that this battle was beyond her abilities, she could now only place all her trust in the man before her, so she quickly replied, "Understood." Ying Che seems to have transformed into a different person than before. The adorable little Dan Dan, taking advantage of the moment when Sea God was distracted, suddenly rushed forward and bit Sea God's arm. Sea God raised his arm, clearly seeing a white creature trying to bite his arm, but there was no damage at all. Without hesitation, he swung his arm and knocked the thing that was stuck to his arm away, creating a shockwave. The blow sent Dan Dan flying hard into the wall. "Humph! You demon, stop acting so recklessly, quickly surrender." Sea God looked in the direction of the voice, sensing a great power approaching. In the distance was a dark human figure, standing with a spear in hand. Who are you? Why is it on you? I can feel that extremely familiar, hateful aura. Behind, Inche, a shining goddess figure, appeared. A strong voice rang out, I am Neza. Today, I must kill you, you monster. At the same time, at the base, Wang Zifan and Chang Huchen were watching the match through the surveillance screen. Wang Zifan breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Inche arrived in time. This is the Eastern Gods. Returning to the battlefield, the Sea God finally recognized that familiar and hateful power. So you are the Eastern Gods. I thought you were all dead, but there's still a cowardly rat left. Noticing the other party's contemptuous tone, Neza angrily roared, Hugh, die. With that, he rushed forward. The flames swirled around the red-hot spearhead from behind. Inche charged at full speed toward Batadong. His eyes were sharp, filled with sparks. His voice was harsh. He shouted loudly, eat one of my spears. In the blink of an eye, the blow was already aimed straight at Batadong's tentacle. He skillfully moved through the air, lightly dodging the tentacle's strike. While frantically controlling the tentacles to chase Inche Batadong, he mocked the gods. Is that all Batadong is capable of? Just know how to avoid it. Ha ha. It's just all glamour on the outside. A tentacle immediately launched a direct attack at him. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his eyes revealing excitement. The movement is too slow, Inche smiled in delight, flying across the tentacles. Wherever he went, the tentacles were scorched red by the fire. Without hesitation, Inche continued to launch the next move, Blade of 8 Severings. Batadong's shoulder took the full brunt of his sudden attack. Cracks began to appear on his body, but they healed immediately. Don't say it, although it's a bit silly, it's really interesting. Batadong, his face dark, angrily hit his shoulder. But he quickly dodged it. It was too big, so it was impossible to destroy it completely. Must attack its weak point. In his eyes, Inche was just a fly. Batadong disdainfully said, as annoying as a fly. He began to concentrate his power on the trident in his hand. Batadong's face became serious. He raised the trident high, emitting lightning bolts. Everyone below was also affected at the same time, becoming chaotic, without the slightest movement. Inche smirked, and counterattacked. He used his move against Batadong. Immediately, a fiery red string wrapped around his body. He was caught off guard and had no choice but to grit his teeth and get tied up. This time I can't move anymore. Suddenly, a jade stone gradually appeared at the top of his head. He tilted his head, smiling slightly, his expression satisfied that he had found the old man's weakness. He got into an attacking stance, his voice firm, heading straight for Batadong. The perfect combination of power and technique, each throw reaching new heights. Go! With that, he threw his fiery spear straight into the wind. The impact was so great that the surroundings became hazy and shattered. Below, Mo Xiao Xiao and Wen Bei were watching attentively. Both of them couldn't help but sigh. You won. Amit Ba Buddha. The universe is in place. Inche threw the fire spear straight down, creating an earth-shattering explosion that shook the ground. However, the system still warned, divine demon energy was still increasing. The enemy was too dangerous. Suddenly, Inche saw something strange. Ha, you're very good. You can force me to this extent. I admit, you really have some strength. But it all stops here. His trident was missing, emitting a formidable green magical aura. The sea god pushed his weapon out, confronted him, threatened, and said, Today, you must leave here. As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifyingly gloomy skies suddenly released flashes of lightning, making the atmosphere even more terrifying. Inche sarcastically replied, Who can't say something bold? Then, give it a try. Immediately afterward, both of them shot out like lightning, charging straight at each other. However, Batadong was faster, immediately thrusting his trident straight at Inche, who barely managed to block it. He then continuously attacked like a storm, each blow causing a terrifying shockwave, easily pushing Inche back. Batadong madly stabbed forward, smiling smugly and sarcastically, You were so arrogant just now. He waved his hand strongly and immediately knocked away the boy's fire spear. Let's see how you fight without weapons. Having said that, he threw out giant skeletons, full of formidable spikes, shouting, Sea God Bone. Inche, temporarily disarmed, had to desperately jump and dodge the sea god's terrifying bones. A series of giant, intertwined bones was struck by him. The fierce explosions of sacred fire created a scene of terrifying chaos, causing Ingche to jump and dodge. Before he knew it, Batadong had swung his trident and was approaching him. And yet, you were able to dodge so many of my attacks. Have this fighting spirit. Very good, unfortunately, your realm is too low now. Ingche did not hesitate, ignoring him and trying to rush straight to the side to avoid him. But he won't just stand there waiting for you to leave. Batadong used his giant, octopus-shaped lower limbs and kicked him so hard that he couldn't dodge in time. Ingche was hit and kicked hard into the nearby Rocky Mountain range. The kick was so damaging that he couldn't bear it anymore and painfully spat out a mouthful of red blood. Batadong was merciless and rushed straight at him, saying disdainfully, your realm is too low now. He swung his giant trident up, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, and shouted, go to hell, little bastard. Mo Xiao Xiao and Wen Bei were helpless. She panicked and shouted, Captain. Ingche now seemed hopeless. He collapsed in a daze, unable to fight back. Suddenly, he gave a sly smile. He clasped his hands together and immediately created a powerful seal, emitting an overwhelming amount of aura. That action made the space suddenly freeze. Everyone lost all sense of their surroundings and immediately froze, panicking. Surrounding him at that moment was only a gloomy black color, along with a terrifyingly complex magical barrier. Martial God. Domain. Unleash. Immediately after, the two of them appeared in the arena, a magnificent ancient structure as huge as the Roman Colosseum. Batadong's trident was somehow frozen in mid-air, even though time continued to pass. At some point, a series of chains were tied from all directions, pinning down the sea god's weapon. Ingche now sat leisurely, leaning against the wall, laughing. Who said I don't have any weapons? Batadong looked blank, not understanding. What is this? Suddenly, the chain vibrated violently, pulling upward. Ingche waved his hand high, and at the same time, his giant trident was forcibly taken away by the binding chains. Haha, now you have no weapon. In my martial god realm, my strength can double. As for you, you are a prisoner and can only exert 3/10 of your true strength. Batadong gritted his teeth, helpless. It's unbelievable, even with my current cultivation level, I've already opened up my own space. This person has too much potential, absolutely cannot be left behind. You should die for me. The sky suddenly became dark, and the moon gradually turned red. A voice called out in panic, what is going on? The position where Ingche and the old sea god were just now was surrounded by a terrifying magical sphere, emitting a smoldering magical power. Mo Xiao Xiao panicked. Can they die together? Impossible. You guys wait here for me, go and see. Okay, be careful. She gave Dan to him, but he looked visibly upset. Back to the fierce battle just now, a sharp sword tip stabbed from somewhere. Ingche had already circled around behind, decisively stabbing the tip of his sword through the sea god's chest. Turning to Tingshu, he saw another Ingche, which surprised him. Ingche sneered, why are you so surprised? Aren't you a god? Forgot to tell you, martial god slash is my weapon. Ingche then swung his leg up and kicked him, causing him to panic and quickly reach out to block. But the effort was in vain. Because Batadong was in his own space, he couldn't defend himself and was kicked away. He slammed into the ceiling above with great force, sending rocks flying everywhere. Batadong was furious, gritting his teeth in anger. Immediately, Ingche picked up his weapon and rushed forward to slash, causing Batadong to struggle and try to dodge to the side. He took a step back, placing his hands on the ground to try to keep his balance. Then came Ingche's series of attacks, which the old sea god could do nothing about, only dodge. He sneered again, you're a god, and all you know is how to hide. Batadong glared and growled, kid, who are you looking down on? But Ingche easily dodged and criticized, is this a god? I must condemn you on behalf of humanity. With that, Ingche unleashed a series of crazy slashes, weaving together in rapid succession. The lightning-fast blows severed the tentacles and severely injured the old man, causing him to gradually crumble into pieces like a sponge. His expression was one of shock and bewilderment, and he only barely managed to leave behind his last words. This can't be. Batadong fell to the ground right under Ingche's feet and then disappeared. Congratulations, you have defeated Poseidon and received 10,000 attribute points. He looked at the reward and exclaimed in surprise, that much? 10,000 points. There's a monster ahead that I've been killing for a long time. This god just gave me 10,000 points. Che stared blankly at the glowing object in his hand. The system displayed a notification that it was absorbing Batadong's divine demon power. After a while, he was a bit bewildered and said, "Demonic crystal." The system continued to announce, 9 heavens, the second 9 heaven has opened, progress 50%. Che happily clasped his hands together. Looks like the distance I can crush that monkey is getting closer. Fighting gods is really the right way to level up. Suddenly, a boy pointed up and shouted, "Everyone, look up at the sky. Look that way." Everyone gasped in surprise, voices screaming in unison at the strange turn of events. The sky is gradually turning blue. The people, some were happy, some were panicked. Really, could it be that we? After a moment of composure, they cheered excitedly, "We won. That's great. The gods have been defeated, we are still alive, long live." But, in contrast to that excitement, a voice rang out filled with worry, "Can you hear me?" Immediately afterward, Mo Xiao Xiao passed through a new space. Tearing through the dark night was the sight of Che standing among people, under the moonlight. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him. Che stood there, looking into the distance, not saying a word. The bright sun shone everywhere. Mo Xiao Xiao hurriedly walked toward him. She hugged Che tightly. The demonic crystal in his hand slipped out due to the strong impact and fell to the ground. At that moment, Che only had time to utter 2 words in his mind. "Help." Mo Xiao Xiao hugged him, lying on the floor, sobbing. "It's great, you're okay. They said you and the sea god are destined for eternity. You scared me to death." Che didn't know what emotion was, he just waved his arms and legs around wildly, screaming, "Suffocating, suffocating, I can't breathe, I can't breathe." Xu Dao stood beside, covering Shengguan Wanzi's eyes, teasing, "This is really affectionate. Children shouldn't watch." The boy immediately argued back, "I'm grown up, just not tall." Mo Xiao Xiao looked at the demonic crystal lying on the ground, then shouted, "You have this too?" Che was a little confused and asked back. Mo Xiao Xiao also understood and laughed, explaining to him, "I also have a few hundred pills. But, at most," she said, then pointed to the other side, where a mountain of demonic crystals was piled up beside her. "Look over there." Looking over there, Dan Dan was lying on top of that pile of demonic crystals, gnawing on them. Che was instantly petrified. Why was he immediately compared to someone inferior? This boss is no good. No prestige, defeating him only gives you 1 gold coin. Noticing his gaze, Dan Dan glared, then quickly opened its mouth, continuing to enjoy its demonic crystal. In just a moment, it had finished eating the demonic crystals and swallowed them into its stomach. Che opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Eaten it all in one go." Immediately afterward, several loud explosions were heard. A moment later, Dan Dan woke up with a different body. "I have evolved." Che and Mo Xiao Xiao stood beside, clapping their hands in agreement. "So amazing. Can even evolve." But the next second, he realized something was strange and shouted, pointing straight at Dan Dan's face, "What the hell? Why did you evolve like this? Are you like a Pokemon?" Dan Dan wore an indifferent, unconcerned expression as she took off into the air. "Haze. It doesn't pay attention to you." At this moment, from the sky, a green mark suddenly appeared. The low-level sea god glanced over in confusion, wondering what's going on. He failed. Suddenly, his tail slapped himself in the face and shouted, "Wake up. Now is the time to be discouraged." The low-level sea god finally came to his senses. "You're right. It's a pity that humans, those lowly creatures, would absolutely not think that God could still be resurrected. There is such a genius among humanity. We must bring this news back quickly." Then it stretched itself out and continued to speak its mind. "Let's not worry about stealing the credit now, we must quickly help the other gods get here." As soon as he finished speaking, the low-level sea god also firmly ordered, "Go, quickly bring this news back." The tail automatically broke off, and he replied with a bit of resentment, "I don't need you to order me around. Wait until the sea god is resurrected, then we will gather again." At that time, the large army gathering began to attack toward the earth. It will definitely be a bloody battle. So many gods, facing billions of humans, the advantage will be mine. Not waiting for the two to finish, Dan Dan quickly rushed over from afar. The low-level sea god was extremely surprised by its storm-like appearance. Where did this clownfish come from? Dan Dan, after flying towards him, quickly and decisively bit straight into the low-level sea god's hand. He didn't react at all, only gently raised his hand and sneered. Just relying on you. You're so small and you want to swallow me whole. Be careful not to overeat. Haha. Since you've already offered it to me, I just flew a long way here and I'm hungry, so I'll use you as a snack. But life is not like a dream. Dan Dan quickly swallowed him whole into her body. It frowned in displeasure, then chewed on him. After finishing his meal, Dan Dan glanced to the side. Its attention was drawn to the strange mark in the air. Dan Dan quickly flew in that direction. She flew through the trace in the air to another place. Dan Dan's face showed an expression of extreme worry. After it flapped its wings and flew away, there was some movement at the spot where the mark had been. It slowly transformed into a demonic crystal floating in the sky. Dan Dan, after searching the air for a while, still found nothing strange. So it decided to stop and take a closer look around. While it was still bewildered, some strange liquid dripped onto Dan Dan's shiny head. It was annoyed, looked up, and saw the octopus from earlier trying to climb up a water stain. Immediately, Dan Dan rushed over and bit that exact spot. However, it was too late. The octopus tail had easily slipped through the space watermark, leaving behind a guarantee on the other side of the world. The crack also slowly closed automatically. The little octopus was also trembling a little anxiously. Dan Dan, after missing the grab, continued chewing. Then it spread its wings and remained still in the sky for a long time, gazing towards the watermark that had just disappeared. Some time later, at the top of the ship, Mo Xiao Xiao stood high, holding a loudspeaker to make an announcement to the people below. Don't be afraid, everyone, we're here to save everyone. You are safe now. Again, you are safe. The mother looked at her child with emotion. That's great, Mom, are we saved? Scared me to death. Boo hoo hoo. I want to go home. Boo hoo hoo. Everyone burst into tears, hugging each other. At this moment, a man tiptoed and said to Mo Xiao Xiao, Beauty, I want to join you. This time, there are so many mutated marine animals outbreaks in the sea. If we want to completely handle them, I'm afraid it will take a very long time. That's right, my Lord War God, today's greatest threat, Sea God Batadong, has been defeated by you. Leave the little troubles to us. Ing Che helplessly looked at his dazzlingly confident expression, then said, Haha, I still prefer your previously arrogant and haughty appearance. Before, weren't you still enthusiastically challenging me? At that moment, Dan Dan suddenly flew out of nowhere at an extremely fast speed. Immediately, it was stopped by Ing Che's hand. He held its head so it wouldn't fly away, but he didn't poke it, letting it struggle. Where did you just go? Do you still know how to come back? Is this the stage of adulthood? You feel like you've gotten heavier. Suddenly, the demonic crystal behind Ing Che emitted a strange blue light. Dan Dan looked at the stone impatiently, trying to signal it. At that moment, he realized something unusual behind him. Out of nowhere, a pair of hands holding a knife flew over. He gritted his teeth to endure the sharp pain as the knife pierced through his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. Shu Dao was both scared and worried. God of War. What's wrong with you? Ing Che knelt on the ground, holding his chest, and shouted with difficulty, Don't come here. His face was dark, and black blood was still on his lips. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, accompanied by the screams of Shu Dao and Dan Dan. His eyes gradually blurred, and vague sounds echoed in his ears. Batadong appeared with a ferocious expression. Divine Demonic is immortal, indestructible. A God-slayer army, on. The ship suddenly discovered something unusual and shouted, Look quickly, what is that? Ing Che was unconscious on the ground. Around him, a blue liquid spread everywhere as he lay unconscious. The whole body also showed several bruises. The system continuously emits a warning sound, high-level pollution, host's life is threatened. Please take immediate action. Mo Xiao Xiao and Shengguan Wanzi anxiously approached Ing Che. Ing Che, can you hear me? What the hell happened? The surroundings are like a mud puddle. Quickly leave this place. Danger. Quickly evacuate all residents and seal off the scene. A masked man leading a group of people appeared, approaching the puddle. This man is the War Elephant Special Forces Minister, nicknamed Tingshi. Tingshi ordered the other soldiers, approach in an orderly manner and arrest him immediately. Yes. All stand back, do not come near. Mo Xiao Xiao asked worriedly, Who are these people? Momo suddenly appeared from behind, explaining, Probably a special forces soldier, specializing in carrying out legendary secret missions. Title, War Elephant. Momo, how do you know? At that moment, the special forces were trying to surround and resist the terrifying power of Batadong. He kept growling to the amazement of Emo Xiao Xiao. That's the sea god, is he alive again? It is rumored that the members of this war elephant order are all nameless heroes, their identities a mystery, but they are brave and kind-hearted. Today, I have the honor of witnessing them with my own eyes, and they are indeed worthy of their reputation. To be able to capture even a god, it is truly moving. Shu Dao beside him shouted angrily, Hey, make up your mind, whose side are you on? Our war god is the strongest. Momo pretended not to hear, put on a moved expression, cried her eyes out, and continued speaking. But once their identities are made public, usually means they have already sacrificed. Shu Dao got even angrier. Hey, don't lower your own spirit and flatter others. From afar, someone spoke to the three noisy people, unrelated staff, leave quickly. This matter has nothing to do with you anymore. From now on, just leave it to us. Emo Xiao Xiao and Shu Dao immediately got angry. Who are you calling an unrelated employee? That brat is our captain. Momo could only try to speak, please calm down. Suddenly, Emo Xiao Xiao was surprised to see Ing Che sitting up. She shouted, Captain, how are you feeling? Momo was now trying to keep the other two from getting close to Ing Che. The others should not come near. The injured person needs to be taken to the hospital for immediate treatment. Ing Che just woke up, still confused, not understanding what was going on. She mumbled, Little sister. My sister is still at home, with no one to look after her. She will starve to death. Then suddenly, he fell to the ground again, to Emo Xiao Xiao's horror. Why did you fall down? Ing Che. The scene changes to late. At night, Ing Bao Bao holds a book in her hand and mumbles. The neighbor said the school has announced that they will resume normal classes tomorrow. Get your books ready for tomorrow's class. Tomorrow is Monday, there is math class, and literature class. The book in the bag was sleeping soundly when it suddenly woke up, mumbling to itself, I accidentally fell asleep. Suddenly, it jumped out of its bag, shouting to the little girl's horror, Freedom, freedom. It's been a long time, this is the breath of freedom. Suddenly, it let out an incomprehensible sound as it was tightly held by two hands. Ing Bao Bao happily swung the book up and down, making her dizzy. Book, is the book of dreams. Am I dreaming again? The little girl pinched her cheek and immediately felt pain, screaming, ouch, it hurts. The little girl was delighted, hugging the book and rubbing it against her cheek, to its horror. Book, the dream book really appeared. Let's see what's in the book. The little girl looked at it and was immediately stunned by the characters in the book. What is written here? Why can't I understand every word? The little girl reached out and touched a letter on the paper. Oh, this is. The book was tickled, and he couldn't see, laughing loudly at the little girl's curious gaze. A voice called, Ing Bao Bao, making the little girl turn around. Recognizing who had just called her, the little girl's eyes immediately sparkled. Sister Emo Xiao Xiao, this book moves, and it can even laugh. Emo Xiao Xiao asked in confusion, what book? You said this book just moved, can you still laugh? Emo Xiao Xiao looked at Ing Bao Bao, who was curious about the book, and laughed to herself, thinking, is this the innocence of children? She took Ing Bao Bao's hand and said softly, first, don't mind this book anymore. I'll take you to see your brother. Let me pack your luggage for you, it'll be a while. Ing Bao Bao heard it, met his brother, and immediately agreed, yes. The next day, at Jingzhou, the number 1 hospital, Ing Bao Bao held the book in her hand, mouth agape, looking up at the nameplate. On top of the hospital, Emo Xiao Xiao held a bouquet of bright red roses in one hand and Ing Bao Bao's hand in the other. That's right, this place is the best hospital in Jingzhou. The little girl in the book's hand was shocked when she heard this. What? Jingzhou, what? Why am I back here? Bright red bouquets of flowers were placed next to the wall, and on the paper were the words, hope the hero recovers soon. Wow, this is too exaggerated. The aisles are filled with fruit balloons. Teddy bears are placed on both sides of the wall, leaving only space in the middle for movement. An old man immediately snatched the bouquet from Emo Xiao Xiao's hand, his face full of anger, saying, another person came to give flowers. The old cleaning man turned and angrily said to the doctor, Dr. San, take care of your patient. I'm tired from cleaning up, and you're blocking the way. Sorry, really sorry. You've worked hard. The old man was still angry and shouted, what kind of great hero is this that he is given so many flowers? You don't understand this. Let Dr. San explain it to you. This guy, he saves the whole world. What a pity. Ing Che lay on the hospital bed, his brows furrowed, seemingly in great discomfort. He had to wear an oxygen mask, and his body was covered in emerald green patches. The demonic crystal was placed in a device right next to the hospital bed. It continuously emitted an electric bolt around it. Ing Bao Bao saw Ing Che, immediately burst into tears, and called out to her brother. The little girl wanted to run closer to the sickbed but was stopped by Mo Xiaoxiao's hand. Wait, Ing Bao Bao, you can't come closer. Ing Che lay on a hospital bed, surrounded by a blue screen. Beside the bed, Ing Bao Bao held the little girl in front of him. This place is filled with anti-magic devices. If you get too close, it will affect your brother. Mo Xiaoxiao turned to ask Dr. San San. Dr. San San, our captain still hasn't woken up. The doctor could only sigh. Well, given the current situation, Mo Xiaoxiao didn't want to affect Ing Bao Bao, so she suggested, let's go outside and talk. Ing Bao Bao saw that the two people didn't want to tell her, so she asked, my brother, what's wrong with him? Mo Xiaoxiao turned around, smiled, and gave a reasonable explanation to comfort the little girl. Captain, I've been fighting to save everyone. Too tired, so I need to rest now. Wait until I'm done resting. Your brother will wake up soon. Ing Bao Bao, stay here and take care of your brother first. Mo Xiaoxiao and the doctor walked out of the hospital room. Dr. San San, please speak. The doctor's face immediately grew serious. Actually, you don't need to worry so much. The patient is fine. He will probably wake up soon. Mo Xiaoxiao heard this and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? That's good. She looked at the doctor's naturally serious expression and couldn't help but sigh. But looking at the doctor's expression, it didn't look like anything was wrong. Ing Bao Bao hugged the book and secretly opened the door to eavesdrop. Too far away, can't hear what they're saying. But seeing the doctor's expression, which looked very scary, Ing Bao Bao got scared and went back into the room, stood opposite Ing Che's hospital bed, and called out, brother. The little girl hugged the book in her arms, trembling. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. In the fullest thing, what happened? Don't leave Ing Bao Bao alone. Ing Bao Bao still doesn't want to eat at the neighborhood families. The little girl sobbed as she spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks, dropping onto the book she was holding. Bao Bao wants to eat with his brother. Boo hoo hoo. The book was tightly held by the little girl. She could only silently scream, help. My precious body is about to be soaked in water. Suddenly, there was a loud bang against the wall. Mo Xiaoxiao looked at the people who had just arrived and asked, what are you guys doing here? I have an entry permit. Do you want to disobey orders? In this battle, the one being considered for promotion is Lieutenant Mo. She still replied seriously, not clear. There's no way to let you in. Tingxi's expression darkened. What do I do? No need to explain it to you all. Wait until you have the authority to speak. Lieutenant, open it for me. I must eliminate him immediately. Ing Bao Bao heard the noise outside and was scared, so she came in from outside. Mo Xiaoxiao's angry voice rang out, what did you say? Who do you want to kill? The little girl immediately panicked, looking towards the hospital bed. They want to eliminate my brother. Ing Bao Bao was so worried that she cried, clutching the masterless artifact tightly in her hand. What should I do? I want to save my brother. The book was hugged, and cold sweat broke out. Damn, I can't breathe. At this time, Ing Che was still unconscious, lying on the hospital bed. Outside, there was a person who looked like a secret agent, loudly reporting to Tingxi. Report, a huge energy source has appeared recently. He was surprised when he heard that. What did you say? The other person pointed at the red dot on the screen and explained, such a huge source of energy. If we can't control it, it will be too late. Tingxi heard that, quickly pulled out his gun, and dodged. If you don't open the door, I won't be polite. Come on, let's see who's being rude. Thousand form shift. A red gun also appeared in Mo Xiaoxiao's hand, pointing straight at Tingxi. He coldly warned, I'll say it one last time. Get out of the way. Do you want everyone to die? Mo Xiaoxiao was angry, almost defiantly. If you want to pass, you must pass through me first. You found this yourself. Don't think I won't dare shoot. Outside the hospital room, there was an endless argument. Open. Open then. Open. Who's afraid of who? Open it. Just then, Jiang Zhenguo appeared, loudly interrupting. Stop, give it to me. Then the door to the room was finally opened. Ing Bao Bao inside suddenly shouted loudly and released a stream of energy, don't kill my brother. Suddenly, at that moment, Ing Che took off his oxygen mask and coughed. The system immediately displayed a message, danger of disarming. The disarmament was successful, wiping out the contaminated divine demon power within the host's body. Ing Bao Bao heard the sound and looked back in surprise. Mo Xiaoxiao was also surprised, and her eyes widened. What is everyone doing? Ing Bao Bao only then reacted, stuttering, brother. At the same time, the masterless artifact in her arms opened its eyes wide, covered in cold sweat. When did this guy wake up? Could it be that he didn't notice my existence? Ing Che asked again, bewildered, what happened? Ing Bao Bao, with tears in her eyes, quickly accused them of wanting to kill him, while what Ing Che noticed was the book in her hand. The system displays information, masterless artifact, the only true book that records all the truths of the universe. Cannot be mastered, cannot be destroyed, cannot be completely deciphered. Ting Shi heard the little girl say that, immediately raised his gun, and asked warily, Who wants to kill him? Mo Xiao Xiao beside him looked at his antics and was speechless. Only Ing Bao Bao was honest, shouting loudly, of course it's Mr. Ting Shi. Confused, Ting Shi asked again, me? Why would I want him? Mo Xiao Xiao coldly glanced at him, I also want to ask you. Seeing this situation, Jiang Zhenguo pretended to cough and glanced at him to signal. Looks like there's some misunderstanding here. Ing Che is very safe. Nobody wanted to kill him. Ting Shi, why don't you explain everything clearly? At that moment, his face darkened, and he explained in a serious voice, it's the sea god. He's about to lose control, finish him off quickly. Scene change, the elevator has now descended to the 3rd basement floor. Pupil, fingerprint, password triple-checked without error. Welcome, Grand Marshal. The crowd appeared outside the door. Suddenly, a creepy voice came. Brother, someone is coming. Jiang Zhenguo led 4 people, Ing Che, Ing Bao Bao, Mo Xiao Xiao, and Ting Shi, through test tubes filled with strangely shaped monsters. Another creepy voice replied, yes, there are a lot of people coming today. Together, they walked towards a giant test tube. Mo Xiao Xiao looked up and immediately recognized the man lying inside as Batadong. At the same time, an old man leaning on a cane turned his head to look back. Everyone is here, the situation is not optimistic. The sea god's body stats are becoming more and more active. Relying on these chains alone, I'm afraid he won't be able to control them for much longer. He sighed and lamented, what a pity that the book ran away last time. Ing Che heard that and asked again, book? Masterless artifact also broke out in sweat upon hearing this. A book of legend, it seems to be the deification book. Deification book? Yes, I just caught it recently, and it ran away again. There is no trace of it now. From afar, he pointed to the inclined tube in front of him and explained, the device over there is for that book. Since the gods appeared, the whole country has been searching for a way to completely solve the problem of the gods' invasion. Professor Qian Min Chang, through research, deciphered a page in the deification book and created a device that can banish gods, in which the gods could be imprisoned. Only gods can be controlled now. Wait until I get the complete deification book. Then the gods can be truly destroyed. Mo Xiao Xiao heard, and asked in confusion, what do you mean? If that's the case, then why are you looking for our captain? Meanwhile, Ing Che seemed to have understood their purpose. So that's why you brought us here. From afar, he looked at him with his arms crossed and exclaimed, you're still smart. As for Mo Xiao Xiao, who was left behind, she angrily shouted, hey, what do you mean? Even Ing Bao Bao rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his expression like that of a young detective. Then he spoke, causing Masterless Artifact to curiously prick up his ears to eavesdrop. I think I understand. At this moment, the system's warning sound rang out continuously, the red alarm causing the entire building to become noisy. Emergency, close all exits. Masterless Artifact stiffened when he saw the situation. I think I understand now. From afar, he no longer bothered to act and pointed straight at it. That's right. So, in reality, what we really need, what we're really aiming for, is you. Masterless Artifact saw this and immediately ran away, shouting loudly, get it? Hey, don't hurt Ing Bao Bao. Masterless Artifact smirked and thought to himself, I didn't expect to be exposed so quickly, but you guys catch. Before he could be satisfied, he received a tentacle whip to the face. The tentacle threw it high up, far away, quickly shouting orders. Right now, open the device. Immediately, someone was waiting and activated the anti-shooting device, releasing a blue light that sucked in the worthless Masterless Artifact from the air. Finally, it couldn't take it anymore and fell flat onto the device. The Masterless Artifact was safely inside, causing everyone to shout happily. Success! At this point, it looked like a normal book, not as conscious as before. Ing Che was stunned, in disbelief, and exclaimed, the world is indeed just a traveling opera, this realistic book is indeed a bit lacking. At this moment, a creepy voice rang out in the room again, absolutely not wrong. This is the aura of the Celestial God book. Immediately after, a tentacle shot madly towards the masterless artifacts device. But it was immediately cut in half by an infinite slash. Who did you learn to play sneak attacks from? Seeing that Ing-che could easily handle it, Ting-shi picked up the walkie-talkie and called, all team members. Mission accomplished. Team retreat. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation and help. This time, the plan was completed smoothly. However, Ing-che did not think so. He opened his eyes wide and calmly reminded, I'm afraid it's not over yet. Ting-shi heard that and put her hands on her hips, laughing loudly. Are you doubting me, Ing-che? I know you predicted the appearance of the sea god, and even repelled the sea god. But the sea god really isn't something you can deal with easily, understand? Qian Minchang saw this and closed his eyes, helpless. Then just leave it to us. Ing-che turned pale, full of hatred, and exclaimed, this kid is starting again. Do you want to look behind you first? Ting-shi saw his strange expression and also began to feel confused. At this moment, Batadong, which had been lying still, suddenly broke the device. The huge tentacles also wriggled and poured out. Faced with the sudden turn of events, Qianmin Chang's eyes widened, speechless. Jiang Zhenguo also opened his mouth in surprise. Batadong swung his tentacles up high, smashing the glass cage device that held the Celestial God book, shattering it. The book escaped from the glass case and fell to the ground with a thud. He screamed, it hurts. As for the sea god, after breaking the glass that imprisoned him, he bent down and crawled out. Seeing this, the book muttered, that guy escaped. While everyone was still focused on the sea god, the book took out the magic tablet. There were many spells that could be used, but one spell was still in the process of being unlocked, causing the book to sigh in disappointment, thinking that teleport still couldn't be used. It put away the spell book and looked at the special forces that were concentrating on dealing with the sea god. It took the opportunity to take a few steps back, thinking as it retreated, but you want to escape with just 2 thighs? It felt impossible. It started looking left, looking right, searching for a way back. At that moment, all the monsters had broken through the glass cages and rushed into the room. Monsters were everywhere, causing Captain Ting-shi to shout, oh no, the monsters are all out. All members, each has their own place. The captain swung the rope in sharp cuts toward the monsters' tentacles, cutting them into short pieces. The captain shouted as he made his move, not a single one can be released. Hearing the captain's order, the 3 special forces soldiers simultaneously opened their military equipment boxes and shouted, rough. War Elephant Special Team is ready. At that moment, a monster suddenly saw little Ing Baobao. It immediately rushed toward her. Its purpose in targeting her being simply to choose the youngest one to eat. Ing Baobao was startled when he saw the monster sticking its long tongue out at him. Mo Xiaoxiao had just cut off the tentacles of a nearby monster. Seeing Ing Baobao being attacked, she shouted, Ing Baobao, be careful. But Ing Baobao was also quick as lightning, raising his hand high and shouting loudly, defense, start. A dazzling purple light spread out all around, with Ing Baobao at the center, engulfing everyone inside and blocking the monsters outside the cage from defending. The captain, from afar, saw the scene before him and was surprised, wondering, this is. But seeing that everyone was safe, he turned back and focused on dealing with the sea god. As for Ing-che, inside the defensive cage created by Ing Baobao, he appeared leisurely, resting his sword on his shoulder and holding a severed tentacle of the monster in his hand. He looked at the purple defensive cage his sister created and praised, good job, little sister. The little sister behind Jiang Zhenguo, who was supporting Qian Minchang, couldn't help but praise, so awesome. In a corner, the book was also covered in a defensive cage. It kept waving its hand, hitting the light screen, but could not break through. It thought angrily, what is this thing? I can't get out. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out, grabbed the back of the book, lifted it up, and said, got you. It turned out that the person who caught it was Ing Baobao. The book cursed in dissatisfaction. Damn it, didn't think this little girl would be even more formidable than that faceless guy. The captain was fighting the monster when he suddenly sneezed. He thought to himself, who is cursing me? At this moment, Sea God discovered the book in Ing Baobao's hand. He growled softly, here. Then he extended his tentacles, causing the book to cry out in horror, it's over, we've been found out. Captain Ting-shi also realized that Sea God was aiming at the book, so he used his move to block it, cutting the tentacle into countless small pieces. Open the energy device, be on guard, prepare to capture. Clear. Comrade Ing-che, quickly lead the Grand Marshal and the bodyguards away. I will stay behind to cover the rear. Remember, you must protect everyone well. The captain had not finished speaking. Ing-che and Jiang Zhengguo's group left, passing him and replying, okay. When the captain raised his head, he was speechless when he saw Ing-che's group, who had just been right behind him, already walking toward the elevator door. At that moment, the number 3 appeared on the elevator screen. The elevator arrived. Tingxi couldn't help but scream in her heart. You guys are too fast. Seeing Ing-che's group enter, Sea God angrily leaped forward and roared, want to run? He swung his spear at Ing-che and the others in the elevator, but was stopped by the yellow energy chains of the War Elephant Special Forces. He opened his mouth wide and roared angrily, showing his unwillingness, putting the chains at risk of breaking. A Special Forces soldier had to use his other hand to support the arm that was releasing the blockade chain to keep it steady. He turned to the team leader and reported, no way, Captain, this chain doesn't have enough power. Damn, didn't you just absorb that book? From inside the elevator, Qianmin Chang observed and asked curiously, what happened? The latest weapon I researched, is it useless? In response, he was met with silence from everyone. Even Ing-che was speechless, unable to hide the seriousness on his face. Only the book was whistling smugly now. Humph. My power is not something that ordinary people can control. Before the elevator could close, Ing-che suddenly reached out to stop it. Mo Xiaoxiao was surprised by his action. What's wrong, Captain? Ing-che stepped out of the elevator, giving a message to the people behind him. Everyone, go ahead. If we can't control it and it gets out, it will be very dangerous. Mo Xiaoxiao, you protect everyone well. Seeing this, Mo Xiaoxiao wanted to follow her brother, so she suddenly rushed out of the elevator, leaving Mo Xiaoxiao unable to stop her. Mo Xiaoxiao, stop. At that moment, the elevator door had already closed. Ing Baobao balanced her body, then opened her eyes wide and looked forward. The little girl stammered, this is. In front of her was a red sphere, located in the center of the room. All around were countless broken machines and objects scattered all over the room. There were also Special Forces soldiers who had been crippled after the battle, and countless pieces of monster tentacles scattered everywhere. The book didn't seem surprised at the sight before it. It sneered, oh, he'll die. A powerful fist landed on Masterless Artifact's head. It was in pain, holding the lump and screaming at Ing Baobao. Children should not be too violent. But the girl just turned around and left, not caring about anything. A small, trembling arm pointed in the other direction. He's inside. From underground, in the distance, it also emerged, as if to say hello. Masterless Artifact stood with his arms crossed and said, although I hate the people who captured me, I hate that seafood even more. So I will reluctantly help you. Really, how can I help? A cunning glint flashed in Masterless Artifact's eyes. It thought to itself, that sea god just found out. If you have discovered my whereabouts, then there's no keeping it. Feels like I can use that brat for a while. Then Masterless Artifact turned to face Ing Baobao. Kid, do you believe in light? The girl stood there, not understanding what he meant. Without further ado, Masterless Artifact opened the page of his own writing. Whether you believe it or not, from now on, you will believe in the light. A bright beam of light immediately shot out right after it finished speaking. That beam of light shot straight up into the sky, right at Jingzhou No. 1 People's Hospital. The dazzling rays of light also enveloped Ing Baobao's body. The little girl opened her eyes wide, completely surprised. I think, I understand the words in this book. Suddenly, a message appeared, heavy pollution. Heavy pollution. Host's life is in danger. Please take immediate action. Ing-che had just executed a fatal infinite slash. The system quickly reported that the sea god had been successfully killed, and his attribute points had increased by 10,000. He gritted his teeth, feeling a little dissatisfied. This is the 7th time. Ing-che did not hesitate any longer and continued to rush towards the glowing blue stone. He once again slashed at that spot in the air, however, it was different from last time. The system displays a message, advanced projection cannot attack. Ing-che's eyes darkened, revealing his unwillingness. This sea god is just like a cockroach, no matter how many times you kill him, he can revive. Above was still the bright red text announcing the emergency situation from earlier. Ing-che was a little helpless. There's also a red warning on top of the system's head. My body is getting weaker and weaker, my stamina is almost depleted. There's no other way, it's come to this. Can only use the last of my meager assets. He turned around to look. The system was so hot that he needed an ice pack. The system was also tired but tried to reply, "Host, I'm here. 10,000 attribute points have just been added to the account. A total of 70,000 attribute points remaining." Che received the information and immediately made a decision. Okay, the system added everything, but before he could finish, he stopped. Hey, what's that? A space portal appeared before his eyes. From within it came Bao Bao's immature voice, "Second brother, I'm here to help you." Che was a little distracted by the noise. "What's going on?" "It's my sister's voice." Batadong also took the opportunity to appear from behind him. "Looking around while fighting will kill you. Go meet the king of hell." However, he quickly turned to stone and stiffened. A series of chains bound Batadong's actions. He laughed mockingly, "Humph, another human trifle." However, contrary to his imagination, a black mark slowly appeared. Batadong felt scared only now. "No, this is." His weak voice rang out, "Angel Book." The system also quickly reported the situation to Che. The exact location of the sea god has been determined. Host can launch an attack. He didn't hesitate any longer and quickly used infinite slash. "This is the last time. Die." Batadong didn't expect himself to be destroyed like this. He was in pain, screaming, "No. Divine demon is immortal, indestructible." Che's sword quickly stabbed straight into the marked place on his body. The demonic crystal shattered into pieces, and a huge shockwave erupted right at the position where Batadong had just stood. At this moment, in a place that looked like a sandbank, the octopus cut from the tail of a low-level sea god was dancing around, exchanging information. "So this place is the divine realm," a gloomy voice said. "You said to save your sea god. There's no need to worry." However, those words did not appease the octopus. Juicy, an A-class god, stared at the octopus in confusion and asked, "Why?" "Because his divinity was shattered. He is completely dead. In fact, the divine realm originally belonged to the sea god. Now, it has become an ownerless place. The octopus was very sad right now. We need to negotiate how to divide it." At the side, suddenly a beam of light emitted. "Humanity is truly still foolish, daring to despise the power of the gods." She looked coldly at Juicy, mocking. "Isn't it time to strike down God's wrath, dear Lord Juicy?" He just replied softly, "No rush." Juicy put his hands on the floor and explained pensively, "Wait until this matter is over. I am like you. Nature will not let them off." A plus-level celestial being, Gao Jesher, smiled charmingly. "Is 10 days enough? Bring God's wrath down to earth, which we will also coordinate." Juicy had no choice but to smile and agree. Ha! Then, 10 days later, God's wrath descends to earth. The space was transferred to the Sixteen Clan, where smoke and fog covered the sky. The masked man raised his hands to the sky and said, "God, come down." Immediately, a bright red lightning bolt struck the sky, turning it dark and gloomy. A strong beam of light is trying to summon God. Immediately after, within that blinding flash of light, Gao Jiesher slowly appeared. The masked man who witnessed her appearance was slightly surprised. Normally, only the two-winged angel Dijia can be summoned. At best, only an intermediate four-winged angel can be summoned. I didn't expect that the six-winged angel Gao Jiesher would appear this time. It's truly unbelievable. Gao Jiesher gently bowed his head and expressed, "I can feel your reverence for my God, hot and passionate." Then she created a huge aura of power around herself. "Please give me more love." Immediately afterward, a beam of eye-blinding light gathered into a sphere. They all turned away because the destructive power was too blinding. The blonde boy was the first to calm down. He turned, a little surprised. This is. Before their eyes, it was no longer Gao Jiesher. The sealed two-winged angel, C+ level, the pretty Dijia landed. "In order to descend to earth, I had to temporarily seal a part of my divine power." The masked man was a little scared and stammered, This is not an ordinary gun. This is a miracle." He trembled, clasped his hands, and bowed his head. Fox Tomb, divine envoy after failing the previous operation in Jiangzhou. "We have started over from the Sixteen Clan, gaining a large number of followers. Our Divine Descent clan is growing stronger step by step." Dijia seemed satisfied, reaching out his hand towards him, praising, "You did very well. I will grant you more power, suppression official power." With that, she used her power to shoot a giant lightning bolt at him. At first, the lightning seemed to take all his strength away. But in just a moment, a huge wave of power ran through his body. As if filled with vitality, his face rejuvenated, then he landed heavily on the floor. "Thank you, Angel, I feel full of power now." Dijia stepped forward and spoke out to command everyone, "Dear believers, I hereby issue God's command. Now, immediately head north. 10 days later, Jingzhou will descend upon God's wrath." The followers were very surprised to hear her say that. "Believe in God Wu, wash away your sins, God's wrath is coming. Those who believe will be freed from suffering." Meanwhile, a piece of oath paper appeared. It turned out to be the God Chi oath. The contents of that paper included all the oaths of everyone, including keeping a pure and unchanging heart, faithfully vowing to fight against darkness, building a new world, and dedicating one's life and glory to the faith. In Jingzhou, Li family, in a dark room of the mansion, there was a person tightly bound with chains. Another person stood in front of him. The tied man screamed and struggled when he saw the person in front of him. The person in front of him ignored those screams and coldly declared, "Your time ends here. Thank you for what you have contributed to the Li family." Immediately afterward, he swung his sword and cut off his head. Unexpectedly, after that slash, the other person's body suddenly turned into a red stone. He put away his sword and looked at the stone. The ghostly hands were trying to reach closer to the stone. Immediately, the stone flew up. While he was admiring his work, an urgent voice rang out from outside, "Brother, I brought the demonic crystal device." In a flash, he made the mask disappear from his face. It turned out that he was Li Yunfei. The hurried voice just now was Li Xiaolu's. She ran in and saw the stone in his hand and was surprised. "Ha, you killed the monster so quickly." Li Yunfei, with a calm face, turned back to ask her, "Didn't I tell you to guard outside?" In contrast to that cold appearance, Li Xiaolu was extremely happy, sticking out his tongue to tease. "Hee, is it boring outside? Li Yunfei, look at this." This reaction is absolutely correct. Both of them looked at each other, and the reactions around the demonic crystal were full of surprise. They all realized that the forbidden object had appeared. "I'll go get it right away." But before he could run far, Li Yunfei grabbed Li Xiaolu. "Wait. This time, I will go with you." At this time, at Jingzhou Hospital, "You said that the book teleported away." The little girl quickly confirmed, "Yes, that's right. It saved us," then lowered its head and shouted something. The book suddenly cried out happily, "Ha ha, the fish star has done. Well, the sea god is dead, so there will be no more trouble." Then, suddenly, it looked at something in its hand, muttering, "Aha, the combat skills are all used up, but the teleportation is still there. Goodbye, goodbye little one. Goodbye little snake." Then it was gone in a flash. Not even the protective shield could stop it. Hearing that, Ingche's eyes were filled with passion. As expected of a genuine book, it seems there are still some tricks. Tengxi, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up, interrupting his wandering thoughts. "If that's the case, then there's no way, but we better make sure we find it." Qianmin Chang was already old and weak, and suddenly he had a violent cough. Jiang Zhenghua immediately turned around worriedly, "Elder Qian, sir, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, I'm still fine. Hurry up and help me up, I can still." Before he finished speaking, he paused and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Jiang Zhenghua was scared out of his wits and turned pale. He quickly supported Man Kuang and questioned him, "Is this okay?" Ingche was also stunned, his mouth gaping, and he immediately speculated, maybe he was injured during the retreat just now. It could be a fright. "Call an ambulance." Scene changes to People's Hospital Number 1. This place is the hospital. First, take the person to the sick room for the doctor to examine. On the hospital corridor, stretching straight, on a shelf in a hospital room, the masterless artifact book was being opened with great difficulty. It had an eye planted in it and was teleported here. What book of the gods? Book of angels? What forbidden ancient artifact? No, 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 I am the Book of Freedom. Ha ha. It tried to open the bag behind it and hide itself inside. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Hiding here, no one will find out for sure. So sleepy. Let me get some sleep first. But it did not expect that Ingche's group would have to return to this very hospital to administer emergency treatment to Elder Qian. At this time, Tengxi looked reluctant and volunteered, "The old man is in the hospital." There was no way to get the Grand Marshal to the meeting, nor to see him off. "Now, let me take you to the hospital. To be honest, I don't really want to see you off. But there's no way." The Grand Marshal, before leaving, ordered me to definitely bring the people to safety. But it seemed that neither of them paid much attention to what he said. Mo Xiao Xiao held the shirt of righteousness in her hand and happily asked Ding Che, "Why do you have so many righteous shirts?" Ting Shi replied blankly, "Many." He remembered the words Jiang Zhenghua had told him and asked for his help before he was hospitalized. "Ting Shi, I have an important meeting right now, so I can't go. Ing Che has just been discharged from the hospital. Please take him to the outskirts of Jingzhou to rest for a few days." While trying to recall his memories, he was awakened by Ing Baobao's voice. The little girl excitedly and happily said to Ing Che, "Brother, it's rare for us to be here. Can we go for a walk and then come back?" "No, time is precious. I'm very busy right now." The girl replied angrily, "I didn't ask you." But he calmly folded his arms and replied, "That won't do. I still have a lot of tasks. We must get you out of here quickly." Ing Baobao didn't bother arguing with him anymore, irritably scolding that hateful guy, regardless of the noisy, boisterous sounds outside. Inside the small bag, the book Masterless Artifact was still sleeping soundly. This book is introduced as being used to record all truths in the universe, the only true book, whose ownership cannot be claimed, cannot be destroyed, cannot be completely detoxified. At this moment, Mo Xiao Xiao spoke up and grumbled to Ting Shi, "Why would you say that to Ing Baobao?" Ting Shi felt wronged, annoyed, and frowned. "So what? What is wrong?" Seeing the little girl being bullied, Mo Xiao Xiao got angry. "That's too much. Let's fight." Ing Che just chuckled and quickly said to dispel the tense atmosphere, "It's nothing, then I'll bother you." Ting Shi heard this, then put on a majestic and solemn appearance and declared, "Okay, just leave it to me. There will definitely be no problem." "Oh, right. Just now, before the Grand Marshal left, what did he say to you in private? And he secretly gave you that thing, did he assign you some secret mission?" Ting Shi ambiguously put his arm around Ing Che's shoulder, causing him to jump in surprise. "Huh, what did you just say?" Seeing that avoidance, he felt disappointed. "Pfft, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. I don't really want to hear it either." Then they also left the hospital room, following him to the escalator to go downstairs. "After I return, I will report to everyone." Mo Xiao Xiao was still upset, but she still politely replied out of courtesy, "Well, then, thank you very much." Ting Shi confided, "This time, the story ended happily. In general, although my influence makes the sea god tremble, the dedication of small characters like you cannot be denied. If this world doesn't have me, it won't be okay." Mo Xiao Xiao, as if hearing his thoughts, immediately spoke up to explain. "Clearly, in the end, it's up to the captain that we can deal with the sea god." He didn't admit it, so he argued, "Can't you see the fierce battle scene just now? It's clearly my stage alone." She laughed heartily, her voice teasing. "Sorry, I really can't see." But still not stopping, Ting Shi continued to say, "Those monsters, each as fierce as a tiger, but before my invincible wisdom and extraordinary courage, they were all easily crushed." Ing Baobao said sarcastically, "I remember I saw a person lying face down on the ground, with flowers blooming on his head. I was just meditating. Although I don't do much, my existence is the greatest threat to them. Every inch of this battlefield is engraved with my invisible contributions and immortal legend." Listening to him rambling on and on, the whole way, Mo Xiao Xiao frowned and said in dissatisfaction, "Haze, can I cut this guy's tongue off?" Ing Baobao was also tired, covered his ears, and complained, "My ears are so itchy. I don't talk much, and no one will say I'm mute." Finally, he reached the car, and even with his hand on the door handle, his mouth still wouldn't shut up. "After all, if it weren't for me, how could this victory have been so easily won?" Suddenly, Ting Shi stopped talking, silent as a chicken. He raised his eyes and looked far ahead. Mo Xiao Xiao and Ting Shu found it strange and thought to himself, "Why is this guy suddenly so strangely silent?" Ing Che hurriedly urged, "Why don't we go?" He coughed a few times, and calmly said, "No rush. Didn't you just say you had a lot of missions? Did you have to escort us away quickly?" Ing Baobao and Mo Xiao Xiao stood to the side with sullen faces, feeling guilty and remorseful. "Oh no, didn't we praise him just now?" So he got offended. Suddenly, Ting Shi turned over as fast as flipping rice paper. "It's okay, a little delay is no problem. Mainly, cannot let down everyone's enthusiasm." Seeing his sudden change, the three people couldn't help but be surprised. "Why is this person acting crazy? This guy is scary. We have to go back to the hospital." Ting Shi trembled shyly, scratched her head slightly, and said, "Here it is." Suddenly, a crowd rushed in. "He's over here." Mo Xiao Xiao was startled and shouted tensely, beware, there is an ambush. Turns out whose favorite fan is in the group. They wore righteous clothes and kept cheering. Hero, eternal light in our hearts. I love you, I want to have your child. This is an egg. It helps to dissolve bruises after a fight. Can I take a picture with you? Tingxi looked pleased and happy, standing tall like a star. The hero is right here, don't rush, one by one. The fans came in large numbers. Everyone was eager and excited, jostling each other to form a sea of people. The atmosphere became stifling and chaotic. People were rushing around, crowding until they blocked the path. Mo Xiao Xiao was agile, quickly weaving and dodging through the crowd. Ying Bao Bao was pushed and couldn't stand, also trying to avoid the crowd. The crowded, bustling masses made the air stuffy, creating billowing waves of dust. He pushed and shoved, and even stepped on Tingxi without realizing it. He staggered and fell flat on the ground. People holding papers and pens rushed to Yingche's place and eagerly shouted, sign, sign. It turned out that he had been mistaken for his fans. He hurriedly signed for each person, then calmed the chaotic crowd. Everyone has it, just take it slow. A sexy purple-haired girl did not hesitate to take off her coat to reveal her large breasts and said gracefully, please sign here. He was fascinated and replied with concern, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Another girl, wearing a striking yellow shirt, quickly cut in, make way, make way. She brought the mic closer to him and asked him a series of questions. War God, regarding defeating the sea god this time, do you have anything you want to say to everyone? He couldn't think for a moment, just stammered, I. Suddenly, Tingxi appeared and blatantly blocked the mic with her hand, not giving Yingche time to answer. Okay, no interviews. At this moment, Yingche was stunned when that voice spoke. Why is this voice a girl's voice? Tingxi's round hat and mask had fallen off slightly, revealing half of his face, but he still didn't notice and calmly spoke loudly. Everyone disperse. We are on a mission now. When the reporter was rejected, she immediately said indignantly, this is not an interview with you, Captain War Elephant. Your time has long since passed, okay? Now, the new trend is our god of war. What's wrong with a little interview? That Stingy, a fan standing behind also did not accept the injustice, and joined in, saying, that's right, it was very difficult for us to meet the god of war. Tingxi was scolded and felt very embarrassed. He kept muttering, error, outdated. Through the mask, Yingche noticed her lips. These pink lips, could it be that you? Tingxi was startled, quickly adjusted her appearance, and put her mask back on. He looked at him with eyes full of hatred, then growled, did you see that just now? Yingche hurriedly made excuses, his face displaying absolute authority. I can't see anything. He whispered, between people, it's normal to have some secrets. Tingxi heard that and, very angry, shouted, who believes you? After a long while, they finally got into the car. Tengxing sat in the driver's seat and started the car. He was still resentful and angry about what had just happened and thought to himself, hateful. Why don't I have any fans? Yingche did not forget to politely say goodbye to everyone when opening the car door. Upon hearing that, the female fans were also shocked. He's saying goodbye to me. A gentle guy, with bulging muscles, rosy lips, and armpit hair fluttering in the wind, immediately objected. You should go get your eyes checked, it's clearly him and me. In the face of the fans' fierce cheers and applause, Yingche spoke shyly from inside the car. Everyone is really enthusiastic. Ying Bao Bao beside him also looked at him happily with admiring eyes. Brother, you are famous everywhere now. He was stunned. What? Mo Xiao Xiao, who was sitting in the front seat, also turned his head and said, you're internationally famous now. Tingxi felt very jealous and upset at that moment. Mo Xiao Xiao turned around completely and said to Yingche, Captain, during the time you were in a coma, you became famous. Ying Bao Bao also agreed, really, my brother is definitely welcome. Then, suddenly, he stared at the little girl, his voice soft, he softly called, Ying Bao Bao, before the gentleness and warm, affectionate way of calling his brother. The girl was shocked for a moment, felt strange, and then asked in bewilderment, why are you looking at me like that? Yingche gently grabbed the strap of the small pink bag that Ying Bao Bao was wearing and spoke in a sinister voice. Now it's time to teach you a lesson in love. It was so dangerous just now, why did you run out of the elevator? The little girl was scared, crying for help. Wah, I came to save you. Yingche still did not let go, determined to teach her a lesson to the end. He beat her up and warned her. Then no, there will be no next time. If you encounter danger, you just need to worry about running away. Leave the rest to your brother. You know, I gave you weapons for self-defense, not for you to fight. Ing Bao Bao was startled, burst into tears, and sobbed. Hoo, hateful brother. There's also that book of unknown origin. How can it be used carelessly? Even if my brother dies, there are still others. If everyone dies, there are still many others. There is no need for a child like you to go to battle and kill the enemy. At this time, outside the car were Ingche's fans. They stood blocking the entire aisle. Tingxi's car was surrounded by a sea of people, with no way out. Ingche's scolding continued to echo. Do you know what to do next time? Gotta run away, you know. Little Ing Bao Bao cried loudly, very pitiful and pathetic. But the crime had not been punished. She sulked and shouted, hateful brother. Mo Xiao Xiao sat silently, watching the brothers lovingly bond with each other and spoke. It really is a heartwarming scene. Tingxi sat in the driver's seat, unable to help but feel impatient, complaining, there are too many people here. The car basically can't move. Is it true that the news of the captain being discharged from the hospital today has been leaked? Can't wait any longer, send me a helicopter fast. After several hours, they finally got on a helicopter and flew straight to the outskirts of Jingzhou. Jingzhou base is located deep in a vast mountain range, surrounded by trees and pristine, desolate nature. The helicopter slowly landed on the ground. Tingxi pointed and guided the three of them. You guys get off here, go straight ahead, and you'll reach the Jingzhou base. Then, goodbye. Tingxi looked at them and thought to herself, my mission is complete. If nothing unexpected happens, after that, I probably won't see you again. Then he turned back into the cabin and gave orders to the pilot. Let's go. But as the helicopter took off just a little bit, boom, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the entire mountain and forest. What happened? Ingche was stunned, blinking and gaping at the chaotic scene before him. Why did it explode? From within the thick, hazy smoke, a man's figure emerged, holding a long sword and carrying something of an extremely large shape on his shoulder. Tingxi, your men almost let it escape just now. Ingche asked in confusion, what is going on? He spoke up threateningly and warned, manage your subordinates well, if you do it carelessly like that, your salary will be deducted. The man's title was Jixia, and he was a member of Bureau 669. He carried a large, injured animal and said in a condescending tone, this time I've helped you catch it. Remember to transfer me 200. Behind the mask, Tingxi heard this and frowned uncomfortably, thinking to himself, what a useless, embarrassing thing. Then he said into the radio, call 2 stretchers to carry him away. Speak, why are you here? Jixia slowly retracted his sword. Thanks, bro. I just got off the plane. There's an urgent meeting here tonight. Tingxi was puzzled. Tonight? Emergency meeting? That's right, you have to join too. He turned to look at Ingche, Ing Bao Bao, and Mo Xiao Xiao, and wondered, who are these people? Tingxi was cold and unable to answer. We'll go first, you quickly bring this back to the cage. He raised his finger to touch his mask, thinking to himself, another meeting. I was thinking about going home to play Zelda. Jixia arched his back, making strange shapes. What feathers? It's equipment. Jixia helplessly replied, it's not much different anyway. He was startled when he heard Jixia's words. I heard he's coming, your idol. Tingxi heard that and immediately stopped. Suddenly, it seems like the sky is getting brighter. Tingxi's cheeks turned red, thinking, hi, my idol is coming tonight. Let the company talk about beating Zelda tomorrow. Mo Xiao Xiao in the distance looked puzzled. That guy just now is really weird. Tingxi cleared his throat to regain his composure. Today, I will mercifully bring you to Jingzhou base. But here, you must pay attention to my command. If not, I won't be able to carry it for you. At the Department of Nature Conservation Research 669, Ingche looked on dejectedly. Why come here? Isn't it about the Jingzhou base? Tingxi follows the symbol of Ingche 666. This is just to hide it from human eyes. Actually, this place is a secret, top secret headquarters. No one can find it. As the door slowly opened, Xu Dao stood inside with a cool pose. War God, you're here. Mo Xiao Xiao was startled. Impossible, his fans chased him all the way here. On the contrary, Ing Bao Bao's eyes widened with delight. Big brother has his own crazy fan. Suddenly, Ing Bao Bao's expression changed completely. That's not right. Why do I care about my rotten brother? He even spanked my butt just now. I'll never pay attention to him again. Tingxi painfully thought, how come even Fan knows about this secret place? Who leaked the news? This is spreading like wildfire. Shu Dao excitedly raised his hand to make a greeting gesture. I've been waiting for everyone for a long time. Mo Xiao squinted her eyes, realizing, this person seems familiar. Oh, is that your kid? You changed clothes? I almost didn't recognize you. Mo Xiao shouted. Is it Shu Dao? Nice clothes, it's the style I like. Hee hee, very suitable. Seeing this, Tingshi quickly raised his hand to cover his face and thought to himself, you look good like this. Of course, you like it. Mo Xiao thought again and continued, why don't I buy a set? Ing Bao Bao secretly determined, brother likes it, I also want to buy it. The little girl quickly changed her attitude again. No, I want to buy black, it says angry on it. Right, where are the others? The others remained on the other side of the East Sea, cleaning up and dealing with the sea monsters. This time, they were also given a lot of gifts. Now that I've finished delivering, I have to go back and continue helping with the cleaning. First of all, you should stay here and recuperate with the deputy captain for a while. Leave the rest to us. Ing Che high-fived Shu Dao, then leave it to everyone. Shu Dao cheerfully replied, okay. Well, I'm going first. Be safe. Suddenly, he looked around as if searching for something. Mo Xiao wondered, what are you looking for? Strange. Where is Dan Dan? Shu Dao got in the car, but still turned back to announce, Dan Dan, it. The scene changes to East Sea, now, in the calm sea with flocks of birds flying above. Along with the radio, the sound feels so chill. Dan Dan was lying there, munching on the bluestone. Suddenly, another one like it appeared. Shu Dao recalled, it stayed in the East Sea to help eat monsters. Last time, when you fell down, it sniffed you a few times. Feeling reassured, let's go fight the monster again. I feel like the monster in the East Sea is destroyed, it will probably want to come back. Well then, goodbye. With that, he drove away. Looking at the car gradually moving away, Ing Bao Bao wondered, brother, how long do we have to stay here? Probably about 2 or 3 days. Tingshi interjected, perhaps you guys will have to stay for a short while. Ing Che, puzzled, why? Tingshi asked, remember that busty entertainment reporter? Ing Che replied immediately, big breasts. Remember. But what's wrong with her? Mo Xiao felt depressed when she saw this. When I see a big belly, I quickly remember it. Ing Bao Bao looked disappointed. Brother, it won't work. Breaking news. After the news of your discharge from the hospital this afternoon was released, not long after that, your house was surrounded. It seems your home address has been leaked. Because they all wear white t-shirts, their actions are especially crazy, so they are called the white t-shirt virus. Now they are standing everywhere, waiting. At this time, returning to Jiangzhou is like throwing yourself into a trap. The reporter stood in front of the camera, confidently reporting the hottest news of the moment, reporting live, reporting from the scene. That's right, the place everyone is seeing right now is the place where heroes pass through every day. Wow, that's the trash can where the hero throws trash every day. Let's go see if we can find the trash the hero threw away. The reporter approached, opened the trash can lid, and said in disappointment, oh, it's empty. Nowadays, the speed of people online is too fast. Mo Xiao, Ing Bao Bao, and Ing Che were stunned after watching. This is so scary. Tingshi finished his business and left. In general, it was out of concern for your safety. First of all, everyone stay here. Don't blame me, it's nothing, but first I need to remind you, this place is a secret headquarters, strictly guarded. If there's nothing wrong, then don't go around, especially at night. Mo Xiao opened the door to the room, and Ing Bao Bao was delighted. Is this our room? Not bad. Ing Bao Bao took off her shoes and quickly jumped onto the soft bed. So soft. Bao Bao, don't throw your slippers. Escape, the night has come. Ing Che opened the door thoughtfully, otherwise, going home now would be quite troublesome. Suddenly, Ing Che saw her sister's room light up. It turned out that the masterless artifact was tiptoeing along. It thought to itself, I don't know why I always have this feeling of insecurity. If you have escaped from Jingzhou Center, which is under the strictest lockdown, then take advantage of this moment to escape. Goodbye, audience, I'm going to hide now. It jumped to the ground, thinking proudly that it had successfully escaped. Suddenly, he felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, he saw Ing Che smiling ambiguously. I just escaped here, why is someone coming to arrest me? With that, it jumped from rooftop to rooftop, forcing Ing Che to chase after it. In the quiet forest, there was not a sound. After a while, masterless artifact stopped, looking tired. I clearly flew by calculation, but how did that brat still catch up? It stood on a high branch, quietly observing Ying-che below. Suddenly he looked up with shining eyes and said, "I see you." A moment later, a shrill scream rang out in the quiet night. Ying-che picked up the masterless artifact and said, "Time is running out, the game of hide-and-seek is over here." Having said that, he put the mask on his face. Seeing the mask, the masterless artifact suddenly thought to himself, why does he have a mask, too? It recalled the past. Because of the sea god's descent, the divine demon power within me became stronger. That guard was directly deified by me, biting and destroying the demonic crystal that had imprisoned me. Thanks to that, I regained my freedom. At that moment, masterless artifact stood in a mess. It continued, but unexpectedly. The next second, when I used teleport, I fell into a trap. Suddenly, masterless artifact was sucked in by something. A boy picked up a masterless artifact suction device and said, "Ha ha ha ha. Experience my master's experimental product number 55. This super suction. As long as you explode with enormous power when teleporting, it will immediately capture you." Masterless artifact heard this and shouted, "Let me go." Suddenly, the masterless artifact was separated from the machine. To the boy's surprise, it slowly let itself fall to the cold ground. It hit the ground with great force. This thing breaks too quickly. Master's stuff is useful, but it also breaks easily. Never mind, it's okay, just catch the book. Hearing that, it cried out, "Help, help." But this is their first time locking me up, so they have no experience. The glass equipment is too fragile, completely underestimating my iron head attack. Suddenly, he saw a piece of glass and exclaimed, "Huh, glass." And then I quickly found the opportunity to break the window and escape. Then, the masterless artifact rushed toward the glass door, causing it to shatter into pieces. Warning, masterless artifact has escaped. Then, we ran near an elementary school. There, he looked around and exclaimed, "What the hell? How did you get here so quickly? Must teleport quickly, oh no, skill is on cooldown." Suddenly, he saw a little girl walking down the street. Masterless artifact rushed forward and said, "Yes. So that's what happened next." Masterless artifact crossed his arms, looking annoyed, and continued. "It was so hard to escape, and now I'm caught. It's over. Freedom's gone." Ying-che heard this and said, "Don't even dream about running away, no matter how many times you try. Wherever you hide, I will find you." The system also let out a chuckle at this time. Masterless artifact does not see the system, then looks around and wonders, what is that coughing sound? Suddenly, Ying-che spoke again. "It's late, don't bother the people." He put down the masterless artifact, turned away, and said, "Now I have to go to a meeting. If you hate those gods too, then you should follow me." "You talk as if I have a choice." Having said that, it walked step by step toward Ying-che. "Do you understand me very well? How much do you know about me?" Having said that, masterless artifact thought to himself, this guy doesn't seem like he's easy to mess with, but he looks a bit stupid. Could this be the legendary innately black? Ying-che heard this, raised his hands, and said, "I know, we can cooperate. Wait there, sit still, and be good. Know what to say and what not to say." Hearing this, masterless artifact thought, how the hell did this innately black find my location so accurately? No, I have to figure this out. Two people walk toward a circle on the ground and say, "Here it is." I'm still young, don't fool me. This place, other than this manhole cover, there's nothing else. Ying-che heard that and replied, "It's this manhole cover." On the evening of May 8th, I heard. After scooping up an unbelievable god's skull from the East Sea, that night the Grand Marshal personally flew to Jiangzhou to find out the truth. At the East Sea base, the Grand Marshal witnessed the real god's skull with his own eyes, as well as met the apocalyptic prophet, Ying-che. The next day after he returned to Jingzhou, Bureau 669 was secretly established. The name Bureau 669 is just a code name. In fact, this agency manages all events related to gods that appear in Daxia territory. As mysterious as they are, the members of 669 are known only by their codename, the Dragon-masked Bureau Chief. Your codename is Hidden Dragon. Hidden Dragon and his subordinate team specialize in handling serious disruptions to production and business operations, as well as large-scale public safety threats. At the same time, you also recruit top experts. Previously, Ying-che was sent to investigate the May 8 fire in Jiangzhou. And then, the case was filed in Bureau 669's Ing-Che-related files. The special talents you requested were also dispatched through Hidden Dragon. At this moment, there was a very delicious-looking hot pot on the table. Bureau 669 member Tingshi spoke up. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Is he really coming today? You're not kidding me, are you? Tingshi and the War Elephant team specialize in special events related to monstrous creatures, responsible for capturing monsters associated with the gods, bringing them to a secret base for research and analysis. This is also the reason why, when the sea god descended, Tingshi appeared at the East Sea base. Tingshi opened her mask slightly, put the food in her mouth, and said, "If you dare to deceive me, I will definitely smash your dog's head." Bureau 669 member Jixia was pouring water when he heard this and replied, "How would I know? Maybe it's just a temporary mission." Jixia specializes in searching for divine artifacts left behind by gods inside and outside of Daxia territory. The 9-turn universe cauldron was previously borrowed from the museum and was also previously part of Jixia's files in Bureau 669. The time Ing-Che went to Merfolk Lake to find treasure was also because Wang Zifan got information from Jixia. Tingshi is very attentive to the noise. Little fool. This person is a member of Bureau 669, alias Phoenix Matron, replied. This Phoenix Matron is responsible for constructing structures related to the gods, including creating steel walls and building secret bases. Last but not least is Go Chen, the person in charge of researching and creating weapons to deal with the gods. The masterless artifact was captured by Tingshi. Then, it was given to Go Chen for research. Ing-Che looked around and spoke. Looks like everyone's here. With a serious event happening in the East Sea, Hidden Dragon should have appeared. But not long before that, the first Hidden Dragon died tragically on the streets. The second Hidden Dragon was murdered in his own home. 2 consecutive directors were murdered, making the succession extremely difficult. At this moment, Ing-Che gradually moved toward the Bureau 669 members. I had something to do just now, so I'm a few minutes late. Since Ing-Che's successor position was extremely difficult, Ing-Che, who had just defeated the sea god, was targeted. This was also the reason why the Grand Marshal personally went to the hospital to visit him. Previously, Ing-Che only played the role of a prophet, making suggestions. But now, Chief, you're here. Tingshi suddenly saw something. That's... Whoa, I brought that book here. Masterless Artifact heard that and coldly snorted. Catch what? Can't you see I'm walking in there? Ing-Che, pulling out a chair, continued, so everyone, how is the mission going? News of the second Hidden Dragon's murder was tightly sealed. Just like that, at the Grand Marshal's request, Ing-Che joined the team as Hidden Dragon and secretly took up his position today. Tingshi heard that and immediately volunteered to speak. After today's mission failed, I immediately formulated a new plan. Once the mission of sending people is completed, I will immediately dig 10 miles deep, turning the entire Jingzhou upside down to find traces of the Masterless Artifact. Masterless Artifact helplessly waved the white flag, speechless. Alright, I surrender, don't I? As long as it opens teleport, it will immediately fall into my hands, Tingshi said, waving his hand in a pulling motion, laughing loudly. Haha, I suck. Ing-Che and Masterless Artifact were speechless. What a strange action. What is she doing? Tingshi continued, but, I really didn't expect that. Masterless Artifact was caught by Hidden Dragon so quickly. I was too young, I miscalculated by 1 step. As expected of Hidden Dragon, Ing-Che was even more speechless. The Soaring Brave mission has been successfully completed. Masterless Artifact, first, you must cooperate with us so that Gochen can quickly research a weapon that can deal with the gods. Being called, it immediately stood up and grumbled. Is this the legendary despicable trick of changing the subject? Give me money, old man. A hand was raised. It turned out to be Gochen, who was sitting on N4. Masterless Artifact looked towards the source of the voice, thinking to himself, I'm very skeptical. Do I really have to wear this mask? We just met a few hours ago. Old man, you don't need to risk your life like that. Unexpectedly, after hearing that sentence, Zhenghua angrily grabbed the armrest of the chair. I can. Tingshi saw such momentum, raised his thumb, and shouted, 50 years old, it's really a time to strive. Stop yelling and causing trouble. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Tingshi and Phoenix Matron spoke in unison. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. At this point, Ing-Che was also at a loss for words. Masterless Artifact was deep in thought, not saying anything. Seeing this, Che comforted him, "Don't worry, as long as you cooperate with us, we'll let you go soon." Hearing this, Masterless Artifact said, "I have no problem, it's just." It remembered its own terrifying stat rankings. It was attacked. By God, by the ancient martial arts clan, by humans. Recently, I was also attacked by this kid and had a terrible experience. Only when in the arms of his sister was he at peace, snoring. Remembering those horrible levels, he drew a conclusion. It seems the outcome is clear. Still, it said to Che, agreeing with you is still possible, but you still have to tell me, how did you find me? Che heard this and immediately replied, "No problem." Masterless Artifact heard that and compromised, "Then I'll reluctantly agree with you." That said, it immediately thought, agreeing is impossible. While you're not paying attention, I'll run away. Huh, what are you talking about that you can't escape? At this time, the group was already sitting at the dining table. Che stood up and said, "From now on, Tengshi will continue to go to places where mutated creatures appear. New species discovered. Once divine demon power is detected, it must be brought to this base." Tengshi immediately raised his hand and obeyed, "Yes, hee. Ensure mission completion." Phoenix Matron heard that, immediately made a bill longer than a meter. "You really laugh happily. Want to see what you broke today? The secret base of Jingzhou No. 1 hospital has completely disappeared. What about the helicopter dispatch?" Tengshi heard that, folded his arms, turned away, and said, "The sea monsters that escaped from the hospital have been completely rendered harmless. Although we caused some losses, we killed the sea god, so we can consider it a merit." At this point, Tengshi immediately remembered Che, that war god. There's something about him. No, the most powerful. Of course it's our hidden dragon. Ha ha. Masterless Artifact heard that and thought to himself, "I really want to tell him, the two people you mentioned are actually one, but I can't mess with this innately black guy." Jixia rested her chin in thought. Hidden dragon today is a bit different from before. While he was thinking, Che spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. "Jixia, how is what you're looking for?" Hearing that, Jixia thought to herself, "Forget it, the title Hidden Dragon is my superior anyway, and what's under the mask doesn't matter." Thinking this, he immediately said, "Not found. Turns out it took so much effort just to get a normal pearl. It's not the myriad chaos orb we're looking for." As he spoke, Jixia took out a purple pearl. Everyone saw the pearl glowing and immediately shouted, "Wow!" Phoenix Matron suddenly snatched the gem from Jixia's hand. Even if it's not a divine weapon, it's still a good item and can be sold for a good amount. Although this time, failure. But I have a new clue. This time, absolutely correct. He looked over at Phoenix Matron and asked, "Phoenix Matron, how's the Earthrat plan going?" "Proceeding as planned," she replied. "So next, please report in detail on the progress of the Earthrat plan." 2 hours later, then tonight's meeting is adjourned here. Based on the information left behind by the previous hidden dragon, today's meeting was also reluctantly completed. It's just, if we want to truly fulfill the Grand Marshal's last wish, the things ahead won't be easy. At that moment, the TV screen suddenly lit up, and Grand Marshal Jiang Zhenghua appeared on the screen. "Just in time, everyone is here. I just got some news. There is a new situation that needs to be announced to everyone. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally. 10 days later, God's wrath will descend upon Jingzhou, according to newly received intelligence." At that time, not only was there a divine demon in existence, but when God's wrath occurred, its impact will far exceed the events at the East Sea. Jixia muttered, "Is Sea God that powerful?" On the 26th, the Sea God appeared. The direct economic damage alone was already in the hundreds of billions. Che clasped his hands and sat in thought, but that was only a B-rank god. Tengshi spoke up, "But we already destroyed the Sea God." "It's true that we destroyed the Sea God. But, in the future, more divine demons will descend upon the world. What we know for sure is, 10 days later, Jingzhou will experience a great calamity. Time is short for us." Masterless Artifact crossed his arms over his chest, sweat pouring down his face as he thought to himself, "Those gods are here again. I knew it, those immortal bastards who deserve to be buried alive still haven't given up their ambitions all these years. Once caught again." Thinking of that extremely terrifying divine demon, his mind immediately went into panic. He held his head with both hands, shook it continuously, and screamed, "No, that won't do." Jixia sighed and said, "I thought I could rest for a few days back at the base. Looks like we have to set off tomorrow to find the myriad chaos orb." Che raised his hand to his chin, muttering, myriad chaos orb is just like the ninefold universe cauldron, it is a type of support divine artifact. If it can be found, the overall combat power of the Godslayer army will be greatly enhanced. Then he looked at Masterless Artifact again. This book is so easy to catch, it proves that its combat power is very weak. It must also be a support type. But if it can fight on par with the Sea God, then it might have reached the super divine weapon level. It's just a bit hard to believe. Although the Sea God calls it that, but I'm still very skeptical. Is it really the same book that once caused great slaughter in my hands, as it did in my previous life? In my previous life, I had only seen this great aura from afar. I never thought I would be able to observe it from such a close distance in this life. Anyway, in the past life, anyone who could see it too closely was already gone. The system also said, this is a real book. It seems like there are more secrets in it than I thought. Gochin was receiving 4 fluids, trembling as he stood up and said, looks like I can't just rest anymore. Hey, the 4 is done, let's talk. Gochin quickly pulled out the needle and said loudly, it's just in 4 bag, and you want to suppress me? Seeing that, Tengshi frantically held his head and screamed, ah! Blood is spraying all over the house. Witnessing this scene, Inche Masterless Artifact could only stand silently to the side. Tengshi kept shouting, quickly stop the bleeding. It's okay, this little bit of blood is nothing. Masterless Artifact crossed his arms, looked at the 2 people, and secretly evaluated, can these people really be trusted? While he was thinking, he suddenly grabbed its leg. The little book. You heard it just now. Research must be accelerated. It shouted aggressively. Who is the little book? Who cares if you study faster? Let me go. While struggling, his leg suddenly kicked, causing his mask to fall off. Seeing his face, it smiled and pointed. Ha, I told you, old man, it really is you. He touched his face and calmly said, oh dear. The mask fell off. Inche held his mask tightly, thinking to himself, if this book turns my face upside down, revealing my identity, and causing my plan to fail, then I won't be able to rest in peace, even in death. Jiang Zhengguo's voice rang out, everyone can go first. Hidden Dragon, stay a while. Masterless Artifact was stunned, silently watching. If those gods are coming, the escape plan can only be cancelled. I have to chase them away first. What that guy said before was right. Then let's cooperate. He quickly pulled Gochin's hand. That weapon of yours, if you want to study it, hurry up. He wondered, you are the subject of research, but why are you more impatient than I? Phoenix Matron looked at the 2 and said, the Earthrat plan is not that easy to speed up. Unless, Tengshi continued, if the Soaring Brave mission is completed, and the Masterless Artifact has been captured, the next 2 days must be used to reorganize the seafood transported from the East Sea. Masterless Artifact angrily shouted, hey, arrest who? I heard everything. It must be said that Masterless Artifact was kind enough to lend a hand. Hearing that, she softened her voice, okay, thank you for your kind support. In another room, Hidden Dragon was concentrating on listening to Jiang Zhengguo. In the meeting that just ended, the free country on the other side said that, on the 26th, on the west coast, they also had a sea god descend. But when it was half destroyed, it suddenly left. The image was gloomy, the night was dark, the divine demon half-octopus in shape, the scene became blurry. At this moment, the sound of violent collision, terrifying, along with the sound of people screaming miserably. Everything around exploded. What did the sea gods suddenly realize? The king is dead. Consider yourself lucky. I'll spare you today. He looked at the desolate, ruined scene and quickly left. Jiang Zhengguo continued, the connection between these events is still unclear. But as soon as sea god Batadong died, God's wrath descended on Daxia. It seems the other gods already knew the news. God's wrath is coming to destroy you. You must also quickly increase your strength. Of course, don't force yourself too much. If you have any difficulties, feel free to contact me anytime. Inche replied, okay. Then, he raised his glasses and continued, let's discuss this plan in more detail. The murders of the previous 2 Jiang Zhengguo generations were definitely not accidental. Grand Marshal, previously in the hospital, he just said to let me temporarily take over Jiang Zhengguo's position. Found out who harmed Jiang Zhengguo 2 lives ago, but what the hell is going on? He looked seriously at Jiang Zhengguo through the screen, waiting for the other person's answer. Jiang Zhengguo's whereabouts are top secret. Their murders were not random. Clearly, something was wrong internally. This time I invited you to help, and also to ask you to solve this problem. Ing-che was a little surprised when he heard this and asked suspiciously, "You mean there is a traitor within the group?" "Yes, I will send you the documents." The iPad on the table immediately lit up, signaling that a message had arrived. Ing-che picked it up, reading the document Jiang Zhenghua had sent while listening to him speak. "Right now, we have 3 main suspects. Except for the unknown insider. The other 2 people are most likely involved in this case. Suspect 2 is named Li Yunfei, suspect 3 is named Han Chunmei." Ing-che looked at each person and replied, "The first person is an insider, identity unknown. The second person here, isn't it someone else?" Jiang Zhenghua immediately understood the meaning behind his words. He recalled his memories and continued speaking. "Before, you mentioned the Li family in Jingzhou. After deep investigation, the first generation of Han Chunmei made the Li family appear and found related clues. Before Hidden Dragon died, it seemed he had discovered something important. But before he could report to me, he was murdered. After that, the second Hidden Dragon took over the investigation. It seemed like he had made a discovery as well, but this time, something happened halfway through the report. So the person who killed the Hidden Dragon should have some sort of connection. The third person is Han Chunmei, she is Han Sanjin's daughter. Han Sanjin's murder weighed heavily on her mind. Furthermore, their faction had always maintained contact with the Divine Descent clan. Ing-che thought to himself, according to Bureau 669's top-secret files. "At that time, I happened to notice that you remembered that strange red and black symbol. A mysterious organization performed a summoning ritual in an abandoned theater. That organization was called the Divine Descent Clan. Bureau 669 has 5 trump cards, namely Ing-che, Phoenix Matron, Tingxi, Jixia, and Gochen." Jiang Zhenghua's voice came from the screen, continuing to explain, Ing-che, as the head of Bureau 669. In fact, it was also the leader of the Divine Demon Security Bureau, Daxia, who was always investigating them. The Divine Descent clan has publicly declared that they will destroy all 5 of Bureau 669's trump cards. So, it's also possible that they were desperate and took the risk. Ing-che looked at the image of the blonde woman with a plump face, who appeared a bit older, then looked at the image of the young girl beside her. "But, is this the same person? The difference in the photo is too big." Jiang Zhenghua also replied, "Han Chunmei just returned from abroad after plastic surgery not long ago. This is her appearance after the surgery." Ing-che looked at the photo and exclaimed, "No wonder. But strange. I remember this Han Chunmei in her previous life didn't have any surgery. There's something unusual about this, she's very suspicious." Jiang Zhenghua, through the screen, said in a solemn voice, "Information related to Bureau 669 is constantly being leaked. It proves there must be an internal problem. This time, I'm determined to eliminate the insider." 10 days later, God's wrath descended to hasten the completion of the entire Earth plan. Mahist will deliver an important item to Phoenix Matron. "When the time comes, you will be in charge of the escort. I will deliberately spread the news to lure this big fish out." In the middle of the night, when everyone was in a sweet dream, Jiang Zhenghua's voice still echoed in his head. The mission that took place 3 days after this escort was extremely dangerous, but up to this point, you have no chance of backing out anymore. Even while I was in the hospital, I was thinking it through. When I took the Hidden Dragon mask, I put my life aside. Jiang Zhenghua on the other side also said, "God's wrath is coming, want to hold on outside? First, we must stabilize the internal affairs. We must quickly purge them. Next, it all depends on you. Although there are many dangers, there is one thing." A few hours ago, at the scene of the international conference, a hand slammed on the table, angrily saying, "We must immediately negotiate with the gods." Nonsense. Gods don't even bother talking to humans. We should form a joint military force immediately. The so-called The Divine Descent show has absolutely no scientific basis. How did Daxia monopolize so many divine artifacts? Faced with the noisy opinions and anger of everyone in the hall, Jiang Zhenghua could only choose to remain silent and not speak up to avoid causing a commotion. Even now, he still thinks about this issue. Nations still argue endlessly, but time waits for no one. Hidden Dragon is no ordinary person. There must be some secret about him. It might even have something to do with the divine demon from the outer realm. Jiang Zhenghua, I believe he will bring us the final victory. Just knowing that is enough. Now, what needs to be done is to properly prepare the ritual to welcome the descent of the demon god. The next morning, the whole house echoed with loud calls. "Brother, wake up and have breakfast. Mo Xiao Xiao held Ing Bao Bao's hand, looking at the empty bed, not knowing when its owner had left. Strange, it's only 6:30, so early. Where did he go again? Ing Bao Bao said his guess. Brother won't be coming home tonight, right? Mo Xiao Xiao looked at the little girl in panic. What, you didn't come back last night? Ing Bao Bao immediately smiled slyly. Hee hee, bad study. Just then, someone suddenly walked in. Long time no see. Mo Xiao Xiao and Ing Bao Bao looked towards the door and saw a girl calmly walking towards them. It's you. Phoenix Matron immediately replied, that Grand Marshal has an invitation. The scene changes to somewhere. Ing Che is walking into the tunnel. He walked very slowly, without worrying about any problems at all. After a while, he came to a door with a warning sign, no entry allowed. Suddenly, the system announcement rang out, fingerprint and 3-layer password confirmation are correct. Welcome to Ing Che. After confirming everything, the door opened, and Ing Che walked in nonchalantly. It's time to start. Let the system absorb more divine demon power and quickly open the second floor of 9 heaven. Open device number 1. The system flashed a soft red light and immediately approved the request. Device number 1 has opened the iron gate of number 1. Gradually, the gate is pulled up. The monster inside rushed out wildly. It seemed like it had only taken 2 or 3 steps when Ing Che's sword slashed across its belly. It took him less than 10 seconds to complete the first device. The system sent a notification, defeated Mukue, +1 point. Congratulations. First time killing Mukue successfully absorbs its divine demon power, progress opens at 50%. Ing Che heard and felt that something was wrong. Why do I remember the last time I beat Sea God, it was also 50%. Now absorbed, still unchanged. It explained in detail, opening 9 heaven requires absorbing more divine demon power. F-rank Mukue only provides a very small amount of power. It's 50.2%. What's going on? Why is it like this? System, do you think you're funny? It looked shy and embarrassed. Really? Is it that good? Seeing its ugly appearance, he immediately got angry. I'm not complimenting you. Never mind, open devices 2 to 4. The receiving system reconfirmed whether to open devices 2 to 4. He briefly replied, yes. Just seconds later, the bars of device number 2 were released. Devices 2 to 4 are open. This time, it wasn't just one monster, but 3 of them rushed out. Thought he was tall and strong, turned out to be a bunch of weak, strong-looking F-level vegetables. Earthly 3 sages. If you want to fight monsters, then fight monsters. Why are you cutting vegetables like this? With a few basic punches, he successfully defeated them all. The system immediately sent a notification. Congratulations on killing Earthly 3 sages for the first time, +3 points. For absorbing divine demon power, 9 heaven second floor opening progress is 50.35%. No need to show such details, remove the decimals for me. I say it's on when I say it's on, I say it's off when I say it's off. Am I a light bulb? Ing Che didn't care, he was so angry that he violently impacted the system. Afterward, looking at the pile of monsters he had just destroyed lying on the ground, he felt a bit disappointed. He didn't hesitate and quickly made a decision. If so, open all the remaining devices for me. The system just got beaten up, lying on the ground in pain, confirm if it's open. Ing Che gritted his teeth and answered firmly, yes. The system stubbornly asked again. Third confirmation, open. He was angry, and shouted, too much talking. Open the door for me now. The entire large room turned red as the system confirmed the final authorization, confirming it twice. All devices are open. The heavy iron doors opened at the same time. The monsters inside were all tall and muscular, with bloodshot eyes. From the highest floor to the lowest, they poured out one after another. The space became much more pressurized. The fierce dragon on the high floor swooped down, aiming straight at Ing Che. Just waiting for this opportunity, he resolutely ordered, time to go, system. Spend all your attribute points, pull out all the attribute panels for me. Just 1 second after spending all 70,004 attribute points, all levels were raised close to 100. Ing Che's feet began to feel a distinct change in power. Although it's not as good as my previous life, it's definitely this feeling. The monster lunged at him. Moving nimbly, he dodged it and struck. Attitude also became more determined than ever. Quick, just finished one, another one came. This time, it was a giant rock monster. It was about to blow straight at his head. However, with just one punch, he easily shattered its weapon. His next line of defense was to directly grab the monster's head. To its surprise, Che exerted a great deal of force, pressing his head into the ground. Even the strength of the mask could not hide his eyes and satisfied smile. All increased. The monsters sensed danger and charged forward together. His hand gripped the sword tightly, preparing to strike a blow. When this move was unleashed, it was as if the sky had collapsed. The aftershocks created were too intense. After finishing, Che calmly walked out of the explosion and put away his sword. The entire room was engulfed in a sea of smoke and fire from his powerful attack. After the smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a pile of defeated monsters beneath his hands. Just as he turned around, looking at Che, he caught sight of another man still hiding in a corner, scared. There's still one left. He felt a little confused and had no intention of letting it go. The monster could not escape Che. In the end, only painful screams could be heard from within the cave. Successfully absorbed divine demon power, 9 Heaven's second floor unlocked progress reached 100%. Che stood there solemnly, absorbing enough divine demon power, his eyes flashed with a sinister gleam. Finally, it's here. He was transported to the second dimension, lowly heaven. Che closed his eyes slightly, then removed his mask. The system put on a showy expression, clapping its hands to praise the host's rapid progress. Immersed in a feeling of pleasure, Che suddenly realized. Wait, where is that monkey? The system turned its gaze in the opposite direction. Host, look, Wukong is over there. Che was still bewildered. I said stone monkey, ran away already. Wait, this is. He opened his eyes wide, full of surprise, and exclaimed, Wukong. Suddenly, Neza appeared out of nowhere behind, calmly sneering, new replaces old. Che ignored her and ran straight towards the monkey. Wukong, is that you? Neza was looked down upon and immediately became furious. Hey, do you even see me? As he ran away, the first thing she noticed was the system beside him. Neza stroked his chin, stared at it, and said doubtfully, You look strange. We have never met before, but why does the aura feel a bit familiar? The system folded its arms. You must have mistaken me. We don't know each other. No, this appearance must be your disguise. Who the hell are you? Oh, pain. I am the system. Her face darkened, and she used both hands to torment the system with vicious words. Still dare to deny. Okay, if you don't understand the logic, then don't say anything more. Then I understand, a little bit of punching and kicking. It was helpless and screamed, stop pulling, I'm not a noodle. Neza laughed loudly and made a cruel decision, I will beat you until you submit. Then I will reason with you. On the other side, Che had already approached the monkey. He suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on the figure. He felt extremely confused. It always feels like something isn't quite right. Standing there for a while, neither of them made any move. Not a little, but very wrong. Not good. Last time I thought Neza was female, this time I thought it was Wukong. This can't be. The monkey, at this moment, turned to face him. This strange face was definitely not Wukong. It even smiled, carefully greeting, here. Faced with this interface, he was momentarily speechless. Panic quickly set in. Che was helpless, crying and screaming. He was bewildered and stepped back. His voice also became faltering. This is not Wukong, this is the pineapple-headed monkey. It was very dissatisfied with his actions and attitude, so it questioned, is your action of retreating half a step serious? Who is not Wukong? What are you disappointed about? As for Che, her heart was now broken. His eyes were filled with sadness, and he cried silently. Why is Wukong like this? Suddenly, at that moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning followed one after another. Even the sky was too dark to see, and it suddenly started raining. He collapsed, showing a look of intense pain, reaching up in agony. Oh my God, while I was feeling overwhelmed, a strange feeling came over me. He wondered silently and looked up. Wait, where did the rain come from? This was Che, who had turned from pain to anger. Too angry, he angrily pointed and warned, no peeing or pooping in public, you stinky somersault cloud. Are you going to pee? After somersault cloud finished, it flew away. Its flying speed became faster and faster. Che held a grudge and chased after it. At that moment, Pineapple Head suddenly rushed out to block his way. It even smiled defiantly. Che immediately drew his sword, blocking Pineapple Head's attack in time. Che's sword, after a period of resistance, could no longer bear it and cracked due to his decisive swing. He doesn't look like Wukong, but his strength hasn't diminished at all. This cannot go on. He pulled down the red scarf from his body. In-che solemnly raised the handkerchief and ordered, transform. Wait a few seconds, and nothing changes. He opened his eyes wide and was confused. What happened? It turned out that the other side of the system was tied up by her. Neza stubbornly questioned, tell me, who exactly are you? The system was wrapped up in a ball, so it couldn't exert any power. It was in pain, groaning. I'm really just a system. Neza still didn't believe it. You still haven't confessed after being beaten for so long. Her expression was still full of doubt. If this is a transformation technique, then this appearance has no flaws. Is it really me who is wrong? In-che fell into a panic, screaming, Neza. Neza was furious, pointed his finger straight at his face, and cursed, you only know about my existence now. Can't beat it, then remember me. Finally, she took off her scarf and let the system go. Forget it, I'll forgive you first. It cried as if it had just escaped from hell, hoo-hoo. Host, I'm coming. In-che quickly clasped her hands together, preparing to transform. I don't believe in evil spirits. Transform, transform, transform. The system also quickly displays information. Host comes into contact with the Eastern Divine Spirit. Want to unleash some of the power of this Eastern God? After reading that question, he seemed a bit confused. Something new. What did I just touch? Didn't the silk ribbon release happen last time? Do I have to do it again? Pineapple Head suddenly rushed forward crazily, preparing to strike down with his stick. His eyes were slightly worried as he followed the stick. At this tense moment, In-che made a decisive choice. There was no more time to think. Okay, release. Immediately, his hands transformed. The weapon in hand now is a Rui Jingu. Eyes and facial expressions became serious, full of fighting spirit. In-che swung his arm to completely block its surprise attack. Then, he swung it so hard that it couldn't resist and flew far away. This interface is really cool. Combat power also increases significantly. He felt extremely satisfied. This familiar feeling. The transformation was successful. Then, In-che looked at the stick in his hand. But it was not like he thought. After a few seconds, he realized it. No, what's in my hand is golden cudgel. At this moment, Pineapple Head's expressionless face continued to charge forward. It kept striking down, but he blocked them all easily. It kept teasing, running around In-che. And then, it launched a surprise attack with its staff. A huge explosion occurred from that blow. The aftershock was substantial. The Rui Jingu in Pineapple Head's hand grew larger and smashed down, causing the ground to crack. It smiled, thinking it had won. At this moment of triumph, In-che, with lifeless eyes, appeared right behind. He bluntly let it suck a whole stick of absolute creaminess. Putting a great deal of strength into his arms, In-che threw it into the air, and it was nowhere to be seen. He was a little confused, looking around to find. But after a while, only a single upper hair fell out. Trying to look closely at it, In-che was puzzled as to what this was. As the hair fell closer, he wondered, a monkey's hair. After defeating it, the system immediately sent a notification along with the item. Successfully defeated. Wukong's clone, +1 point. Measurement check shows that the host is carrying multiple weapons. Currently, the host can only choose one god to gain power from. Want to change? In-che flatly refused. But when did I choose the golden cudgel? System, the last time I came into contact with silk ribbon, I just unlocked the power, right? Yes, the power of the East requires the right weapon to be unlocked. Just hearing that, In-che understood the problem. If I say, I have to come into contact with the golden cudgel's true self to unlock the golden cudgel's power, right? Yes, smart. He looked around blankly. So, where is it? Why don't I see it? Neza was silent, sneering, what an idiot. Neza, you're here. Tell me, where is the golden cudgel? Neza stretched slightly, turned his face away, and reproached, haha, I didn't tell you. You keep being a stupid donkey. Who told you not to choose me? Ride a donkey to find a donkey, idiot. In-che felt confused. If you don't want to say something, then don't say it. Why scold people? While talking, he suddenly remembered something quite important. Wait, if I have the golden cudgel, then I must have the Nimbus Cloud too. As soon as he mentioned it, it appeared. The somersault cloud, with a red scarf, was flying towards him. Suddenly, In-che looked in the opposite direction. Following that gaze, In-che was also a bit startled. On the opposite side of them were what must have been thousands of monkey silhouettes. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, but In-che didn't seem to mind. Wow, the whole gang. Is Pineapple Head? Could it be that these guys are all transformed monkey hair? So, where is the real Wukong? Could it be that Wukong's true self is really hiding inside? Ing-che stood there, stared for a while, then turned to ask the system, but does it have to be Pineapple Head? Can't it keep the Wukong image? The system immediately replied, the image, once confirmed, cannot be changed. Neza's face was angry, he slowly flew over. As soon as it saw her, the system raised a sign to reject her. It really can't be changed, and neither can you. Neza turned her face away and continued, humph. I don't have any appearance, male or female generals are all me. Why should I care about this vulgarity? What I notice is, I just feel like this isn't the monkey this kid is imagining. It doesn't suit his lustful and violent nature. Ing-che was furious when he heard her speak ill of him openly. I agree with the first half, but I disagree with the second half. Then, he thought about this matter again. This is really not the Wukong in my heart. So, what's the problem? Neza was so angry that he couldn't contain himself anymore. He grabbed the system and shook it back and forth repeatedly. But, why can't it be changed? You said you wouldn't change, so you won't change. Do I still need a face? Now, you have to fix it for me. Whatever I want, it is. Ing-che's gaze turned deadly serious. He could clearly feel a chilling gaze. It felt as though eyes were always watching him. One of the monkeys suddenly smiled wickedly. He held a stick, stood in the middle of the monkeys, and kept laughing contemptuously. Immediately, then, it pointed its finger and commanded, up. At the command, the entire troop of monkeys began charging forward, aiming straight at Ing-che. They jumped into the air, almost covering the sky. The feeling was unimaginable, becoming more and more apparent in his eyes. Something seems wrong. The unexpected thing was that when they got closer, they turned into giants. It was as big as a building, landing straight down, causing the entire ground to shake. Ing-che exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" The entire space was almost in chaos. He tried to regain his offensive, gathering his strength to charge forward. "Eat one of my sticks." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately delivered a super strong punch. Its feathers flew through the air in large numbers. After taking the full force of the blow, it tensed its muscles and resisted. Thought I had hurt it. But a few seconds later, it returned to normal with a provocative smile. It continued to charge, preparing for the next attack. Neza shouted a warning. "This is not monkey hair, it's real." The monkey took a run up and kicked its legs up high. It kept the same expression on its face, jumping right above the heads of the monkeys below. It seemed like a command. The monkeys followed suit, one after another, and then lunged forward. Witnessing this scene, Ing-che's eyes widened in confusion, anticipating their next move. The monkeys made a ruckus and surrounded Ing-che's group. He didn't know what to do for a moment. The nimbus cloud was waiting for him, its expression slightly strange. Suddenly, another nimbus cloud bumped into it. Ing-che was in a panic, so he didn't have time to differentiate. He loudly scolded the nimbus cloud flying beside him, causing it to open its mouth in surprise. Hey, it's all clouds, flying their own way. Don't get in my way, okay?" Having said that, he began to see the problem. No, why are there two clouds? Looking back and forth, he finally realized that the silly face of the Kindao van beside him was his. Just as he finished thinking, the nimbus cloud he was riding suddenly changed direction, causing Ing-che, who was sitting on it, to immediately fall off. At that moment, he could only scream helplessly. At the critical moment, his somersault cloud swooped in and caught him before he fell into the monkeys. Ing-che panicked, tried to regain his composure, considered for a moment, then said, "Thank you." He put on an honest face, raised the sign, and replied, "Nothing." Since Ing-che was upside down, the balance was still forced to flip so he could observe things more easily. When he fully regained consciousness, Ing-che looked down, filled with surprise. This is. Unexpectedly, the monkeys were standing on a giant stick. It was bigger than anything. Ing-che's surprise doubled. Suddenly, Neza slowly flew over and said, "Looks like we fell for it from the start. Golden Cudgel and Nimbus Cloud are both here. Looks like that monkey is also nearby, watching the fun." Ing-che quickly realized that there was a problem with the one that hadn't turned into monkey fur just now. But he's already mixed in with the monkeys. With so many people jostling around, you won't be able to find him. It's still the same down there, thousands of monkeys, not a bit less. Ing-che confidently said, decisive. Hit it all at once. In no time, 10 minutes had passed. In these 10 minutes, he had defeated about a third of the monkeys. The air was filled with smoke, dust, and flying monkey hair. He was angry and disappointed. None, all monkey hair. Neza, who was standing beside him, reminded him, if you intend to turn the monkeys into hairless monkeys to win, then I'm afraid it's not very realistic. Because of inhaling too much monkey hair, In-che sneezed repeatedly. Damn, monkey hairs stuck all over my mouth. Before, Neza just needed to call out and he would appear, attacking as he was told, although it was difficult. But there is still a chance to pass the level. Wukong is not like that. Wukong won't show himself. If he doesn't show himself, how will I win? Am I only going to defeat the monkey's hair? While In-che was deep in thought, the real Wukong was lying there, playing with the peach. He was relaxing on the nimbus cloud, watching the trap he had set. Neza glanced over there, quickly realizing, now I'm sure. The monkey you thought of doesn't look like that. The monkeys just now looked like that, completely due to transformation magic. That brat has been playing there since the beginning. In-che felt puzzled. How did you know? At that moment, his eyes suddenly stopped for a beat. There, suddenly appeared a hard stone monkey, which surprised him a lot. In-che stepped closer, venting all the frustrations in his heart onto its face. Finally, you've appeared. This time, I will definitely make you convinced. Seeing him just touch it, Neza immediately shouted to stop In-che, don't. But as soon as he finished speaking, the monkey waved his hand and sent In-che flying away. He was letting himself drift along with his fate when he suddenly discovered something that surprised him. What surprised him was that Wukong was lying on the nimbus cloud. Just as he saw that, he crashed painfully into the wall. The stone monkey, after attacking him, returned to its original form. Neza flew closer. He watched intently for a while. Suddenly, she burst out laughing. Humph! This monkey! In this illusory space, on the giant Rui Jingu stick, only the stone monkey and Neza remained. Strong winds blew past, and Wukong silently observed everything. After a while, he reached out and took back the stick. Immediately, the stick spun a few times and then slowly returned to its original shape. It fit perfectly in Wukong's hand, and the flag with the words, Wukong equaling heaven, appeared. Wukong sat majestically on the somersault cloud. It revealed a smug smile with sharp eyes. Its full introduction was, Tai Golden Immortal, Wukong. Ha, I, old son, am here. After saying that, Wukong flew away at the speed of sound, leaving behind white smoke trails. Back to the scene of the outside world. In-che reached out and pushed aside the trees, walking out of the bushes. In-che had just hidden in the bushes to change his clothes. As he walked, he said to himself, just fought Wukong for a bit and was thrown out of 9 heavens. Sigh. First, let's leave this place. This time, I must have a battle with Wukong. System. Wait until I get back to my room, then let me back in. The system immediately became excited upon hearing this. Host, why did you rest so quickly? In-che asked in confusion. What's wrong? My recovery ability isn't just bragging. Don't worry about me, look. The system could only sigh helplessly. We don't have to worry about you either. Wukong, we don't want to see you. If I go in this time, won't I be fooled around again? In-che was so shocked that she dropped her bag on the ground. Yeah, right. In short, you can go in. But only a bunch of monkey hair can turn into a pineapple head. Not giving in, he angrily shouted, Pineapple head, then pineapple head. By hitting pineapple head, I can level up too. A voice cut across the conversation. What are you doing here? I can hear you mumbling something from far away. Tingshi seemed to have difficulty carrying the heavy thing on his shoulder. As he replied, didn't I tell you guys not to wander around? If you are so free, come and help. At this moment, outside the house, Mo Xiao Xiao was raising her leg to kick the person opposite her in the face. Phoenix Matron, despite dodging the kick, had her mask blown off. Mo Xiao Xiao saw the other person's face and immediately said, it's really you. You Mo bastard. Mo Wuluo, Mahist's successor, angrily retorted. How many times have I told you, I am Mo Wuluo. Why is it so easy to follow people? You're still the same as before, big breasts but no brains. That's why I wasn't called by the Grand Marshal, but the person being called is you. Mo Xiao Xiao grabbed Mo Wuluo's hand and threw him behind, causing him to flip over. Mo Wuluo's feet landed firmly on the ground. Mo Wuluo's hands were held tightly by Mo Xiao Xiao, her feet landed on the ground, and her whole body formed an arc. Mo Wuluo laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha. Tell me, before becoming Phoenix Matron, I was also a member of Mahist and one of the strongest successor candidates. Also because I lost to you. After losing my status as heir, I joined Bureau 669. Even so, I still train hard every day, just so that one day I can defeat you. Mo Xiao couldn't help but get angry when she heard that, but her hand was grabbed tightly by Mo Wuluo. You're really something, stand up first, my hand is numb. Mo Wuluo's entire body also started to tremble. He could only reluctantly reply, I've only practiced half of this move, please help me, my waist is cramping. Be gentle. This scream confused the janitor who was cleaning outside. The janitor couldn't help but sigh, young people these days make so much noise, they don't even close the door properly. Then, she kindly locked the door. Mo Xiao had just helped Mo Wuluo stand up when she heard voices outside the door. How nice, to be able to be so affectionate in broad daylight. Mo Xiao and Mo Wuluo could only remain silent, not knowing what to say. Then Mo Wuluo reached out to pick up the mask that had fallen on the ground. Recently, there has been a spy in our organization. This time we shouldn't be so careless, we should go together. Mo Xiao immediately said sarcastically, then it's you. Mo Wuluo glanced at Mo Xiao and said, Miss, if I were a spy, you would have long since become a corpse. Although the Grand Marshal is not here, he has given an order. Let me invite you to this place. Look over there, Mo Xiao said, looking over in confusion. In front of her was a large table with 4 chairs. 2 out of 4 chairs appear to have blue light. A voice said, the relationship is so good, whenever we meet, we immediately exchange martial arts with each other. The blue light gradually changes shape. 2 figures gradually appeared. It's just a marriage, almost decided on since childhood, what a pity. Mo Xiao was immediately surprised to recognize the other 2 people and exclaimed, Father, Mother. The blue light from before transformed into the shape of a man, and a woman sitting on a chair. Mo Xiao, are you okay? Mo Wuluo turned around and walked toward the door. Next, what needs to be done, those 2 will tell you. Mo Wuluo opened the door and walked out. She stood right in front of the room, not in a hurry to leave. Mo Wuluo thought to herself, we're about to hear such a cruel story. I'll give you all some time to reunite. Mo Xiao hugged the woman. Mom, I miss you so much. Good Mo Xiao, Mom misses you too. The man immediately pretended to cough. Let's talk about the main point first. Mo Xiao immediately turned around and asked, what exactly happened? Do you know about the Earthrat plan? For security reasons, members of Bureau 669 can only know the planning department they are in charge of, but Phoenix Matron is the one primarily responsible for this plan. The Earthrat project's security clearance level is not high, because such a large project is really difficult to hide. The covert action codename Earthrat is, in fact, a plan to build an underground city. Mo Xiao asked nervously, underground city? Are my parents involved in this too? Yes, the construction of the underground city Mahist always involved the entire process. This time around, I'm in Godslayer. It's inevitable that we don't know that the underground city being built is actually a giant mechanical city, controlled by our Mahist formation. The man continued, the Grand Marshal has contacted us. The gods in Jingzhou have appeared, so the construction of the underground city needs to be accelerated. But speeding up is really impossible, but it can be simplified into a mechanism. Then, use the power of the Mahists to maintain the operation of the formation. Meaning in the short term, the simplified version of the mechanism is just as powerful as the real mechanism. But there is one condition. Mo Xiao was quite confused when she heard that. What conditions? The other 2 looked at her. Mo Xiao, this time your parents need you to help us enter the formation. She heard that and was immediately shocked. A moment later, the conversation ended so quickly. Won't you say it a little longer? Hearing that, Mo Xiao just softly responded with an, Phoenix Matron continued, if we know, there might be a battle next. It's useless to run away, because I will look after you. Mo Xiao looked at Phoenix Matron with an unpleasant expression. Why are you looking at me with such hostile eyes? Mo Xiao's face darkened with anger, and she said, you tell me, entering the battle with your body, if the battle is lost, you will die. You leading me here is leading me down a very dangerous path. Phoenix Matron leaned one leg against the wall, looking innocently. Then I have to clear my name a bit. This time it's not just you. Mo Xiao immediately turned to ask, what do you mean? Not wrong. We will go into battle together, but you are the heir. Her first attitude was very encouraging. Once she gets into the game, we'll have more followers. So, you are the key. Others can run. But only you can't run. At this moment, outside, Ing Bao Bao rushed out of the bushes, tears streaming down her face as she shouted loudly. Brother, it turns out you're here. I went everywhere, but couldn't find you. Ing Che was helping carry the strange machine. Hearing a familiar voice, he turned to look. Ing Bao Bao, what's wrong? Sister Mo Xiao Xiao was taken away. Ing Bao Bao immediately waved her hands and described, she was taken away by a man with a strange mask. On the mask was a phoenix. Ing Che heard this and immediately recognized the person the little girl was describing. The phoenix on the mask. Is Phoenix Matron? Could it be the Earth Rat plan? It was already nighttime. At that moment, a voice rang out. In the previous life, to fight against deity heavens, Mahist's successor risked his life to become the eye of the formation and eventually died. Ing Che muttered, Mo Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Ing Che's shoulder. It turned out to be Captain Mo Xiao Xiao. She asked Ing Che, why are you so absent-minded? Mo Xiao Xiao, why are you here? Mo Xiao Xiao sat down in the chair and replied, can't sleep. Is it because Phoenix Matron is looking for you today? That's right. Mo Xiao Xiao looked at the sky and smiled, saying, do you remember when you first appeared? Everyone says you are a prophet, but in my heart, I wonder where this swindler came from. Ha ha ha. Ing Che replied softly, in that situation, it was actually very normal. Xiao Xiao continued, but you led everyone to defeat the sea god. I still haven't had the chance to apologize to you. Facing the poetic scene of the late night, Mo Xiao Xiao hugged Ing Che tightly. Ing Che was still stunned and didn't understand what was going on when he heard the person next to him say softly, Shu, there's someone. Captain, I need you to help me with something. On this sword is the Mahist's key. If my energy overloads, I lose consciousness or become a puppet. I hope you can end my life with your own hands. Hearing this, Ing Che's entire body froze, his eyes filled with confusion. But then Ing Che turned around, saying as if in affirmation, nothing will happen to you. Suddenly, Phoenix Matron hid behind the bushes and said angrily, it's midnight, and you're still hugging each other for so long. What kind of decency is that? Ing Bao Bao suddenly appeared beside her and asked, why are you peeking at my brother? Phoenix Matron was scared and screamed, Who is peeking at my brother? Scene changes to a residential area. Ing Che is choosing to enter the second floor of 9 heavens to fight Wukong. He raised his hand to touch the box in agreement, come in, even though Wukong doesn't want to see me. Even if I have to beat 10,000 pineapple head monkeys, I still have to keep leveling up. The system heard this and immediately responded. 10,000 monkey hairs. You really don't know how to appreciate other people's hair at all, do you? The anger in Ing Che flared up again. He squeezed his fingers, making a cracking sound. I noticed that your recent behavior seems to have changed. Is it because the system has been upgraded? The system heard this and was scared, saying, no, it's just your illusion. Scene changes to the second floor of 9 heaven, where several large pineapple-headed monkeys are standing around Ing Che. Neza picked his ear and observed the situation. Oh my god, he really stayed in 9 heaven for 3 years just to fight those pineapple-head monkeys. Can Dao Van now also put up a sign with the words, too cool, flying over the monkeys that are being beaten and sent flying everywhere? Monkey hair falls all over, the system continuously notifies. Attribute points +1. Ing Che held his sword and slashed everywhere. I'll fight. I cut. Neza pointed at the board and explained, from the second floor of 9 heaven, attack down to the first floor of 9 heaven. Then, from the first floor, he fought his way back to the second floor. Fought 3 times. The monkey's hair flew everywhere. He fought until the monkey was almost bald. 3 years passed, and Wukong was so angry that he didn't even want to produce monkey hair for him anymore. But Ing Che kept putting his hand on the knife and then taking his hand off the knife like that, without seeing anything. Unfortunately, in the end, he didn't even get to see Wukong's face. Outside, Tingxi was struggling to wipe away her sweat. Finally done. Hidden Dragon is so powerful. Early yesterday morning, I cleared out all the monsters in the secret training room in one go. I was busy for 2 days and have already replenished the level of the monsters. I wonder how Hidden Dragon will praise me. At this moment, someone suddenly walked in. Tingxi looked at the person coming and said, you're just here now. You're letting others finish before you show up. Ing Che walked behind him, like a shadow of a demon with long horns, causing Tingxi to suddenly stop. Wait, that's not right. This name. Tingxi thought in confusion, he's gotten stronger. It's only been a short day since I last saw him, but he's already grown stronger. Why is it so terrible? Is this a body that becomes stronger just by drinking water or something? Ing-che returned to his usual smiling appearance, as if the murderous person just now weren't him. Sorry. I was a little late because of some time spent cultivating. Is there something you need help with? Tingshi couldn't help but be stunned. What happened? That momentum just now. Like the feeling God gives, even more. Ing-che looked at Tingshi in confusion, retreating into the corner, his whole body trembling as if he had seen a ghost. At that moment, Neza poured water into the glass and asked Wukong, how many years have passed, and you are still so arrogant? You're keeping avoiding like this. Why don't you just let the host directly enter your 9 heavens second floor? Wouldn't that be better? The system also echoed, third princess makes sense. Wukong, what do you think? Neza angrily clenched the red string in his hand and stared at the system. Third princess, you piece of shit. I am Neza, third prince. The system was immediately terrified, raised its hands in surrender, and stopped. The system fearfully and hesitantly said, we are here to drink tea today, and the readers are also very angry. But for now, please don't get confused about gender anymore. Suddenly, the system unexpectedly realized that Wukong was staring at it. Wukong's cold eyes glanced over at it. The system was so scared that it broke out in a sweat and stammered, Great Saint, what's wrong? Wukong looked bored again, he sighed. Haze, you guys tell me, if we keep going like this, when will we ever get anything done? Remembering the old days, we burned the bodies of the gods. Then we can drive those alien divine demons out of this realm. But today they have raised their heads again, and I can only maintain this form. I, Wukong, have chosen the person I trust. The system and Neza were moved by these words, their eyes filled with tears. Wukong, I didn't think the pressure on you would be this great. The system became serious and said, Wukong, the situation is dire, but I can assure you, he is definitely the trump card, capable of reversing Daxia's fate. Wukong also did not care and said, but I, old son, do not trust him. Old Tun has a premonition that real danger will come very soon. At that time, we will definitely have to rely on this old man, Tun. At Forest Park 669. A loud explosion came from afar, the direction was immediately determined. That direction is the laboratory. Ing-che immediately threw the box to the ground. That's the laboratory. The explosion turned everything into chaos, with smoke and dust filling the air. Tingshi pulled open the door and shouted, Elder Qian, Elder Qian, Elder Qian, where are you? Tingshi even knelt down on the ground, digging through the pile of broken bricks. Are you still breathing? Say something to me. Suddenly, a hand was placed on Ing-che's shoulder. Tingshi angrily pulled out each stone. Hateful. If I had known, I should have sent more people to help. Ing-che looked at Tingshi, angrily digging out the stones, searching for someone. Helplessly, he said, why don't you turn around and look? Tingshi immediately turned around to look. Gochin put one hand on Ing-che's shoulder and said, don't rush, don't rush. Tingshi saw that the person was okay and was overjoyed. Elder Qian, you're okay, that's great. Gochin raised his hand to scratch his head. Actually, I was in a hurry and wanted to go to the bathroom, but the bathroom was broken, so I had to go outside. The result is avoiding life. But, it seems not everyone is as lucky as I am. Masterless Artifact was still reeling from the shockwave. Ing-che looked over at Gochin and asked, what happened? He coughed and replied, I was testing the power of a new weapon. After adding the power of the book, its power clearly exceeded my expectations. Even when I'm out, I always keep track of the numbers. Initially, if the situation is not good, the experiment will be stopped immediately. I didn't expect it to go over the limit so quickly. Remembering this moment, the screen displayed countless red warnings. Suddenly, there was a boom. It scared me so much that I dropped the machine in my hand. The plane just flew past, hitting the bathroom next door, startling the person inside. In the men's restroom next door, a scream rang out. You surprised me, old man. Did you burn your hand on shit? Far away, Ing-che raised his hand and said at the same time, the next part doesn't need any introduction. Gochin's face was filled with pride, but if you think positively with such power, it will be a huge help in dealing with them in the distant future. But his next sentence immediately made Tingshi fall backward. But could you please dig it out for me? Hopefully, it's not broken. Half an hour later, reporting to the academician, the sword has been found. Gochin grabbed the saber, turning to look at Ing-che. Comrade, Ing-che, this saber is called 100 Slashes. It is a weapon created from the Combination of the bones of gods and the power of books. Ing Che asked in surprise, Elder Qian. This is. Gochen's expression became solemn. He raised his saber and said, this is the hope of the Bureau and all of Daxia. I have requested instructions from Hidden Dragon. Prepare to hand over this sword to you. I hope that in the future, you can use it to destroy all those demons. He also did not want to let down his kindness, so he made up his mind and said, Ing Che, I will definitely not let down this mission.